switch lanes. Lights flash in the street. Pride left in the dark, no heart. Both weak till we meet. Close to our feet, no time for the bed. 3 days no sleep, you know how we get. Bottles on the ground, love's on the counter. In the beginning, who would've thought we would amount to the people just lost. Look at what we did. Maybe it's on me and thoughts that I had. Hearts on our sleeve, won't carry on. This town where we get dressed, I'm gone, gone.
Looking back when she was young, living wild and free, her life an empty book filled with magic memories. Who is she now? The girl who fell down, dreaming of the world she used every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of the street lamp.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Staffordshire University's Esports Hub, the proud host of this year's Staffs vs Keele Esports Varsity. My name is Phil, I'm a student from Staffs, and I'm joined here by Monica from Keele, and we are in for 2 days of nail-biting action between these two universities. These two will be competing across 9 games titles to become this year's winners. Monica, what can you tell us about what we have in store today?
Today we will be seeing some action from Dota 2, followed by Calibur 6, Overwatch, Rocket League, and ending the day with CSGO. Tomorrow we're starting off with League of Legends, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Rainbow Six Siege, and Dragon's Ball Fighters. In order for the winning university to be decided, there will be need to secure 5 wins across the board.
So in terms of today's schedule, we will have Dota starting shortly. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, Keele's Dota team were not able to make it today. So instead of that, we'll be having a friendly match by all staff students. As long as the games go according to plan, we have that's Soul Calibur 6, scheduled for 11:30. Overwatch will be at 1 PM, Rocket League at 3 PM, and CSGO at 4:30. So, Dota match to start off. You excited?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what happens.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad that Keele aren't there.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. These things do happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, we can't do anything about it.
No, that's it.
I still feel like it could be an entertaining match.
It should be good, yeah. I know a few of the staff's players have not already played before at all.
Oh, right.
So, it could be interesting, but there you go.
Well, that will make it more entertaining.
Exactly, yeah. Could be
So-
a bit of an interesting one.
Yeah, exactly.
But we will see. We will be jumping over shortly. We'll keep you guys updated as to when. The guys are currently getting set up behind us, as you can see. So, yeah. What do you think of the Esports Hub, Monica? It's your first time here, correct?
Yeah, it is my first time here. I'm pretty excited. It's very nice here.
Yeah.
It looks very nice. So
It's pretty cool.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
Um,
Yeah, something new.
Definitely, yeah, for sure.
Very
Um,
exciting.
obviously, Keele will be hosting next year.
Yeah.
Do you
we'll
think
see
you'll be
how
able to pull something like this together, or?
Probably not something like this. I think we don't have resources for this.
That's fair.
But I still feel like it could be quite entertaining and quite.
Oh yeah,
fun
for
to
sure,
do.
for sure.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Awesome.
I don't know. Next year could be interesting. Since it's gonna be basically in Keele Uni.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get our players to play Dota. Maybe freshers bring some new Dota.
Home
players.
advantage type of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know. So maybe someone wants to turn up finally.
Fair enough. Fair
so
enough.
We'll see. Yeah.
So yeah, Soul Calibur 6 after that. Have you
Yeah.
got any experience with that? Or?
No, never played it.
No?
Never really watched anything about it. But I mean, all games are interesting to watch, right?
That's true.
So
Yeah, that's very true.
Still should be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really have any experience with Soul Calibur either, so
Oh, right. So
we'll be relying on the casters for that one. But
Yeah.
should be good
Yeah.
regardless. After that, Overwatch.
Overwatch, yeah.
I'm excited about Overwatch.
I'm pretty excited to watch Overwatch. I think Keele Uni has a pretty good team. I don't know anything about stats.
It's pretty good as well. Yeah, we've been pretty high in all the Newell and NFC so
Yeah.
far. So
It should be a good match then, because I know quite a few players and I watched quite a few games this semester, and yeah, all of them have seemed quite interesting,
Yeah.
quite entertaining. So it should be quite fun.
awesome. Yeah, I know one of the staff's players has a Torb one trick account.
Oh right.
So it'll be interesting to see if he can pull out that Torb today.
Yeah,
That's what I want to
definitely.
see. I want to see the
Do-
Torb.
It should be nice.
It should be good, yeah. Yeah, and then we'll be leaving you after Overwatch, sadly. But
Sadly.
yeah, you're stuck with us till then. So stay tuned. Let us know what you guys think in the Twitch chat. Who do you think is going to win, Staffs or Keele? Let us know. I'm rooting for Staffs, obviously, because I'm from Staffs.
See, I want to root for Keele, but I
Yeah.
don't know how much I believe in them.
Ooh.
I keep the belief, you know, and I kind of. I don't know how to explain. I kind of want to believe in them, but I'm not too sure.
You're not too sure if they can pull it out.
I think I believe in our Overwatch team.
Okay.
About the rest,
You're not really
for
sure.
example, for today, not too sure about the rest,
Okay,
but we'll see.
Okay,
We'll
interesting
see.
choice.
Yeah, they might surprise me, you know.
I've been hearing good things about your league team, so
Yeah, we have a pretty decent league team. Today you scared me with one of your players, so I kind of don't know anymore.
yeah.
Don't know
yeah,
what I believe in.
One of our players obviously plays in, I think it was the LEC, we got
Yeah.
told.
Yeah,
So look out for one of those. I believe it was Kiao.
I believe so. Yeah.
So keep an eye on him in league tomorrow.
Tomorrow might be
tomorrow,
also
yeah.
very fun to watch. Yeah.
But still, fun games today,
Yeah, definitely for sure.
even if you're not so confident. And
I'll try to keep my confidence. Okay? I'll try to believe deeply in my heart that they can do it. They can.
I mean,
pull it
at
off.
least Overwatch will be close.
Yes,
Overwatch
exactly.
will be close. So
Exactly.
we'll
yes.
see on that one.
I believe in that one. But the rest, we'll see how it goes, and then we'll discuss it.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see who can take home this lovely trophy you can see in front of us.
Yeah.
Varsity Shield.
It's very nice.
It is lovely, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice and shiny.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Keele obviously did take home the regular sports varsity.
Yeah.
We got destroyed in that one.
Really?
It was 11-3, I think, to Keele.
Oh wow! I didn't even know. I
Yeah.
didn't follow it.
I saw something on Twitter last night. I saw a few of the games.
Yeah.
11-3 to Keele.
11-3. Okay, we did get it. See,
Yeah.
at least something we can be proud of.
Not too
That's
good for
okay.
staffs, that one. But, you know,
Yeah.
bring it back today, I'm sure.
Okay, that's a bit of a stretch. Don't know if I believe that
I
much in
mean,
you.
Okay, that's rude. You've gone from...
No, I kind of believe. See, I'm like in the middle. I believe
Okay.
in both, so I just support both. It's
Fair enough,
okay.
fair enough.
I think that's
Nice and
reasonable.
fair, I suppose.
Exactly. See? It's okay.
Dear. So, yeah. Hello, if you're in LRV or Verve today. I know it's being streamed to there on the screens and everything.
Mhm.
And Twitch as well.
Yeah.
Everyone on Twitch. We're live to the internet.
Yes.
It's
We
nice.
are.
Yeah, we will be getting started soon.
Yeah, should do. I
As-
think our players are setting up right now, so
Yeah,
it
just
should
getting everything
be
sorted
ready
in terms
soon,
of their
yeah.
peripherals and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
As we said, it will be a friendly match between two staffs teams of varying familiarity with Dota. Few players, this is their first time playing ever, so
It's
You know.
gonna make it more fun.
it'll definitely
Exactly.
be fun.
It's supposed to be friendly, probably gonna be quite competitive.
Oh yeah, everything's competitive
Exactly.
in esports.
Exactly.
But-
So it's still gonna be fun to watch.
Definitely,
That's the
definitely.
important part.
Yeah, we'll be picking a few of the key moments.
Yeah.
After the game.
Yeah.
But yeah. So there we go.
Yeah.
The waiting game.
The waiting game.
The
now.
waiting game.
All
Love-
we can do now.
Lovely weather today,
Yeah.
as we were saying
definitely.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's sunny, so.
it is sunny. That is true.
But it's quite cold in this room, which is very odd.
It's the aircon. I
It's
said.
so cold.
I mean, we can probably turn it off later if you wanted to, but
I kind of feel like I have an issue. I'm always cold, so.
just get a blanket then. We'll get a nice blanket. You get cuddled
Yeah.
up, and
Just cover myself.
like a burrito.
No.
So yeah, should we run through the teams in the
Yeah,
Dota?
can do.
So in the Dota match, our nice pieces of paper here. We've got on the one side Epidamnos, Nibble, Origami, T-Ra Seal, that's a good name,
That is a good one.
and Alex on the one side. So Epidamnos, Nibble, Origami, T-Ra Seal, Alex, and they'll be going against.
I have no idea how to pronounce it, but I'll try. It's Demelsi, Ballad, Sharky, J-Max, and Pulse.
Yeah. So yeah, Pulse is one of the guys from the Staff's Overwatch team.
Yeah.
He's one of the players that has pretty much no experience in Dota. So
Oh, that should be fun.
keep an eye on him for the big plays.
Big plays.
Big plays, yeah.
You're hoping they're gonna be big plays.
I mean, he's the tall one trick.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So
Alright.
he's used to those big plays.
The question is how much he can pull it out in Dota.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see. It's pretty exciting. Right. Looks like our players are now ready and set up. So, to go. So we will hand over you to casters. We hope it's a fun match.
Enjoy.
Yeah, enjoy.
Game of the day's varsity. We have two teams. It's unfortunate Keele won't be here, but that doesn't matter. We still got a full 5v5 going for today. So, who do you think is going to win today's matchup?
I'm trying to be a bit like unbiased, you know. I think everyone is going to have a fair chance. Like we heard, like some person just played for the first time for the Dota, but you know, you never know what he might come up with the ideas of coming to Dota for like multiple time or maybe first time or a second, third, and they can come up with something insane that can just wipe their enemy team. We shall see what's going to happen.
Yeah, and it looks like we will be going into our game today. I think these drafts are going to be very interesting because neither team do have experienced players. Well, in the professional scene, that is. However, we do have high-ranking players. In fact, with one team having one team with their player, best player in the uni. In fact, he did win the 1v1 tournament a while ago, and you may remember him. He is Epidamnos. But he is going up against his teammates Demilky and Ballads. So this is gonna be
Demilcy.
No, I'm gonna stick to Demilky.
I mean, we know how the Melcy plays. We know his trollish style as well as his insane plays with Slog.
Yeah.
That's why I completely hate that hero, but it's the greatest thing. His plays can be sometimes great and insane. Ballads, What do you think of them? Like, do you think he's gonna pull off some good plays as well?
I don't know. I mean, like, I know how he plays. I know what he plays. So this is going to be very interesting to see. I think Ballads will be able to pull something out of his sleeve in order to catch Epidamnos off guard. However, Epidamnos does have 4 other players who are less experienced than him, but I don't know. Epidamnos is a very good carry, so we'll just have to see what's going to happen.
I mean, by looking on the players, we also have Nibble, we have Origami as well. He also participated in 1v1 tournament. He did great plays as well, and I noticed him as well. So,
Yeah.
we have Seal. He's a great player. A Legion commander is his great key to go with the pushing and getting those stacks up and destroying the enemy team. J-Max, Pudge, Earthshaker.
Oh.
The dirty plays sometimes can come from that.
I know. I'm like with today's meta. I mean, like Pudge is getting in the game right now. I'm like with a Pudge with a techies. You got Earth Spirits going in. I mean, like with today's meta, it's insane, honestly.
I mean, meta is dependable still. We still have no jungle.
That is true.
We have to still depend on the roam side. I hope the roams are going to be great as well. With Sharky as well on this position 4-5, it's going to be going great for him as well. Let's see what we're going to actually come out of this. We need some good plays to actually scream at and pull out something that we can just be proud of.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, like I don't know who's playing mid for Team 2, but I am sure to know that there is a 50-50 chance that it might be Demilky.
The Milsey's, he plays mid a lot. He actually
Yeah,
plays
he
mid
does.
a lot.
He does play mid
I've
for
seen him
tag
play,
team as
play
well.
mid, and it's a friendly person who play as well. He plays a
Yeah.
lot of mid.
Yeah.
In the other team, I'm going to expect Origami to be on a support. Seal, obviously, position 3. That's as often as I see him.
Yeah.
Alex might be something else like position 2, so maybe position 5 support.
Yeah.
Obviously, Epidemus, position 1, the
Yeah.
carry, because he won the 1v1, and he wants to be the carry. He wants to lead his team to the win. With Ballads, what position do you expect for him to go, actually?
I feel like Ballads will go for a +1.
Plus 1 as well as a carry.
Because I feel like
Just to compete against Epidemus.
exactly. It's because I feel like Pulse and JMax are are more or less experienced players. However, JMax is a support player, and so is Sharky. So this would leave Ballads to have the +1 position available for him to play around.
So we have also Pulse on Pulse 3 as well, so we have opened this thing, the Melcy with mid. As
Pretty
well.
much, yeah.
J-Max and Sharky are going to be kind of fighting over their picks for the position 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope Sharky will get his position 5 and J-Max will go for the position 4 with Roman for the Pudge.
Yeah.
If we actually see Pudge. Well, like, who do you think? Like, the picks, like, I'm saying Pudge, I'm saying Earthshaker. But what do you expect for Epidemus to pick? Like, what would you like to see just to make the sweet plays?
I don't know. For Epidamnos, he might go for the classic Invoker plays, because you've seen how good he is with
Oh,
Invoker.
yeah, the Invoker
He's
plays.
insane, honestly. He can dominate anyone with Invoker right now.
Mm.
But unless Demilky knows how to counter pick the Invoker, you can clearly see that MP will just run straight down mid and just destroy anyone he sees. Ooh.
Out of the other players as well, like Origami, because he's a mania of the playing support, I expect him to play like a disruptor, like a really harassable support, so it's more dangerous for the laners
Yeah.
as well. Like Seal, if he pulls out the Legion Commander, enemy will be doomed. We're gonna see that beautiful plays as well. It's like duels.
Are we gonna have Legion of 900 damage like before?
900 damage. That would be dirty.
That does no. It hurts.
Sharky is probably gonna pull out his like casual supports, like just to be helpful for his teammates, like give him a heal, give him a like supportive part.
Yeah. But oh well. We just have to see. Right now, we're just waiting for the games to connect and get ready to begin.
We shall be starting soon.
Yeah.
Bringing those sweet plays of Dota.
Whew.
There you go. We
It
are
looks
under the
like-
draft now.
So it looks like in the first phase, I'm expecting an Invoker ban coming out, but
Because of Epidemus, I assume, yeah.
pretty much, yeah. I'll be like, we do see Epidamnos does take the captain for the Dire, as well as Demilky taking the captain for the Radiant.
Oh.
So we are waiting to see, and we're gonna be very interested to see what they ban and pick.
They're still deciding. We shall see what's going to be the first ban.
Yeah. Does Demilky goes for the tag team classics? Looks like the first phase ban does go for a Viper, and a Techie's ban coming out from
Techie's ban immediate
coming
ban
out.
was.
Oh, it just hits my heart right there. Ouch.
Unfortunate we don't see the tower pushes in minute
Yeah.
9, 10. It's like no tower tier 2 tier.
Looks like Epi has been told about the secret strats made by the Radiant. So
So the next ban gonna be is like I'm expecting something like a Pudge as well from the Mousy because if we want JMax to play Pudge as well if they're gonna try to choose it, but if they go for a ban for a Pudge so the enemy team doesn't get it as well. Oh, Monkey King.
Monkey
That's
King,
interesting.
big Monga S right there. Well, that is a direct counter to Epi if he doesn't get the Invoker. He is a very good Monkey King player.
Invoker
as
still
well.
wasn't banned, so we
Invoker
still
isn't
have a
banned yet.
chance of picking Invoker.
Yeah, it could be a first pick Invoker, but I feel like that might be a problem. Because Invoker is very easily counterable by Silencer, and basically anyone
Anyone that gives you the little quiet mute, like shh,
Yeah.
it's alright.
is like,
You can't cast anything. You can feel it. That's 2 seconds. It's a Juggernaut.
Juggernaut, very high DPS, very high mobility, does farm very quick. So that is a very decent ban coming out from the Dire.
Also, I've heard like whenever I was speaking to them, it's like if they feeling like what they would go for. It's like you're expecting like anti-mage mid as well.
I don't know. With an anti-mage mid, it is a direct counter to the Invoker. However,
Is it?
I'm like anti-mage.
I mean, the anti-mage can counter the stuns as well, like with his counter spell or
Exactly,
with his meteor as
exactly.
well.
Yeah, I'm like with the anti-mage mid, he does get a very quick level 6.
Tusk instant ban as well.
Woo! That is a direct.
I guess they
counter.
don't want to see the one shots from the Tusk.
Yeah, that is true. And the Radiant does ban a Lich, so that means I think they're not really planning to go for a quick push. So it looks like the Radiant is going to be picking first phase. So this would mean they will.
Well, Lich ban I assume is going to be made for Origami because it's one of the greatest support as well.
Exactly.
Like one of the
His little
Lich, Lion.
hero puddle, you know.
Yeah. First ban. We're going to the time as well. We got 2 minutes, and the first pick is Lion.
Lion. All right. That's a very interesting pick.
We have Vengeful Spirits. I assume Vengeful is going to be great for Origami. Spirit Breaker.
That is a very strong roaming presence right there with the Spirit Breaker and Vengeful Spirit. With the Spirit Breaker,
If we're going for the roam part, I'm expecting like a lifesteal as well, just to go inside Spirit Breaker, charge to the top side or bot side, any side of the lane,
exactly.
explode on them and start doing the harassment as they expect to do.
Yeah, with the Spirit Breaker, it does seem they do want to go for like a quick global presence around the map. So this would mean that even though lanes will be weaker, this does give the cause a much easier time to farm with, especially with kill potential coming out from the Venge and the Spirit Breaker.
I mean, Lion is a great pick overall itself because of the possibility of one-shotting the carries itself. And Jakiro, great push as well.
Yeah. That is a good good deep push strat against Venge, I have to say.
They need to like somewhat prevent the roaming strat if they're gonna go for that one or if they try to push.
Yeah.
Like at the moment, the size is still a bit of iffy which one they want to go because they want to go for charge as well to the other side of the map, but we also have the one that can push the side if they leave.
Yeah. Looks like they do ban a Terrorblade.
Oh, I guess we're not
which
gonna
is
see
good.
Terrorblade switch health Dagon.
Oh, that's a shame. I mean, that build is amazing. Oh.
It's a really fun build.
Yeah.
Some people should try that. It's something that
I know,
is
it's
really
insane.
nice.
It's insane. Oh. What I'm interested to see is the sniper rags with rapiers.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, Devour. Or
Ban OD. That's
OD,
gonna be
OD.
interesting. I'm guessing OD is a very decent pick against Spirit Breaker. It is also a very good combo to line up with Lion and Jakiro,
yeah,
especially with the Ice Path and the stuns with the Hex. That's a lot of orb damage coming back.
and a lot of
through.
CC coming out of the enemy.
Exactly.
10 seconds remaining.
We're just waiting
5
for the
seconds
next
remaining.
ban.
They are still deciding. They are trying to contribute to a great ban that is going to prevent the enemy from permanent picking. It's like still going down to the time.
Yeah. I reckon the next pick would be an offlaner, something tanky, something who can hold a lane down by itself.
So
Looks like a big
Ursa.
fan of
So no
Ursa.
no minute 10, minute 15 Roshan. So we're
Damn.
preventing that already.
That's a
Is-
shame.
I mean, she recently got nerf, like when she received the buff from plus 5 move speed, then she received the nerf to 5
Wait,
minus
are
5
you
move
calling?
speed.
Are you calling Ursa a girl? Triggered?
I mean, it's a bear.
It's a
It's
bear.
a bit cuddly teddy bear.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to cuddle it; it will eat you.
Yeah.
But it's fine. You can still cuddle it if you're feeling not feeling frightened of it.
Yep.
Or you can tickle Spirit's Breaker beard as well.
Ooh. You know what? Actually, does Earth Spirit have a beard?
Spirit? Spirit has like a rocky beard, I think. We can just say that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a rocky neck. But Spirit Breaker has the nice beard with those
Oh yeah.
ponytails as well.
Oh, that is sexy.
Oh, there you
You can clearly see he's very hot.
go. Oh, there is a
right
Rubik ban. That's interesting. Oh no, that's
now. A necro.
Necro.
It's a necro. Can you not see? It's a necro.
I may have a bit of a vision problem. It's fine.
I mean, like, we
can
both wear glasses, so.
we can still see. Necro, it's an interesting ban. Prevents, like, tries to stop PA sniper as well.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good for D push as well.
10 seconds remaining.
And the high magic damage coming out from the radiant.
And as well, forcing the enemy team to stay longer dead
Exactly.
really lacks the enemy,
Exactly.
like, puts
So the
behind a
If
lot.
Reaper Scythe goes out on a core, like he's just
Have a
gone
bit.
for a good minute or so.
Something like an interesting play, which I show. We need to see someone like a between of off lane.
Yeah. So it just looks like still got a minute and a half reserve
still-
time.
The decisions, the key of for winning the strats are the decisions that they have to make. If they make a bad decision, that can really put them behind.
You know what? Do you reckon, like, if Demilky would just run out of reserve time and just use the random pick as their pick? I think that will happen.
It will be a bit trollish. It will be something entertaining. Like it's a friendly match, anyways.
Yeah.
And
Brewmaster.
Brewmaster, okay,
I
That's
think that's
interesting.
Seal's pick. Don't you think?
it might be. It's a Seal. It's an. I haven't seen Seal play Brewmaster like a lot, but I
Yeah.
saw him like picking it just for fun as well because it's. The kit is let's say the kit is interesting, splitting into the spirits as well.
10 seconds remaining.
And we have
Interesting.
another pick that is going to be decided. They
seconds
think it probably of some kind of a counter pick as well. Maybe.
Dire
And
You go for an Earthshaker.
Shaker. So we are going to see a good place from J-Max as well. I assume that
Yeah.
it is. It might. It
This
has
is
to be
this
J-Max.
is a core Earthshaker, so let's just hope he gets a very good blink and echo and absolutely
5-man echo?
destroy
Oof.
them. A 5-man echo would be amazing to watch.
It will be the greatest play. I mean, not the greatest play, but it's something that you would
It is the
love
play
to
of the
see
day.
the health bar going slowly down as
know.
they are
Oh.
getting hit by all the creeps that were around,
Oh,
or
oh,
all of the heroes.
that is just satisfying to watch, honestly.
It's similar as PA whenever you trigger the Echo Saber twice
Oh,
with his crit. It's just
Oh.
beautiful.
I know.
It's like a sweet ASMR for the ears.
No, I think the best thing is have Alchemist.
And Lifestealer, I knew that would be something.
Lifestealer.
Spirit Breaker with Lifestealer, it's gonna be great
That is
strat.
a good infest bomb right there. And the best part is the Radiant don't actually have any answer for the Lifestealer at this current moment. The only thing they have is a potential fissure block, but that doesn't really do much. So looks at the Lifestealer pick. It was very good. He can burst down the line and the Shakira very quickly, and the Earthshaker won't be able to do too much unless he rushes the Ags to get away from the Lifestealer.
I mean, the rush of the Ags will be nice, just so they're just getting away, as well
Yeah.
as the Brewmaster can really have a good way of sticking to the carry as well.
Yeah.
And the Spirit Breaker, if he gets a hold of the carry, it might be going down quickly as well with Lifestealer.
Yeah. With the addition to the Vengeful Spirit, the Wave of Terror, the minus armor, and the increased damage from her aura, does mean Lifestealer is a very beefy boy.
He is a strong one. As well, Mask of Madness triggering the attack speed, going
Woo!
full on. Boom, the
No.
carry is dead. It just depends what the builds are going to be.
I think the build for today for the Lifestealer is Rush Rush
We
Rapier.
have a CK.
Chaos Knight. That is a direct counter to Lifestealer during the early game. However, late game, however, if Lifestealer gets Radiance
CK
and
will have
the
to go
Maelstrom-
for the split up strat as well, or at least for the pushing strat.
Yeah.
He will have to harass it
The
a
only
lot.
slight issue is CK illusions do fall very quickly to Brewmaster's Storm Spirit. No, is it? Storm Bruling. There we go.
Yeah,
So with
bit
that,
risky pick.
yeah, I mean like the CK illusions aren't really a thing, especially with the two cores, Lifestealer and Brewmaster. But we'll just see what happens.
I mean, if we go for the like 6 illusions, I think we should go fine with this one. But Earthshaker is at the moment trying to go for it, and we have a Clink Span. That's a
Span.
great one.
That is very good.
It's good.
It
Prevents
does-
roaming as well.
Yeah, stops the Lifestealer from doing too much. So that should be interesting.
And then we're gonna have the last ban from the Radiant side.
Now the Radiant side do need a mid player to see what they're gonna pick. In my opinion, since they are first pick, this does mean they have to pick some sort of stable mid laner. Something like a Lina or maybe a sniper.
Sniper is would be a great pick for that one. Just picking off the squishes as well. And
Yeah.
keeping the distance away from the Brewmaster will be and Spirit Breaker will be great for him.
Only slight issue is he is squishy as himself. So if a Spirit Breaker does come by, he is pretty much good as dead.
Well, that's going to be unfortunate for him then. He will
Yeah.
have to keep himself intact, trying to keep the distance, keep on the high ground.
Another thing could be Morphling.
Oh, there
They
we
do
have
ban a Medusa.
Medusa.
So this does look like it's going to be an early game, a early push, early game strat. We have two pushes, Shakira and CK. So it is no surprise that they will come out with a third push hero. So
They are
maybe-
going for that. Let's get early game done. We can go get the third
Yeah.
tier 3. We are doing this. We can get the shrines.
Yeah.
After the shrines, we are preventing them from getting any XP. We should win easily. That's the
Exactly.
strat of the Radiant side.
Yeah.
Dire is trying to pull off a bit in the late game because once the late game scaling comes in, they're going to be really strong. Brewmaster is going to get really tanky and as well starts doing a lot of damage. Spirit Breaker is going to do a lot of damage. We technically have a good 2 semi-carries with Spirit Breaker and Lifestealer. Well, Lifestealer itself as a carry as well, probably.
Yeah.
And the Vengeful just reducing the armor, itself, the spirits. And we have a Wind Ranger.
A Wind Ranger. That is, I have said that is a direct counter to Lifestealer. I have played Lifestealer a couple times against Wind Ranger and insane. The focus fire on Lifestealer. Lifestealer won't be able to do too much, especially when the focus fire is physical and auto attacks coming from Wind. So if
And
Wind gets enough items,
Storm Spirit.
out.
We have a base charge.
Storm Spirit.
So they are going for the great roaming strat. Origami as a Brewmaster. Okay. That's something interesting.
it.
Pulse as a Spirit Breaker. Vengeful as a Nibble. UK Lishan as a Life Stealer and a Storm Spirit Seal.
I have
The
to
greatest
say,
we can see also the beautiful skins as well.
these drafts are very good, but my prediction do go out to the Radiant side. I feel like their draft is slightly better. The counter to Lifestealer is just too great in the late game. And however, they may not have the pushing ability, but they do have the team fight ability.
So you think like they went more for like let's win the fight. We win the fight. We can then
exactly,
push.
exactly, and
And
especially with the pick off potential as well. Ooh.
that's something that could be a great
Yeah.
use. And we are going into the game.
Right, so here we are at the first day of Varsity. We'll be seeing two teams going against each other for the first hour of today. We have, I say, Team Demilky versus Team Epi. So here we see on the Radiant side, we do see Lion being played by no, I can't. Being played by Sharky. We have the Win going with the Milky. Jakiro played by Just Add Water, and the CK being played by Ballads. On the Dire side, we do have Storm Spirit being played by TR Seal. We have the Spirit Breaker being played by Pulse. You got the Brewmaster being played by Origami. The Venge being played by Nibble, as well. And last but not least, the Lifesteal being played by Epidamnos. So in the laning stage, we do have top lane going with the Vengeful Spirit and the Lifestealer being laned up against the Jakira and the Earthshaker. So that's going to be an interesting matchup, especially when the dual stuns coming out from both sides.
They both staying on the high ground. It's like none of them is at the moment going
Yeah.
for the early harass for the runes.
Looks like the Dire side is attempting to go for a rune steal, but it looks like the CK.
Lion is on the visible side.
He
Of
does
the
spot
Spirit
them out.
Breaker, I hope that they spot him. Like they spot him, they
They
spot
do
him.
spot
There
him
is a
out,
ping
so it
dome
looks like
coming out already.
the CK is going in to see what they can do. Lion
Spirit
does.
Breaker and like
Lion
trying to
is
zone out
ready
a
to
bit.
engage in case he needs it. But it looks like they will back off with the CK does going for the other side of the room. But it looks like the Sorcery is there to secure the rune just in case. But it looks like, will the CK do anything? Looks like the CK won't actually stun
No,
yet.
Seal got it.
It
Seal
looks
in
like the
perfect stun,
Dire
Spirit
do
got it.
get 4 bounty runes, which is very impressive. Especially with the ability to counter stun. Looks
200
like,
gold advantage in the beginning.
woo, that's a lot
That's
of gold.
great.
Looks like in the mid lane, the Milky does get a perfect block off compared to the Storm Spirit, but it looks like it does block a bit too much, so the tower hits do come by, which makes it very hard for the Milky to lane and get last hits.
On the early game, he will have a bit of a struggle. But let's
Yeah.
hope he'll pull it off.
Looks like the lane is going to be pushed in very quickly. In the bot lane, we do see a dual melee matchup going against a Lion and a CK, a dual stun. That's going to be very hard to lane against.
The Melcy managed to get his 2 CS up first. CK is 1 and 1 deny already.
Very good, very
Brewmaster
good.
is only on his Brewmaster and Lifesteal only on the first denies.
Yeah.
So, at the moment, the CSing going ahead for the Radiant side.
Looks like there is a massive wave in the top side somehow, very quickly. So it
Ah,
looks like there will be a lot of farm available for the Lifestealer.
It should be if he needs to just pull off a great perfect last hits.
Exactly.
Great lasted one of them. It's 2-1 at the moment. We have 4-1 on CK.
Looks like I do hear a fissure coming out, so it looks like there's going to be a fissure block on the top lane somewhere. So that's going to be interesting. to
As
see.
well, like we can see Seal perfectly harassing as well. The Melcy was already losing a bit of health. It might be from a creep, or it might be from just Seal as well, himself as well.
We clearly see the Milky is dominating the mid lane very well.
It's going to be the last hits denies.
5-1 compared to Storm's 2-0.
And it's a
Ooh.
beginning. It might
That's-
be something that is just going to happen. Trying to maintain the last hits as well.
Yeah. I feel like the Spirit Breaker should start roaming at this point, because the lane presence he has at
Leaving the
moment-
Brewmaster by himself, giving
Yeah.
them the XP early XP.
Yeah.
I think what I'm seeing is like Spirit Breaker is trying to hit himself to level 3. Once he hits level 3, he'll try to go for.
Oh, looks like a
there's the
charge
first
does
charge.
come out, and it looks like a stun counter coming out from the Lion does prevent him from doing anything. The sucky coming from the brew.
No mana for you.
Exactly. Now I believe in the bot lane, the Lion and the CK, very good lane combo, especially against the Brewmaster, who won't be able to do too much. With the dual stun, including the Hex, does mean Brewmaster does not have any ability to stay in the lane whatsoever.
I mean, right now we all seeing is as well Spirit Breaker having no mana.
Exactly.
Like slight mana issues as well. Brewmaster is just maintaining a half. CK is doing perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But the crits are doing more for Brewmaster. CK is gonna have to go for the second tree at the moment.
Looks like the Lion does miss the pull just by a second there.
That's unfortunate.
So looking at the CS charts, it does look like Wind is still leading with 14 and 3 compared to Storm's 5 and 1. However, on the Dire, the Lifestealer is leading just by with 14 and 6. So it looks like the Lifestealer is getting a
It's
fair
like
bit
they-
amount of farm.
Like you said, the level between the Melcy and the Epidemius as well is going really high by itself. You can see that they are both farming great, but we can as well. The advantage goes for denying the
Exactly.
Lifestealer side as well.
Do you reckon Lifestealer will go for a Midas this game?
We might see Midas as well, just for farming. I know the Melcy goes for Midas a lot, so his farming strat might be just going Midas, then go to the jungle, try to farm out, and then roam a bit more.
Yeah. I reckon so. Now with the Lifestealer, he does actually go for a phase boots, so no Midas rush this game. Looks like the CK is going for an early reality rift to get the secure
CK is
last
maintaining
hits.
great CS as well, going
Yeah.
for the thingy. Lifestealer just now managed to go a bit higher. Great stun coming out of Lion as well. There's another stun from Earthshaker. The sucker comes out of a mana, so Spirit Breaker is left without mana.
Looks like the bot lane is struggling a bit with for the dire side, especially with the line suck. So this does mean CK will actually have a fair bit amount of free farm.
Bear in mind the life stealer, well, not life stealer, Lion is sucking out mana from Spirit Breaker. It's closing Spirit Breaker, not being able to roam as well.
Yeah.
He can't charge from the other side immediately, at least.
Yeah.
Brewmaster is trying to have an adventure in the trees as well, trying to maintain his distance away from Lion because Lion is prepared just for the stun. We're coming for the 5-minute mark of coming to the runes.
Looks like the CK is going in to see if he can try.
CK is trying to prevent a Lion as well. They are maybe going for another rune. No, it's coming to the Great One. J-Max pick up another rune.
Well, at least the Radiant side do secure free
And
bounty runes.
free
Looks
bounty
like
runes.
in mid, we do see an engagement going in. Wind is getting
And
fairly
a
low. But
nice
looks
power shot from the MLC.
damn, that's insane.
The damage was probably real. The harassment, it's unfortunate that we haven't seen the whole
It's a bit
harassment
of
in the
BM
fight.
coming out from the Milky. A bit early GG calls. Whew.
And apologies already for
Looks like
harassing.
the CK is engaging onto the Spirit Breaker, but looks like
Perfect
he's
stun
just
from
too
Lion
fast.
coming out the Brewmaster.
We do see Origami is
Are we
fairly
gonna
low.
have follow with a stun? CK is charging at him, trying to stun. Crits are going, but unfortunately he doesn't get it because Brewmaster manages to escape.
Very easy. Looks like the Jakira does go down in top to the Lifestealer. So we do see the strength of the Venge Lifestealer combo.
I think the armor is reduced. They went for the shrine,
Yep.
trying to heal up a bit. The stun came out from for the Earthshaker. He's at the moment feeling completely fine. He's not getting harassed. But Earthshaker is like a bit of low mana, so if they go for the harassment with Vengeful, they might be going with a high attack just so they can close off J-Max a bit.
Looks like not much is happening at the moment. Looks like the Earthshaker is actually struggling in lane at the moment. He doesn't actually have too many levels compared to the Lifestealer, who's nearly level 5. So it looks like they may be able to go onto the Earthshaker.
Another have a stun.
Looks like the CK
Earthshaker.
is managing to go from the
Jones, so suck out the mana so Brewmaster can still get slowed down. Jakira comes to the bot side as well. Pran's a perfect stun, but there is no follow-up, so unfortunately Spirit Breaker escapes. That was. What do you think of that play? Is like, what the Jakira supposed to be coming to the thingy, or like left J-Max by himself?
I think the Earthshaker does need solo XP. But it looks like the Storm Spirit has rotated bot to see if he can get a kill. Looks like he does spot out the Jakiro. And will he be able to do
Got
something?
spotted, they are
He does
trying
look like
to-
he is going to engage on the CK, but looks like the Storm Spirit will zip in, manage to get a Vortex onto the CK. The charge does come in. Looks like the strip power shot
from
front of the Milky
Milky.
comes by, takes out the Brewmaster. Looks like the Storm Spirit nearly has run out of mana, and he does run out of mana. Focus Fire does come by. See if he can get
And
kill
the
the
seal
Storm
is
Spirit. Looks like he will be able to get a
unfortunately
kill on
going
the
down.
Storm Spirit.
Still from
Ice Blast
Jakiro
does
and a
come by,
power
and a
shot from the
triple
Melcy.
Looks like a
Perfect triple kill.
Woo! That's perfect rotation coming out from the Milky.
The Melcy got a great power shots. The skill shots were hit
I
today.
know. Damn, the Milky's on fire. But will that be able to stop the Lifestealer from doing too much? That is the big question.
I don't think so. They still have a chance. Maybe the Radiant side is on the advantage with the gold, but I think they will pull it off sooner or later because of the 45 CS and 13 denies on the sides of the Dire for Lifestealer. So Lifestealer might become a great carry for this one now.
Looks like there is a regen rune top, so will Storm be able to get that rune? It is very important that Storm does get a regen rune and an arcane rune. Those two.
I mean, all old Storm needs to do is start spamming on him, then spam to the regen shard. I think someone is gonna get the regen. It's like the Melcy is gonna get it. Yep. Unfortunately, Seal doesn't get it. Did not manage it a bit well, but we're gonna have to go focus on it somehow. Lifestealer keep maintaining his CS, keep trying to get the good denies. J-Max might be having a bit of a trouble. He's been left by himself, but he still gets that solo XP, so he might get a bit of an advantage.
Looks like he
but-
does. Looks like the left side is going for a Midas. So it looks like he is trying to prioritize farm over fighting. So looks. I feel like
Echo
this is
Slam
going to
from
be a
the-
Radiance game for the Lifestealer.
We might see something great. Fortunately, J-Max is trying to zone off a bit, but Vengeful is doing a great like coming to
We do
this.
see in bot lane there is a slight engagement. They are trading off hits very well. However, it looks like the Jakiro has rotated the bot to see if he can do anything, and the line has TP top. Looks like the supports have switched positions.
I think the switch came for the simple reason Lion is doing a great harassment on bot side, so they just want to implement it to top side now.
Yeah.
It's like, so they need to somehow shut down the lifesteal a bit because he is getting that CS.
Yeah. I feel like at this point the
Perfect
CK
stun,
will be
pull
able to
in,
handle his own.
Charge in, stun,
Ooh, looks
follows
like the
with
ice
the crits
path
with the
does miss.
RNG, hit with the crits, another fire. He manages to escape a bit low. Will that put him back a bit? He's going to eat the tree. But the 2 runs came for the Brewmaster. Great spotting on Origami, trying to use the situation. Demelsi is going to get the top side. Is he going to get the bottom of Lion? I think he's going to pick up that one.
Yeah.
Echo
Ooh.
Slam. Boom.
Rotation
Just
from
go for the
JMax.
blood shot.
That's very interesting. Looks like the bolt does come by and hit the Origami, but looks like they won't be able to chase.
And
Looks
as
like they will be able to take down the tower as well.
Tier 1 is gone already. And we can already see Midas is done as well for Ballads.
Looks like there is an
Lifesteal
engagement
is going
onto
on,
the
charging
line,
in.
and the line will fall down
And
immediately.
unfortunately, Lion goes down. Great play from Lion. From Lion just dying
Oh,
by
power
himself.
shackle onto the Storm Spirit. Can the Storm Spirit slip away? Looks like he will be able to.
Will the
but
power
looks
shot
like
hit?
power shot
Oh!
Ouch! Seal just unable to dodge the strength of the power shot from there.
And they go for the 3 mana region already on the first talent.
Ooh, that is decent.
So this power, also double damage power as well was there.
Yeah,
we can see
that's just too much for Storm Spirit to handle, honestly.
So Radiant side is going with a 7k gold advantage. Lifestealer managed to pick up his Midas. And as well, we can see that Wind Ranger is going for the Maelstrom as well.
She's very close to Maelstrom, only about 300 gold off. So she's actually very farmed.
So we're gonna probably see, I'm pretty sure we should see soon rotations from bot side. Jakiro is probably gonna stay just to keep that push because he can still harass the towers perfectly. Wind Ranger moved to the top side, trying to get a bit of mana for everyone from JMax. Lifestealer is TPing out to the bot
Wind
side.
Ranger has TP top to see if they could take the tower. Looks like the Lifestealer has rotated bot to continue farming. And he does look like he is going for a Radiance.
Second item, Radiance. And he's charging on Jakiro. Will he give him the stun? No. Spirit Breaker is charging on Jakiro. We shall see him any minute. Brewmaster is coming from the flank as well. Spirit Breaker stopped. Alright. The top tower for tier 1 got done as well. With the 3 towers are completely denied as well for the enemy. Spirit Breaker charging on Jakiro. Perfect stun. Another Lifestealer slow. And then the stutter stone from Jakiro. But the Lifestealer picks off the kill. Great play from the Dire side. They are trying to pick it off. They might get the first tier 1. They are trying to go for it. They've lost 3 towers, but they are trying to go for that last, at least another one.
It doesn't look like the Radiant is doing any attempt to defend it. It looks like they do want to go for a tier 2 mid, which is a much better trade. The CK has rotated mid, staying on the high ground and see if anyone's in their jungle. But looks like they won't be able to find anyone. However, the Dire is getting prepared to defend if they want to. Storm has activated a regen rune, so he can go in, do a bit of damage, come back out.
Yeah,
Looks like
Storm
he
is
will
super.
do that. They do engage onto the line, but looks like the line will back off immediately. The Vigil block does come by to stop the Venge from doing anything.
Switch is coming on the
come
Venge
by.
for Vengeful.
Venge's Wind Runners come through. There is a Spirit Breaker charge onto the Wind. Looks like the Lifestealer is coming in from the back line. Does manage to get off. Looks like the Echo Slam does come by to do massive amount of damage. 2 down onto the Dire as well as 2 on the Radiance. But it is a much better trade for the Dire, especially with the Wind going down on the spot. Ice Path is coming by on the Lifestealer, but Lifestealer, can he do anything? He does run out of mana. Looks like the Ice Vortex is coming by onto the Earthshaker, and the Earthshaker does fall down to the Lifestealer as quick as possible. Looks like they will chase the Jakiro. Jakiro does have a Ice Path ready to go, but will he be able to turn around and use it? Looks like the Dire does disengage. And looks like it is a 3-4-2 trade.
Not bad trade, to be honest.
That's a very good trade.
Good trade. It's like now the gold advantage is going down to 1. We can see the great difference between the team net worth. It's slowly going for the Radiant, it's slowly going down. So the scaling is coming to the truth. Itself, Lifestealer is trying to get himself higher as well. The CS advantage, the gold advantage as well. He's containing.
Ooh. However, so the things have even out for both sides, with a 1k gold advantage going to the Radiant side. However, this game, with a
Jack Heroes
potential,
here, it's a bit risky play. There's 2 of you.
yeah. So
Brewmaster is already prepared as well. Like,
That
he's
is
like, I'm
true.
here. I can see you. We're gonna try to pick you off. We're gonna get the runes as well.
Yep.
Jakiro is here doing a bit of a harassment as well. Spirit Breaker did reveal himself a bit, but I don't think so Jakiro noticed. We have 2 wards. We don't see any blue wards as well. We need
That's
to
a
have the
shame.
clear as well.
That's a shame. I mean, like, in my opinion, they should start sending out a bunch of sentries to try and deward the enemy so I can go for a smoke. But it looks like they neither team will be doing that at this time.
I think it's because Origami is not playing support. He's
Oh,
playing
yeah.
position 3.
Yeah.
He's not warding. He's not the
Where are the
ward master.
sentries? Where are the sentries?
Power shot, and the hits doesn't do a lot of damage because of the life steal as well. Heals off Brewmaster. Trying to get the catapult creep, unfortunately fails with his ability for the Brewmaster.
Yeah.
Maelstrom ready for Wind Ranger.
But the CK is rushing a Manta to see, to stop the Infest from doing too much, or the open wounds, that is. And the Storm Spirit looks like he's going for a Lincoln's, a rushed Lincoln's. That's gonna be very interesting to see. With the Lincoln's going up, it's a very defensive item, but it does slow down his farm quite a bit. Looks like a smoke is coming on the Radiant side. so
Oh,
they
they're
can do
gonna
anything.
smoke. He's trying to go on
The
the
CK is invis, so they can't see anything at all. Listen, they will wrap around. It looks
They
like
will.
the Shackle does come out onto Origami. Looks like the Brew will go down. Ice Buff does catch onto 2. And he looks like
the
the Venge.
damage! 3 kills already. The damage for the Melcy. Oh,
That's
he's got
just way
also
too
double
much.
damage as well. Oh, that was really
Ouch.
dirty.
That's a big oof. from there.
1.7 down damage from this. That's
Looks like the
big
Radiant
damage.
will increase their lead by to 7k.
they fall off a bit, but they are still trying to go on higher and higher.
Yeah.
The XP is going higher as well. Still the advantage for the Radiant side.
At this point, I feel like the Lifestealer will have to get online much quicker if he can. Otherwise, the Radiant will just run them down very quickly. He is very close to his Radiants, however. He's only
He's-
about 1,000 gold off.
Soon, so the blinks might be denied for J-Max
Yeah.
as well. And the clones could receive a lot of damage, so they might not survive a lot.
Yeah, that is true. A Blink is online for the Earthshaker, so we could see some potential Earthshakers
Blink's already.
right there.
I think he's trying to get a bit more farmers himself as well.
Yeah.
So denying a bit more creeps as well. The gold advantage still goes for the Lifestealer side, but Wind Ranger is catching up quite fast. Still we see the region rune as well. Got a TP back to top side. I think he's still trying to maintain that farm. He's gonna keep an eye on that, because that's just what puts him in the head. Soon the Radiance is gonna be done.
The Lifestealer is still top of the net worth charts. So
He's trying to maintain that strat. It's by 500 gold, but still, he's gonna be ahead.
yeah.
He's gonna have that one more item. We shall see. Maybe Spirit Breaker will do something with Lifestealer. Maybe some kind of like a little pick off.
I'd reckon so. And Spirit Breaker, interesting to see. He doesn't actually have the recipe to make his magic stick into magic wand, but looks like it might be in a courier. Who knows?
We have a talent of 5 follow stars. To be honest, whenever I play CK, I always like to go for the 20 move speed. It's easier to chase people. It's like it feels nice to chase someone, like
yeah,
faster.
but I feel like with the move speed, it does decrease your potential to go and kill someone. With the stats, you do get a slightly more buff to your damage. So
I mean,
and-
you also get a bit more tankier. You also
Yeah.
receive a bit more stats. The Radiance go We got Radiance for Lifestealer.
Yep, 19 minutes in. Pretty good, pretty good.
It feels like playing Alchemist.
Yeah. Now with Alchemist, you get it like 10 minutes early.
I mean, with Alchemist, you get like 12 minutes or something like that.
Now with,
minute 12,
I'd reckon
minute 11, like
the
Great Alchemist as well.
with the fastest I've seen with an Alchemist on Radiance, 9 minutes, constant stacks, or like no items, just rush a Radiance.
Well, I can proudly say myself was the fastest one was 11 minutes.
11. Damn, that's decent. Looks like Vlad's is online for the Brewmaster, so it looks like team fighting will be an option, ready for the Lifestealer, with the dual life.
As well, they are on the risky side as well. They are trying to pick off this 4 bot side,
Yeah.
1 on top side.
Looks like the Dire side is actually grouped up, and I feel like they might be going for a smoke in a minute, but looks like the Radiant side is smoked up, ready to play. See if they can do anything. They do spot out the Earthshaker, Storm Spirit, and the Echo Slam does come by. Stun
Everyone
the
is followed up
Earthshaker.
with the
Looks like
perfect stun
Ooh,
and a power shot, finishing him off.
Very, very quick play and very easy to do. The Storm Spirit is just nothing in this game at the moment.
They're
Looks like
still
they do wanna
trying to
engage on
life
the
steal
top
his
high
game
ground.
close. Going
Lion
for the
does come up.
Swallow Lion. CK's doing an Echo Saber slam as well.
Looks like the free
With
man.
all the stuns. The Melcy is still like not getting stunned or anything. He's going for the Spirit Breaker. Receive the stun. Power shot. Misses, unfortunately. CK is following up. Stun again. Goes for the finger. Life still is struggling. He's trying to escape. Will CK get him? We got a power. Can we get the perfect power shot? Unfortunately, he just blinks away. We can't.
Ouch. That is a 4-for-2 trade coming out for the Radiant side. So it does look like team fight potential for the Radiant. Much stronger, much stronger. But I
mean-
feel like that fight went to the Radiant mainly because of the solo pick off from the from the Spirit Breaker.
I mean, they went for the support. Bear in mind, the Melcy was just left with him perfectly having the ult up, didn't like melting down the carry, couldn't do a lot. Spirit Breaker was down. Stuns from Jakiro, perfect
Yeah.
eyes.
It does look like the Storm Spirit has changed his mind to going for a Bloodstone. So it looks like Lincoln's is not an option for the Storm Spirit right now. So I feel like at this time a Bloodstone is a bit late. In my opinion, he should have gone for more or less an Orchid to get that early pick off of potential.
Maybe a pick of a potential. We still have the 5k gold advantage. Dire side is keeping the gold up with Lifestealer himself, still trying to maintain that CS.
Looks like
See-
the Lion is going to go for a mech. Interesting pickup, especially when you don't see a mech really going for a boss 5. Well, that's a boss 4 thing.
We also see J-Max with going for Euless.
That is that pickup does make sense, especially with the Storm Spirit going in and the Brewmaster. Well, in this case, any of the heroes, if they engage, the Yule will be very good as a disengage movement. If he can time it right, that is.
If he times it well. I mean, we know how good he can be with his Echo Slam. See, we already saw his great Echo Slam going from the bot side.
Yeah, I know.
Denying and going down for the enemy.
Looks like for the vision for the Dire side, it does seem to be very defensive, especially with the 3 wards coming out. Just to be on the Dire side, 1 in the bot jungle, 1 in the top jungle, and 1 in mid.
I mean, they have to keep it down because they have an open tier 3 mid.
Yeah, they do spot out a Lion. The Lifestealer is
I
chasing
think
up.
Lion is going to be stunned. The
Spirit
Spirit
Breaker
Breaker
is charging in. And looks like the Lion will just die. Looks like the Wind Rage is inside.
And the kill goes as well to Lifestealer, keeping him at the Goldie advantage.
He is in a monster kill. 1 kill to go godlike. So that should be interesting.
Net worth is still really high and XP gain is still really high for the Radiant. Dire needs to catch up a bit more.
I feel like at this point it's more or less a farm game. I'm like, got a Wind and CK going up against a Lion.
I think Dire side needs to play a bit more PvE. They need to farm to get that bit of XP, get a bit of a gold. We still have the magic resistance coming from the Vengeful Spirit. The Melcy is going for a lot of items. We can see like he doesn't have the great choice. He just has a lot of items to choose from. He might be finishing the Maelstrom as well, like going for the Mjolnir. It's surprising to as well not to see Lion straight rush for the Aghanims just to have the AoE ultimate.
Yeah, I feel like at this point the Lion will struggle to get the Ags, especially with how much farm he's getting, which is almost slim to none. Looks like Takiro has got a mech and arcane boots ready, so he will build that into a Greaves later.
I mean, he has a bit of an advantage over Vengeful, but Spirit Breaker is keep going with his advantages. I'm surprised that Spirit Breaker is not farming as well. Like he is the roam.
Yeah.
Well, he should be going to the jungle a bit more, getting a bit of the XP. But I think he's trying to focus more on the warding side and trying to pick up those kills for Lifestealer.
Yeah. Oh, it's very interesting to see. We do have a mech prepared for the Takiro, but the Lion is also going for a mech. So a double mech might be a bit too much, and it might actually not work in this case. But we'll just see what happens.
Trying to predict if the ward is going to be there.
A double sentry does miss out the ward, so it sucks a bit. With 200 gold is wasted just like that.
It's quite a lot for the ward. We have also nice vision ward on the mid side as well, just so we can pay attention to the mid side.
Maelstrom is completed, and he does seem like he is going for a full Mjolnir. So that's going to be a lot of farming speed and team fight potential coming out for the Lifestealer.
He's keeping installed the axe for the creep damage as well.
Looks like the Radiant do want to push top tier 2. They all have grouped up. Power Shot does come by to scout out. I don't know if actually they caught anyone. Looks like the Storm Spirit does cancel his TP. Looks like they will manage to get tier 2 ready. The Dire do want to fight, but it looks like they just want to back off just in case.
I think the Melcy had a bit of a vision there. It's like, oh, somebody is going to be there. Must Power Shot. It's like,
yeah.
But it gave a bit too much information to the Dire side, so the Dire side backed off and have a bit of a safe and not going to die immediately after being sawed.
Yeah.
Yola already on for the Earthshaker. Earthshaker is trying to go a bit of the farm as well. He is soon catching up to Seal, if you would like to notice that.
Yeah.
It's like he's a bit 2k, but still, he's going to call for. They went for the smoke. Are they trying to go for a little cheeky gang for the Storm Spirit?
I feel like at this point they do.
Oh,
Lifestealer is in the jungle, and we'll they do see the Lifestealer.
Oh, they went off, pulling up the Lifestealer. There's Lifestealer going magic resistance, trying to escape slowly. Hey, unfortunately doesn't go from the start.
Looks like the CK is going to get turned around by the Lifestealer, but looks like the Echo Slam does come by, catch the Lifestealer off guard. And it looks like the teamfight does break out, but looks like the CK will fall down first with the Earthshaker coming by next. Finger does come out, but it looks like there won't be enough damage to kill them. Looks like the Lifestealer does go on a triple kill and does go into beyond godlike. Looks like it's a 4-0 trade for the Dire.
They cleared Radiant. They are going now, trying to go a bit of ahead. Well, did you see the Lion's finger of death? It was just like a little cute tickle.
Yeah.
Fortunately.
Yeah. I mean, like, at this point, the Dire do have the power spike ready to go. The Lifestealer's net worth is
they
just
are finally in the gold advantage as well.
Exactly. So this does look like this. The Radiant will struggle to get any proper team fights going on.
Epidemus did a bit of a misplay as the Lifestealer being cut off a bit, but
yeah.
it still went into his advantage because the team was there to follow up.
Yeah.
They finally got their tier 1 on mid side. They might be going for the tier 1 as well for top side if they decide to. Lifestealer obviously goes and prioritizes CS. The lane CS giving him a bit more XP. Soon gonna hit level 20 as well.
I'm pretty sure the Lifestealer is just way too far ahead for the Radiant to do anything. I'm like, they may have direct counters, but the Lifestealer is just way too strong.
He's strong, especially when he just turns on his shield. His home BKB. To be honest, if he goes for another BKB, the Radiant side is just gonna struggle. They're not gonna be able to stun him in long enough, and he's just gonna pick up the kills like there will be nothing to him. It's like a free meal for Lifestealer. Vengeful just revealing a bit of the vision. It's like it meant to be a friendly match, but it actually came to the really nice and competitive side, if you would say. Vengeful's one of the Vengeful Spirits are still going.
Looks like they are grouped up bot to see if they can try and take the tier 2 tower to prevent the Lifestealer from farming way too much. Trying to get a bit of map control ready to go.
great chance for the Venge to use actually clones just so she can reveal where they're gonna be. I think they're gonna be preparing for smoke.
Yeah. Look to the dire side. Is ready to.
Unless the Lifestealer is coming out for the bait.
Yeah. He is ready to defend. He does
We
have
can
his
see
rage ready.
we can see the perfect pattern as well as coming, like the Radiant side trying to hide in the trees, trying not to show themselves.
Yeah.
Dire side keeping on the high ground. Two of them have revealed themselves. All they can see at the moment is not a lot. It's like the vision is limited. Storm Spirit is trying to keep on the high ground as well, trying to keep away.
I think the only slight issue is at the moment is the fact that the Radiant don't actually have anyone to engage on at this point. Because if they engage on a Lifestealer, he's way too tanky. So he's just going to tank all that damage and just return. With the open wounds, he's going to get all that health back very quickly.
And as well, they don't really have a lot of engagement. They need Earthshaker to engage. They rely on the Earthshaker at the moment. When the Radiants, well, Dire side have Storm Spirit, have a Spirit Breaker. Well, yeah, the Spirit Breaker, Vengeful, they have all the engages. They also have the swap for the Vengeful side as well. If Vengeful swap, Spirit Breaker can go on the swap as well, keeping the stun up.
Yeah.
And that's a dead for the carry.
Yeah. A BKB is online for the CK. So this does mean that does make CK a bit more tankier.
It makes him tanky and it also makes him visible because the illusions don't. Do the illusions display as well?
No, they don't actually.
So he will be visible. So if they're gonna be going on someone, they know who to target. So it's a bit of revealing himself. 5k gold advantage, well 4.5 as well. Dire side is going with the gold advantage just because of Lifestealer. And also Storm Spirit is catching up himself as well. So they are going slightly ahead.
It looks like the Radiant side is going for a 5-man Dota game right now. Like they haven't been split for the last like 5-10 minutes. Are just ready to go and just push constantly.
They are trying to get that mark off, just to finish early because sooner or later, Lifestealer is slowly getting closer.
They do go into Spirit Breaker. Looks like Spirit Breaker will fall down.
Oh, they cut off, and as well the Melcy picks up the kill.
This does mean that we'll charge up to tier 3 towers. Looks like the power shot. Looks like the Shackles will go on to the Storm Spirit. Looks like the Milky will manage to walk away freely with the Fissure Block. Looks like Lifestealer is on the back line, is trying to catch out this Jakiro, but looks like the Shackle shot is coming by. Latch onto the tree and does manage to catch the Lifestealer. The CK Illusions come by, try and take down Lifestealer. Looks like he won't be able to with the Infest Bomb. Just come by, keep him alive. The BKB does come out. Spot does come out in the CK. Will the CK be able to survive? Looks like he won't be able to survive. The open wounds on the Jakiro. Looks like Jakiro will fall down instantly. Spirit Break on the back line is charging onto the line, ready to go again. Looks like the Swan Spirit on the side is going to get shackled.
Spirit
Does
Breaker
manage to go
charging
down,
in.
just like that. Looks like the line will fall down eventually as well. Looks like the Echo Slab does come by. Any damage? Looks like there won't be any damage whatsoever. Looks like the Dire is going to disengage. There is a shackle shot onto the Lifestealer, and the Milky will be able to run away with safety. It looks like the Earthshaker? No, the Earthshaker will fall down to the Vengeful Spirit stun. And the CK will TP out to the shrine to safety.
And that's another good play for Dire side. They are slowly pulling it off. They are going ahead. I'm pretty sure the Melcy's not happy.
Looks like there is a 5-minute timer on to the out.
They are already going for the little bit of a BM. That's right, trying to. It's like who will concede? I'm pretty sure none of them was going to concede. Everyone is going to try to fight to the end.
Yeah.
We still see not a lot of kills. Like gold advantage still just 1k. They're keeping it up with the Dire side as well. Radiant is slowly going down. We need to see a Brewmaster going to a bit ahead. Storm Spirit starting to do a bit more damage. Look like there's gonna be another PvE side from the Dire side and Radiant. They are trying to make assurance that they both gonna deal a lot of damage to them. So how do you think? What do you see? Like we thought that the Radiant side is gonna have a great side on the beginning, but now we see the Dire is pulling off pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, like with the Lifestealer pulling ahead very quickly and very far. It's almost impossible to kill a life
Oh,
steal at
there's
this
a
point.
double damage for Seal.
Will
Does
he
he
take
have
it?
a bottle? He doesn't have. Oh yeah, he has the illusion bottle. He should have just put this in the bottle as well, just to keep it in case.
Yeah.
Not a lot of action happening at the moment. Just going for a small, chilled side. Everyone is trying to push a bit,
Yeah.
get about that bit of XP advantage.
Ooh, Echo Slam does come out onto the Earth's Storm Spirit. But looks like the Echo Slam won't be able to enough to do any damage, and the Earthshaker will fall down due to his efforts. That was a very quick play and a very quick death. That was a wasted Echo Slam as well.
The question mark from Lifestealer, another BM.
This does give the window of opportunity for the Dire to push out and take a
Look
tier
at the
2 tower.
XP advantage going down already
Wow.
for the side.
That's insane.
It went down pretty quick, like J-Max.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like the lion will go
Nice,
down
like a
as
lion.
well.
Lifestealer is just now, his scaling, as well his lifesteal on open wounds, giving him so much damage. Now it's just a chance of picking off. Another perfect storm coming from Jakiro. Everyone's going, Brewmaster going on Jakiro, giving him a stun. Jakiro goes down. CK going on the Brewmaster. Can anyone save him? Unfortunately, he goes down. Spirit Breaker goes down. Seal and a Vengeful. Is this a 4-man wipe? Is this a 5-man wipe? Come on, CK, you can follow it up. J-Max is chasing. He's not giving up. Just placing the ward and let Seal escape.
I feel like the Dire were just a bit too confident.
They were a bit too
Pushing.
greedy. Let's just say it
Yeah.
that way.
I'm like, yes, they got a kill onto the line, but at that point they should have backed off to reset the fight. But they just went a bit too deep under the tower and managed to secure kills.
Lifestealer got a
everywhere.
bit too close and he didn't manage to get his own BKB down fast
Yeah.
enough. So Jakiro managed to pull off a great stun on him. So the fortification coming for the Dire side. Not letting. We're going to see a Manta immediately. Oh no, it's just letting a casual CK
Yeah.
beat down to the
I mean,
tower.
like, he is saving a Manta in case he does get engaged on.
And the Seal is doing.
Like that.
But he's got a perfect slam as well. You know, this hit of the wall.
Yeah.
And CK is TPing away.
Very quick tier 3 tower on the spot.
They can now go for the shrines. The shrines can go down soon.
That is true, actually. This just reduced the map control for the Dire. Make it much easier for the Radiant to push in and just take everything.
It's like they still haven't went for Roshan.
That's
We are
surprising.
quite further in with the game, but the Roshan hasn't been killed even once.
I know. I feel like at this point, when it took down all 4 players, they should go for a Roshan play rather than tier 3.
That would be something that good for the Melcy as well. If the Melcy will pick up the Immortality, or CK as well.
Nah, I'd reckon the Wind Runner would be more important. Because as soon as CK uses his illusions, like, what else can he do? Just be a tank.
That's all he does at the moment.
Oh, like with Wind, she has a lot more higher output damage, which makes it much better for Wind to
Soul
just
Spirit
continue
charging in,
attacking.
just did the checker for the Roshan.
He does zip a long way, so he does run out of mana very quickly. Diddy Rune is on top. Looks like they are planning to go take Roche. Windrunner does actually have an MKB ready.
And that was the call. That was the call. They haven't went for it, but they are going for it now.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Daesh side should know it already. They haven't scanned it yet, which is unfortunate for the side.
But it looks like the Dire side is grouping up to see if they can do anything.
I think
And
yeah, they figure it out already.
they have figured out their own Roche. Will they do anything? It looks like they won't actually do.
And
Nothing.
we have the Melcy with the Yes of Immortality.
They do have vision on the high ground, so will they engage? It looks like they won't.
And they smoked it up.
Yeah, in the backside they have a
The
smoke
blink
up
a
ready.
bit failed, but it's fine.
Nope.
We can pull it off. The Melcy did a bit of a blink to the bush.
There is a heart online ready for the CK, so he's very tanky. Like, we'll be able to kill him. That's the question.
Nearly 200 strength.
Oh, that's a lot of strength. Looks like stuns come out
Stun,
onto swap.
switch.
Looks like will be able to do too much. The Aspath does come out. Echo Slam does come by. Take him out. Loads of damage. Looks like the Brewmaster will go down. Lifestealer will go down as well. He doesn't actually have buyback ready. The Spirit Breaker will go
Brewmaster's
down
got
as
buyback.
well. Aspath does land on the Storm Spirit. The swap comes out to save the Storm Spirit. Just like that. Looks like the Rax will go down.
And I think this is the end.
I
This
think
might be
at this
the
point,
end.
this might be the end. The fight still continues. CK Illusion is doing a lot of damage. Looks at the
Check.
buyback onto the Swarm Spirit. Looks at Swarm Spirit will buy back, and the looks like the Radiant will just take the game on the spot, just like that.
So we could say a good game as well.
GGs are coming out.
Storm
Looks like the
Spirit
Radiant
is
side
trying
will
to
win.
get a bit of a pick off, but I think he already gave up itself.
Looks
And
like
we're gonna have the end as well, a win for the Radiant side.
ooh, that was a very, very strong play coming out right at the very end. The Radiant side managed to take the win by storm with the just the better team fight potential. And that is it for the Dota today. Thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure. And we will now take it back to the analysts and the host. So
Thank you for watching.
take it away.
Ali or Omnitoaster here to sort of go through that game. So what do we think?
Yeah, I think that was a game that could have been over quite a lot quicker than it actually was. The Radiant team had a massive advantage very early after a couple of suspect ganks from the Dire and some very good ganks from them, but they just didn't really itemize properly to push it as hard as they could have. That game could have been over maybe 10 minutes quicker if, for example, Chaos Knight hadn't gone for that Hand of Midas, had gone for the BKB and some of those fighting items like the AC a bit earlier instead, kind of pushing that advantage, just taking the fight to them. They had so much lockdown, so much team fight, and they just didn't really do enough with it. They went for the greedy game, trying to keep up with the Lifestealer when they should have just been going to try and beat him instead.
Okay, so you think it could have been over quite quickly then?
Yeah.
For that one, yeah. I noticed you called out the Storm Spirit pick
Yeah.
quite a few times. that one.
It did seem questionable to me picking a Storm Spirit when you had all the information that was the very last pick of the draft, and they last picked it into a team which had 7 stuns. Storm Spirit is a hero who very much hates lockdown, and he got a very slow start, which didn't help. If he'd had a bit of a faster one, could have got that Bloodstone straight into a BKB. He never actually went for the BKB, so he never had that magic immunity, which would have been really good for him because, again, just not getting stunned is key for that hero. And you saw so many times he'd get fissured by the Earthshaker, and then just the rest of the stuns would come in one by one by one, and there's nothing he could do. His team couldn't really save him because if they went in, so many of the stuns were AoE, they'd get stunned up as well. And a lot of those team fights came down to him getting picked off before they started, and then just the rest of the team having to retreat, getting picked up on that because they had so much catch.
So who do you think they should have picked instead then?
There were a lot of heroes against a Wind Ranger. Is kind of hard because she's really good against a lot of heroes in the mid that were left. But someone who could go with that Lifestealer, make a lot of space for him. So like the Brewmaster was a really good pick, and they could have actually put him mid and taken somebody else into the off lane. I think would have been a nice choice. Picking someone like a Bristleback. I don't think Mars is in Captain's mode yet. If he wasn't, that would have been really good. But just someone else to be that frontliner with the Lifestealer, just to make a bit more space for him. More lockdown would have been good. Storm Spirit's lockdown is there, but it's not massively reliable. So again, yeah, just a mid laner with a bit more lockdown. I'm trying to think of some, or an off laner with a bit more lockdown. Maybe even like an Enigma or someone would have been really good in that off lane. And putting the Brewmaster in mid might have worked out better for them.
All right.
Fair enough. So yeah, it just comes down to sort of not very good picks then, really. You said.
I mean,
Would
I'm
say.
not sure necessarily the choice. Wind Ranger was a really good pick last, so I'm not sure it was necessarily really not great picks. It was a lot of good picks coming out from the Radiant.
Just
as
questionable
well.
last one then.
Wind Ranger was a really great pick against the Lifestealer. Really good physical damage is excellent against that hero. Just absolutely dismantles him. So that was and she played incredibly well. She was hitting her shackle shots almost every single time. She dismantled her lane. She did so well there. So
Yeah,
I think-
we did see Demelsi getting a lot of first picks in fights towards the start. So
and on point with that power shot as well. Just hitting every time. I think I saw her miss one, and it was very very narrowly. So yeah, I think Wind Ranger played very well. And if I had to give an MVP, would definitely be going to
would be Demelsi on
would
Wind
be
Ranger.
going to Wind Ranger. Yeah.
Is there anyone else you were particularly impressed by?
Yeah, the Earthshaker
Okay.
was hitting. Some of his Echo Slams were absolutely huge. That support combo, not support combo, offlane support combo that was top for the Radiant, the Earthshaker, and the Jakiro in those team fights were doing so much work. So many Echo Slams and Macro Pyres on top of each other, just doing so much damage to the Dire team. That team fight combo that they would manage to pull off pretty much every single time with their lockdown, with their magical burst, was very, very impressive. Those two played very well together. Their lane went well. They, I think, dropped one kill fairly early on, but other than that, they stayed alive, got their levels, got their XP that they needed, and took that into the later game where their team fight execution was sublime, really.
Fair enough. So yeah, you mentioned a few times about the Dire side's timing on a few ganks and kills. There was one point where there was 3 Dire, one, and I think it was bot lane,
Yeah.
and 1 Radiant.
So I mean, there were a couple of questionable executions, I think, really, especially that gank around 7 minutes
Yeah.
into the game, just after Storm Hero Spirit had hit 6. He started to head down, and he got scouted out just before he got into lane. And I understand that at that point, as a mid lane, I used to play mid before I swapped onto the support. You don't want to have invested the time walking down to the bottom lane and then just turn around. But they knew he was there, and they had the lockdown. They had 3 people, and then the Wind Ranger very, very quickly teleported to the lane, rotated to back up her team, and managed to turn that into a triple kill for her, which just snowballed her even more. I think at that point, you have to just accept sometimes that your gank hasn't worked before you've even gone for it. Just turn around, go back to the lane, carry on farming. Because otherwise, not only are you giving them kills, but you're slowing yourself down so much. Even if they didn't all die, and the gank just didn't work because the Dire retreated because they saw the Storm Spirit, the Radiant retreated, sorry, because they saw the Storm Spirit, you've still invested too much time walking down. Just get back to lane, get back to farming. And yeah, just sometimes you just have to give up on the gank.
So they just didn't get the value in time, really.
Yeah, they didn't get the value, and they just gave a bit too much value to the Radiant.
Okay, fair enough. How did you see the sort of rune game playing out? Because we saw I think it was Radiant get a lot of them to start with.
Yeah, so Nadaya got all 4 of the first
Okay, with
bounty
Dire,
runes, which is should be a really nice advantage going into the laning stage for them. Like, it's a lot of gold that you have that your opponents don't have, especially for that mid lane. It skyrockets you towards a bottle, which is a really important item for winning that lane, especially for a Storm Spirit, because you're going to be spamming a lot of abilities. You really, really need the mana regen that it affords you. But after that, they kind of let themselves get bullied away from the runes a little bit, and the runes increase in money as the game goes on. So the 5-minute ones are more than 0-minute ones, 10-minute ones more, and so on and so on. So the second lot of runes, actually, the Radiant got 3 out of 4 of them. And then from then on, it was kind of trading, but the Radiant were definitely getting the advantage of it. And I think the Dire were just a bit too scared to engage on them and stay there. They did have quite a lot of catch, though. So it might have been the thing to do just to give them that little bit of gold, because if you did stick around just a little bit too long trying to get that rune, then the amount of stuns they had would probably just keep you there and kill you. So I don't think it was necessarily a mistake to give up as many runes as they did.
Okay, fair enough. Any other sort of big picks you take from that match?
I don't think so, really. No, I think just they, just a couple of picks might have been better placed elsewhere, and the Radiant probably could have won it 10 or so minutes quicker if Chaos Knight had itemized slightly differently.
Yeah, about that Chaos Knight item.
Yes.
You mentioned that.
Hey, Hand of Midas. I have a thing against Hand of Midas. I am biased against it. Just putting that out there before we start. Do not like that item. On the
Okay.
Lifestealer, it's okay because he farms very quickly, and he doesn't need items like the BKB that hold you back from getting damage items because he has Rage, so he already has that magic immunity. The Chaos Knight, however, doesn't have the same timing as a Lifestealer, and when you buy the Midas, it's a signal that you're trying to hit the same timing as the Lifestealer, and if you do that, you're just not going to win to him because the Lifestealer is going to be better than you because he can invest more into the damage, more into the just straight up tankiness, where you have to go for stuff like the BKB. So he should not. I don't personally think the Chaos Knight should have gone for the Midas, especially after he saw that the Lifestealer did, because you know that the Lifestealer's items are going to be a bit slower coming out because he did opt to go for this Midas first. So then you can get some items out even faster than him. Get something like an Echo Saber, get the BKB, get a Assault Cuirass, and just go in with the rest of your team fighting. Just
Some
take the battle to them as quickly as possible.
Items that sort of reward damage. And yeah, aggressiveness more.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Do you
Um,
reckon they would have had a higher chance if they did go with that sort of
Uh,
build?
They would have won quicker, yeah.
Yeah, they would have won quicker.
Yeah, definitely.
Fair enough.
Okay. Obviously a few of those players sort of they're not the most experienced with the game. I know Pulse and Nibble are a few that picked it up yesterday, I think. So how did you think they got on?
Pulse actually played incredibly well on the Spirit Breaker. Yeah, I saw quite a lot. He was playing very well just as the kind of position 4 support role, which, especially if you've just started playing the game, is one that I think it's deceptively hard, because you have to kind of realize how much you're going to have to try and do without items.
Yep.
Because we saw a lot, especially as a Spirit Breaker, you're going to be in the midst of every fight, you're going to be charging into opponents, so you kind of have to accept that you're going to die a lot, and it's the same on the Vengeful Spirit. They actually picked 2 support heroes there who kind of just get sacked off a lot and die, because they both just have abilities that put them into the danger, but help the rest of their team to do so. They usually end up dying, even if it means the rest of their team get the advantage out of it. But I think they both played very well. The stun locking that was coming out from them was really good. They weren't really stacking too many stuns, because durations don't stack. So if you do 2 stuns at the same time, you're just wasting the duration. They weren't doing that. They were layering their stuns very well. So I think both of them on that support duo were playing very well during the
So
the whole game.
impressive first showing then for
Yeah.
some of those players.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
They've got
well,
a future.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for coming. Alan,
Thank you.
joining us. We will see you later, I believe.
Yes, I'll be
For
back
Overwatch?
for the Overwatch. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thanks for watching the Dota, guys. We will now be switching over to a quick break while we set up for the Soul Calibur 6 matches. We will be back at 11:30, and we'll be switching over straight to the casters on that game. So they'll be hosting that game and introducing the players to you. See you later, guys.
Standing all by myself in the shadows, surrounded by the silence seeping in. Alone with my thoughts, no one to follow. Running on time that's paid thin. Can someone hear me? Screaming at the top of my lungs. Tell me that I'm only dreaming. Can someone take away this feeling? to a place where seeing is believing. Tell me that I'm only dreaming. Can someone take away this feeling? Feels like I am barely breathing. Come and save me. Tell me that I'm only dreaming. Everything around me spinning. Need someone to wake me up before it's too late. it on a thread. Don't know what's next. I wanna feel alive. I kissed a stranger in a white dress. She put a crown on top of my head. Said every king needs a queen in his bed. I said, hey girl, I'd like to stay here for a while, just you and I. Far from the places we can't get away from. She said, hey boy, I like your style. I'll let you play me for a while. Play me till the sun rises. Play me like a violin. Here with you now, not coming down. Leave my insanity up here in the clouds. Look what we found, oxygen we can breathe. Let the madness slowly undress. Rip the mask off over our heads. We can dive down deeper instead. I said, hey girl, I'd like to stay here for a while, just you and I. Far from the places we can't get away from. She said, hey boy, I like your style. I'll let you play me for a while. Play me till the sun rises. Play me like a violin. Play me till the sun rises. Play me till your hands give in. Play me like a violin. Play me till the sun rises. Play me till you can't hide it. Play me like a violin. Play me till the sun rises. Play me till your hands give in. Play me like a violin. Play me till the sun rises. Play me till you can't hide it. Play me like a violin.
Welcome back. We hope that you enjoyed the game of Dota 2. We now have Soul Calibur coming up shortly. What should we expect to see?
Well, you see, Soul Calibur's not really a standard fighting game. It's set in 3 dimensions, so it tests players' fundamentals and abilities to react quickly in these varieties of tense moments. Keele's roster consists of a bunch of solid fighting game players. However, Staffs has a mix of veterans and first-year students this year. It could go either way due to this general fighting game format we're using, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. The games will be 4 versus 4, because unfortunately some people had to drop out, meaning that one side must knock out all 4 players in order to secure the win. I think it will lead to some surprise heroes and underdogs, and as well as cranking up pressure and tension as the teams dwindle. How do you think the players will handle this on top of the recent patch?
I'm not sure. There's been a very wild mix-up in the most recent patch. Some characters have had some very, very drastic changes, especially with nerfs to things like Reversal Edge.
That's a big one.
Specifically, nerfs to Talim. No, I'm not bitter about that, not in the slightest.
You know, they're going to get Siegfried a gun one day. They're just going to give him a clock. He's just going to get into Dark Legacy. He's just going to pull out a gun. It's like, right, I'll take this round.
I mean, they gave Zaslamel a gun.
Oh, yeah, they did. No,
That B plus KB, man.
I don't agree with this.
I mean, to be fair, I still haven't managed to land it yet.
Well, Maybe we'll see it today. I kind of want to see it
Maybe.
today.
I don't know. Maybe I don't think our team has his ass, but
We don't,
I
but,
think Keele might. We don't know.
The only guess I can make for Keele's team is Astroth, like I said earlier, Ben, because he plays like big
Him and his
bodies.
big boys.
Yeah, yeah.
He
He
likes his big boys.
Who's he playing Street Fighter? Is it Abigail?
Abigail.
Yeah.
Ben likes his big sweaty men, so.
Dear me, dear me. Right, ooh, okay. We're getting a Geralt, I think.
A Geralt.
I haven't seen Geralt since day one.
No,
honestly.
Geralt
He kind of fell off, didn't he?
Geralt was very popular very early on. He's still a very solid character. He's just nowhere near as popular as he used to be. I guess some of that popularity can be attributed to he's the guest character. He came in, people showed up early on, the Witcher fans flooded in.
Yeah, yeah.
And now we've still got a few dedicated who are Witcher fans, but now also Soul Calibur fans.
Yeah, definitely. I think Geralt thrives on being just good at the game, honestly.
Mm.
I mean, he has a couple of gimmicks, like his magic and his, like, his stupid, like, force bomb thing. That's super fast. Anyway, we're getting right into the game. So we have Raven as Taki and Callum as Geralt. I think we're just going straight into it. No button check. Oh, the new patch added the...
Yeah.
Yeah, finally.
Button check on character select. We tournament standard now.
Finally. They added that since the Tekken.
And here,
It's
of course,
surprising, no?
we have Raven running Taki like she has been for most of Soul Calibur's run at this point.
Taki's one of those characters that have always been a bit...
She's had a bit of a rough go of it
Yeah,
this game.
Not terrible, but certainly on the weak side.
She was terrible.
Day one, maybe.
Day one, she was pretty damn bad.
Then
But
she
she's
had
gotten.
Then she had a patch, and then sort of fixed a couple things.
Oh, she's going in with that offense though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Steps the reversal edge.
Wonderful punish.
Oh, picks up a very fast first round there.
Excellent work. That was a... I think it was a tech trap, actually, because I'll stand up.
He held that reversal edge just a little bit too long as well. He was a bit hesitant to pull the trigger.
All reversal edges are strictly vertical as well, so if you see it coming, you can just step it and punish pretty easily with practically
Unless
anything.
it's Amy.
Yeah, unless you tell him. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
Amy?
Amy can mix it up into a horizontal. It doesn't get the reversal edge, but you get a horizontal.
Fair and balanced. No, she's alright. She's got short range. Speaking of short range, Taki's doing...
Oh, yeah, Raven keeping up with a lot of those
has
fast
to stay in
buttons.
close. The only long range options that really slow projectile. Callum here with the... He seems to be struggling a bit the matchup. I think he's not used to the speed. Oh, that's unfortunate. You can actually block that even if it hits you on normal hit. Yeah, it's not that great of a move, but if it catches you out, you get a free launch, and Taki's damage output's pretty good.
Geralt not making much use right now of that of those ranged options, those spells you mentioned earlier as well.
Yeah, his spells are probably what makes him so good. Ooh, that's near the ring out.
He's also got quite like.
Right, thanks.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. That was, we just had the audio burst and it was absolutely ruptured my eardrum. Sorry about that. Oh, lethal hit. Ooh.
Getting a nice conversion off it as well.
Anyway, where were we? So
running
Raven's
in
up
again.
2 rounds. I'm guessing it's best of 3. Yeah. All right. Excellent. All right.
Well, I can't say I'm completely a fan of this Geralt's idea of just running in.
Yeah, Geralt is
Like,
a mid-range character, definitely.
In this matchup, especially against someone like Taki, who has an I-10 punish.
Yeah. Oh, Raven go with the timeout. She's got this easy. Oh. That's it.
Like, I think that's the big problem here. I wonder if he's going to adapt later on. Geralt, against characters like Taki, wants to be playing that mid-range game, wants to be keeping them out.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And
He's got the really good 2A as well, which is the quick sweep. I think that'll be really good in this matchup. Oh, character switch.
We go into character select.
Okay. I guess we're not character locked then. That's good. Wonder what else he's got. You know, I said this earlier in Discord. I kind of hope it's a little bit back and forth, because I really enjoy watching this game. And I'm really happy to see it Varsity as well.
Grow.
Grow, alright.
It's time to press some buttons.
Well, Grow is the newcomer in this game, and he is quite...
aggressive?
Simple. Oh, wait, hang on. Change of controls,
Was she
maybe?
running that with wrong buttons?
That was impressive. She stole that. No round brown, was it?
Yeah, no round brown.
So I'm going to guess that not everyone knows exactly what's going on with Soul Calibur. So let's just explain a couple of mechanics that are new. Especially, let's just go with the basics. So you got the health bar at the top. You have the super meter at the top with this little crescent shape. It'll turn green, it'll turn yellow. There's 2 uses for that. There's super mode, and there's a big super attack.
Yes.
And that's it for the most characters. Some characters like Yoshimitsu and Geralt can buff attacks, if I'm correct.
Yeah, which is a mechanic returning from 5, actually.
Yeah.
Which is weird that they brought it back for like a couple of characters.
Yeah,
Really
yeah.
interesting that they decided to do that.
This game reminds me of Killer Instinct in terms of how different characters are.
Yeah. The super mode very much reminds me of instinct mode.
Yeah, definitely.
Not quite in terms of like getting the unique mechanics, and Grow going in right now.
Grow, I think. can
Overall,
handle
I
Smash
like
a bit
this
better.
change.
Yeah, definitely. Even though he's got good mid-range tools, he's got better close-range tools, I think.
Yeah. And that's where he was struggling, and with Grow now, he gets up there. He's got those quicker buttons that he can.
He's got the stance
get
mix
going
up
in
as well, like there.
And he's got Avenger stance, which is frankly nutty.
It's hit and miss because like some moves are really good.
Oh, going for the
Ooh.
roar unblockable.
That's a. I don't
Brave?
I think that might have been a misinput. I don't know.
Maybe. If not, then a bold move, definitely.
Again, I think it's a misinput. I see a lot of taunt misinputs in this game. I do it a lot. And it's just like, why are you doing this? It's just like, I'm not meant to be doing this. Oh, didn't block it again?
We're getting the conversion? Yes, we are.
I didn't know that was a thing. There you
Oh
go.
no, I saw her doing that in
Training.
practice earlier. That was it's a cool combo. She's had that for a little while actually.
Ooh.
Ah, falls for the projectile. That sneaky high.
It's
a
not
tracking high
It
projectile.
doesn't track, I don't think.
It tracks sidestepping.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just crouch it.
Yeah.
It's.
I mean,
really
if you're
simple.
Talem, I guess you could probably RE it and then cancel. But
Yeah.
then again, then with the latest patch, you've lost like 20% of your stamina.
Yeah,
So
it's not
that's
good.
probably a questionable decision at this point.
Callum is sitting on a lot of meter.
Yeah.
Would like to see some use of it. Grows soul charge is really good.
Oh yeah, gross soul charge is great when you start teleporting, and that's a
I think that's
quick
it.
2-0.
That's it. Well done to
Double
Raven.
no round brown.
Well played to Callum.
Yeah.
Keep up the practice. Use that meter. Meter in this game is super important, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest problems I was finding, was Raven was getting in there using that meter sometimes. Still a little bit
Mostly for
reserving.
super. Mostly for super. And that's okay, because hey, it's free damage.
And Taki's got a pretty good super. It's better on the
Massive
slow
range.
time, but it's huge range.
Invincible.
Horizontal.
Yeah, you can't step it at all.
It's a good super, and you get good damage out of it.
Not very safe.
No, I think that's...
It's the one upside to it, I think.
Yeah.
for like the opponent. It's not like
But,
Zax's big as well.
Grow, his super's pretty decent. And
Super's really good. In Soul Charge gets a buff.
And his soul charge is nutty. You just start teleporting all over the place.
50-50s everywhere.
Yeah.
Like you just have to run up, wait for him to either crouch or stand up, and then decide what you want to do.
And pick a god and pray.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
But we didn't really see
Shouts
much
to
of that.
Frederick, my boy Frederick, carrying through first playthrough of Fire Emblem Awakening. Yeah, he's ridiculous, but he isn't OP, which is weird to say.
No, a lot of people consider him to be quite weak in the most recent patch.
He's not weak, but
Oh,
I think because the top tiers like Ivy are so good, it's just like why bother with them?
I mean,
why
it's
go
a
for the
similar
riskies?
situation to how Talon was a couple of patches ago, where they were solid characters and their game plans worked, but it was a problem of the meta game. The meta's mostly reliant on long-range characters in this game
definitely.
right now. It's a lot of neutral, a lot of mid-range to long-range poking, and characters like Grow and Talon sometimes struggle a little bit in that area.
Mid ranges are doing okay, but the short ranges are not benefiting, except Maxi, because he's not actually a short range in my opinion.
No, like Maxi and Amy are both ones that are deceptively long range.
They move so far forward with each attack. It's hard to like space them. You try and backstep, you just get clipped.
And you get ones like Voldo and Talem who also have that,
but not as.
But they're not fast.
Not as
is the
much.
problem.
Yeah, they have rely a lot on mix-ups. Anyway, we have.
Anyway, where are we going?
We have Raven again.
Yeah, and we have Leroy, who's picked Zaslamel.
Yeah, I think I heard Zas. Yep. All right. We're gonna see some supers.
Maybe.
We're gonna see some raw supers. We're gonna see some wake-up supers.
Hey, it's Val. If it works.
Hey, as long as it works, right?
Wake up on Trent.
You call throwing dynamite a martial art? Hey, as long as it works. All right, this stage. We should probably talk about stages a bit, because stages in this game are really interesting.
And they're very important. They can very much influence matchups. Any Smash players might be screaming at that. I don't want to let you. but this stage is an interesting one. It used to be smaller than it is now.
Oh, it got
but
resized.
I think it was one of the two.
I thought it was the desert one and the Killick stage.
Might have been that. I might be wrong on that one. But yeah, a lot of stages, it varies where you can ring out, how big the stage is, how far you can carry with it, whether there's walls, where those walls are. It can be crazy.
Some stages don't
and
have ring outs, do they?
Once again, Raven just comes out the gate swinging.
Ooh. Excellent. Getting those quick blows in.
And I think actually at this point, it might be a good thing to mention, like, this is again a very volatile matchup.
This is a very volatile game, full stop.
True. A lot of matchups, it's
Ooh, lethal hit.
kind of who enacts their game plan first. And we're getting some nice conversions, actually.
Really, I don't remember her doing that lethal hit combo before, so she's been practicing quite a lot.
She's been in the mountains.
Really using that movement as well. Excellent.
Oh, we got a raw 3B. I mean, it wasn't a punish there, but it worked.
Zasa actually has some really good punishes, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, Zasamel's one of those characters where you look at him, and you look at his fighting style, and you go, this is a long-range character. He has to be long-range. And then you realize, no, he doesn't. He can kind of be at whatever range he wants.
He has a really good punish. He does like 2 quick swipes, and then the palm, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know what the input is for that, but it punishes so much, and it gets like a free...
curse.
Yeah, free curse. Zas has curses. They're very unique. Basically, he stops time. He's Dio.
Oh.
Just like that.
I'm not... I guess he just did that to demonstrate for us. Maybe he's trying to do the gun. Maybe he doesn't realize that's soul charge only.
It's soul charge only, yes. Thank God.
Oh, thank God, yeah. I'm not ducking the 3 highs, but picking up damage after it anyway.
He needs to watch his toes a bit more. He's eating quite a lot of low pokes there. Speaking of which. Oh. I haven't seen a grab break yet.
Gonna get, okay. No, we have... And they've been made easier in the most recent patch as well.
Oh, here we go. Soul charge.
Oh, we got that soul charge.
Oh.
Not seeing that classic Zasalamel mix in soul charge.
Is it the one where he gets the low, mid,
There's
mid,
one
yeah.
ABB.
Oh, that's a quit. I didn't realize that was the 3rd round. Oh my God.
Oh no, that... Yeah, that's just another quick round. Let's see if Leroy adapts again.
Is he sticking with Zas?
I don't know. I didn't look when I saw the menus.
Selection. No,
oh no, we're just going straight back into it.
Fair enough. Maybe he's downloaded a bit.
Maybe. Maybe that first one was just research. Just research.
Button test.
Button test.
Playing intros as well.
Yeah, gotta let him play, man.
That's a good move.
Yeah.
Zas needs to get to the mid-range a bit more. Zas has the ability to move the opponent by himself, doesn't he?
Yeah. Zasamel's like a very space control character. He is, you will be where I want you to be, and half that time it's not on the stage.
Yeah. He has a really good bring-up potential. Maybe we can see Leroy do more of that.
Yeah, like, especially reverse ring out. If his back is to the ring and you're not, you're not on the ring anymore.
You're in death zone as well.
And gets caught by the projectile again.
Unusual.
She's been getting more mileage out of that than a lot of people.
I don't think we'll see the other members of the team, honestly. with Raven.
Is that? Are you calling that? Is that?
I'm gonna call it now. Raven's gonna carry staffs. So Taki has 1 curse on her right now.
Yep.
If Zasalamel pulls off certain moves, he can stop time for a little bit.
He has like 5, I think, and he can stop time after them. And basically, what that lets you do is get some insane combos.
Free combos, free damage, free mix-up.
Sometimes ring out from just wherever you feel like it.
Maximum of 3 curses?
3, yes.
Oh, final round for Raven. Can she pull it through? Another no round brown.
That would be interesting.
Alright, we get Leroy.
He's backing off a bit.
Seems a little unsure what to do in the match.
He tried the 6-6 AA. You know.
He has a lot of meter. They both have a bit of meter, actually.
Oh, using the plus frames from the curse.
Zas has tons of plus frames, I've noticed.
Not quite a ring out. If he'd done B slide K 4-6B, that might have ringed out.
Is that the
B6K is the slash into the kick,
and then
there's the frontal push.
And that's it. Raven takes the game.
Another double no round brown.
Very well done. Well played to Leroy.
And once again, it's these players not keeping the Taki out.
No. You need to. You need to.
You want to wall her out.
We have Ben next. Right. I'm calling Astaroth. If he
You're
doesn't
calling
pop-
Astaroth.
If he doesn't, it's going to be Astaroth or maybe Nightmare. 'Cause
Maybe.
He's a big boy.
He's pretty
He's
big.
a big lad. He works out.
Or Keelik. He likes his bow. He likes his bow staffs.
I don't like Killick. I always thought he was a bit of robbery, but I can't say anything.
However, that would be interesting because 2 of the people on our team, Raven and Skyless Knights, are twins, which means they've probably played against each other quite a lot.
Which one plays Killick again?
Skyless Knights, the one who isn't. So
Oh.
she's probably fought Keelik before.
Raven is the Sophie.
Raven does Taki Sophie,
I
or
thought
she's
so.
been known to.
I keep getting confused.
Skyless Knight's been known for Zhanghua and Keelik.
And Killick, alright. So,
If we, I mean, we might not get to see her at this rate, but
right, here's the thing about Astaroth. It can go real stealth real quick, for either way.
oh, he's a big boy with big damage.
Problem is, Taki's so fast. that
Yeah,
it might
it's like
be-
one of those ones where Talim copes with the matchup really well because Talim isn't the fastest girl out there,
but she's fast enough to
but
keep it fast.
Astaroth is the slowest boy
He-
out there.
He's the slowest character in the game overall. Nightmare actually has... He doesn't have an I-12 move. If you don't know what that means, basically, it doesn't come out in 12 frames, so a lot of characters have a 12-frame move.
And a few have a 10.
A few have a 10, like Yoshimitsu, I think.
Yoshimitsu, Taki, and Amy.
Yeah. Taki has something really fast, doesn't she? Like an I-7 or something. Or is that something else I'm thinking of?
Something. Some characters do in Tekken.
Yeah, I think Feng did one day. in Tekken 5.
Raven does.
Oh, God.
It's like back turn jab or something.
That's rough. For the opponent, anyway. But yeah, I-frames basically just means when does the hitbox come out?
Yeah.
So I-12 means it comes out on frame 12, and that's a really fast move. So
And
Astaroth
considering
actually has one.
that's it's a 60 frame per second game, that's a fifth of a second.
Yeah,
You can't react to that.
you can't react to that. You just have to predict it. They normally are low pokes.
They're
in
not
general.
normally hugely damaging. Exceptions to that are like Lee's 10 frame launcher in Tekken, but that's a just frame. That's
Most
different
launches
situation.
in this game are
Oh.
around I-16.
so. Where are we going?
Taki.
Oh, he's hovering. He's hovering.
Yeah.
There we
yeah,
go.
yeah, I
We called
I
it.
called
We
it.
called it.
Big boys, let's go. Astaroth is the grappler. He is super grapply in this game.
And he's in true grappler fashion. He does like half health whenever he feels like it.
Absolutely massive.
And unlike a lot of grapplers, he also has armor
He has an armor grab. Running bear grab, actually. That's armored.
that can either go
High or low.
high or low. You just have to guess that.
2 variations of each. You have to. There's 2 ways to break grabs in this game. Well, 2 main ways. I think a couple of characters have to do the original 1-2 thing.
I'm not sure.
I think they had to do that for a couple of characters. But here we go. Juice Boy. with
When's
the
it coming
Astaroth.
out? When's Running Bear Grab happening?
I want to see the body splash. Oh, they blocked the 3rd hit. This is the 2B stage, isn't it?
Yes, this is the Nier Automata stage.
I don't see this very often.
No, it's a very cool stage. Interesting dynamic as well, being walled on 2 sides, but not on the other 2.
So, it benefits pretty much everyone in the cast. Perfect, wow. Look, just like that. I think Juice Boy needs a warm-up first.
Yeah, just
I have faith.
button check, button check.
I have faith in the Astaroth.
You want this to happen.
I want to see... I want to see a power bomb. Oh, that is
Oh,
really
reacting
slow.
really well to those REs.
Hasn't been hit by one yet, I don't think. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Oh, the
got
grab
a
break.
good break on it.
First grab break of the day, I think. Oh.
Oh, another grab
Another
break.
grab break.
She's
Excellent.
ready for this. Oh, we going for it.
Astro's a scary character. If you get
We going for it.
if you get your hands on you,
We being nuked.
just get that damage while you can.
She's been really hot on those conversions.
On point. Hasn't really dropped anything yet. Can Juice Boy bring it
We
back?
hold him back.
Nah, tracks
Catches
now.
him
It does track.
stepping.
It does track.
It's a tracking a projectile. Unlike Zaslamel, so thank God.
Like, that is massive though, isn't it?
It is massive and it's mid.
Oh my god. Oh, the jump in vertical, alright.
Oh, we got the just frame.
Ooh, the damage.
Or fastest input, I can't remember which. I think it's fastest.
Fastest input.
Yeah.
It only gives you a couple extra frame startup and tiny bit of damage.
Yeah.
So it is worth learning. Oh, good interrupt. Astro.
Oh, we're getting...
Ooh. I was expecting the grab.
Raven loses her first round of the crew battle. That's...
The winning streak has finally been defeated. Or has it? Because, you know, Raven's still up.
She's still only got to get one more round to win this.
To get game 1.
Yeah.
For some reason it says 2.
Oh. Astaroth not so ready for the grab break.
Getting a lot of grabs for Raven, I've noticed. Especially that one.
Yeah, it's a good grab.
It is a good grab. Get a bit of Oki on it as well.
Worth mentioning here, actually, that we've got 2 characters who were very much looked down upon early on in Soul Calibur.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, Astaroth was considered, well,
the absolute worst.
because functionally he just didn't work.
He just didn't. His hitboxes. Oh!
Now he does.
No.
Now he does, and he got an Evo Japan win.
He did, yeah.
No, not Evo Japan. Was he? Final round.
Yeah, he got to final round Klob.
Yeah, Klob. The man of no emotion but anger.
He didn't win.
Didn't he?
I think he went up against...
He did really well.
He got to grand finals. Oh, he went up against Yoshimitsu.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And Yoshi's nutty in this game.
Yoshi is god tier.
Yeah.
He did get nerfed.
He did get nerfed, but he's still very, very good. And we're just going right back into it, I think.
No, but no cooldown. Let's go.
Let's see. He got around. He's been slowly adapting.
He needs to enforce these like pressure situations and grapples. As soon as he does, that's it. Astros won.
He needs to play that neutral, and I know Ben can do that. He's terrifying in Street Fighter.
Oh, he's evil in Street Fighter.
He can play that neutral.
He can. Ooh, interesting.
Oh, breaks again.
I think we need to see more reverse grabs.
Yeah, he's not really going for the back throws often.
Raven seems to be very on point about breaking the front grabs. Like I said, there's 2 versions. Ooh.
Oh, that was a high crush on that. That was a very nicely timed 6-6B.
If you don't know what a lethal hit is, it's basically crush counter for Street Fighter.
Yeah.
It gives you more options.
Landing certain moves in certain conditions give you different options, and they can get nutty.
Some of the conditions are weird.
Oh, yeah. Amy's actually got a really weird one, which is she has a lethal hit if you use it and beat Raphael with it.
Yeah. It doesn't do anything in terms of like combat, but it's just it just adds that little bit of flavor.
And Ivy, of course, with her below the belt kick that lethal hits on male characters.
Some of them are simple, like Grow has a counter hit one.
Yeah.
That's dead easy.
Talim's got a jumping one where it lethal hits if they if you dodge a low with it.
Cervantes
no one ever
has
lands with it.
Shoot him 14 times, I think.
Yeah, it's
Something
used
ridiculous.
the gun 14 times and it lethal hits.
Alright, Raven on match point.
And Amy also has one where it's like land 4 grabs. She also has one for like land 4 reversal edges, and one for land 4 lethal hits.
It's weird. This game has some weird conditions. And lethal hits really like can really turn a match around.
Oh yeah, and it really hurts a character, like Talim, when they're bad.
Not all of them are great. Finally, with the front grab, I think.
Hey, do you like having a frame 20 move that lethal hits if you crush a high with it?
See, Nightmare's a good one. You just sweeps your legs and that's it. You're dead.
Or Voldo with his Mantis Crawl one.
That is so
if
silly.
it's a low, and if they try to block high, you get a launch out of it. Why not? Oh. She is not... has anyone blocked that projectile yet?
No one's blocked it yet. No one's even crouched it. I'm telling you, crouch it. That's all you need to do. Ooh. Juice Boy.
I'm starting to regret sending Raven in first.
I don't know who our weakest players because they're all really good. Ooh, whiff on the big launcher.
Didn't really get a whiff punish off it though.
Oh, the comeback. Well
Another
done.
round
well
though.
done.
Let's see. Comeback starts here. Let's go.
Let's go, Juice Boy. Let's see something. Very simple game plan. Nothing. No, like, oh, good lethal hit.
I mean, you know, Astaroth's a simple kind of man. He doesn't.
He is very complex.
He doesn't. He doesn't need to be playing 4D chess. He needs just wants to hurl a bitch off a ledge.
He
You know.
wants to grab.
Sometimes you just want to Hihachi someone off a cliff.
That's good. Get away from my son.
No one kills my son but me.
No one tries to kill me and lives. This is Kazuya's storyline.
I'm waiting for Tekken 8 just to start with Heihachi, just like I live Kisama.
Kisama. I really want to see Tekken at Varsity, but we won't be here next year.
Yeah, sadly.
I love to commentate it as well. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, lucky for you, you're from Stoke.
Yeah.
I'd have to travel 4 hours to come back.
Oh, Juice Boy.
Oh,
Good stuff. Checking that running.
oh.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Gets the kill. Raven
Raven.
taking out 3 players single-handedly.
Very well done. Raven.
On fire.
Do you think we'll see the others? I don't think we'll see the others.
I don't know. Will your prediction come true?
I think Raven is gonna take it. I think he's gonna take it home.
Do you want to know the best part of this? Keele chose to fight us in Soul Calibur.
Didn't Ben warn him not to?
Oh no, it was Tekken.
Oh.
That was last Varsity when
I wanted Tekken.
we
man.
decimated them at Dragon Ball and they went, "You ain't seen us at Tekken.
And they
Fight
were-
us at Tekken."
and they were like
and then
the
Ben
two-
just turned to the team and said, "You don't want to do that."
Well, Raven, absolutely decimating the competition. Here we have
last
the final.
last guy. Let's see.
Chi-Chi. Don't know who Chi-Chi could play.
I don't know.
Yeah, we haven't seen Nightmare Siegfried yet. That's the other prediction I had.
Hmm.
I had 3. I had Ben will go Ashgroth. Raven will take it home. We'd see one of the Zweihanders.
Yeah, we'd see his Vi. Are we gonna see his Zweihander?
I want to see a Zweihander. I do.
Just so you can.
Just so I can just tell him off. Don't do it.
No, you're doing this wrong. This is how you play Nightmare.
Right, you're not punishing correctly. Saki.
Where are we going?
Amy. 2B? As a
Oh.
oh.
I mean, Fruits is the one where I think if we're gonna have problems anywhere, it's gonna be here, because this guy's one of Jordan's mates,
We're gonna see something cool then.
and we got a Mitsurugi,
There's a lot of pressure on this one. Alright, Mitsu had a pretty big buff, actually.
a colossal buff.
I didn't realize how good he was until I tried him out, and then I killed someone in like 15 seconds.
Of course, both of us versed in Mitsurugi back in 5.
He was so good in 5.
He was so fun
He
in
was
5.
so fun. He was Paul Phoenix.
Actually, it was pretty much how the two of us met. Was Mitsurugi Dittos in 5.
We studied the blade, and then we dropped it because he was bad. But now he's good, apparently. And he is. Alright.
Well, I dropped it because my main came back.
Fair enough. I dropped him because he just wasn't good when on release day. Who knows? Maybe we'll see something. Mitzi is a bit more of a mix-up character now. No longer this like smack, mid-range smacker. He's got 2 stances. Oh my god.
Oh, he is going in.
Chi-Chi.
A quick
See.
first round.
I see you. I see you.
Of
Alright.
course, this one's interesting because Raven's been winning most of these matches by rushing down. But what can Mitsurugi do very well?
Mid-range rush down.
Yeah.
Oh, the guard impact. We haven't seen
And
them yet, have
he
we?
can rush down from outside Taki's range.
Yeah, it's
so-
very threatening lows now.
I think this was a very good pick.
Cannon battle.
Getting the lethal hit.
Good lethal.
And
hit.
we got a conversion.
Excellent punish on the sidestep.
Could the tides be turning?
Raven has been going for quite a while, to be fair. What, like 12 rounds?
Yeah.
She's probably tired, to be fair.
Yeah, that fatigue could be setting in. This is a game that does require a lot of concentration.
I don't know if Raven's fought Mitsurugi before, so it's maybe a really good pick.
I think
good
she's
punish.
fought mine a couple of times. Nothing like major, but she's fought mine a couple times.
I say this, and Raven sidestep punish Reverse Ledge yet again. She's so good at doing that. She's not been
Yeah,
hit
she's
by
been on board with sidestepping.
one. Excellent use of spacing.
Oh, we going to see another super? Yes, we are.
Using that meter.
She knows what she wants to build meter for, and she knows what she wants to use it for.
I agree. It's like, sure, super mode is good, but you have to know the situations. And you have to know.
And sometimes you
setups.
just want damage.
Sometimes, yeah, just go for the damage.
Sometimes you just want to make people hurt.
If you have the life advantage to go for the soul charge mix-ups, go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, first reverse ledge. Find a hit by one, or goes for the kick. The mix-up.
Raven, quite understandably, she's going, I'm going to block.
It's a 50-50.
Sometimes you just want to block.
It's a 50-50, that what kick one as well. He
Yeah.
either goes low or he goes mid. So, I can't blame Raven for blocking.
Yeah, landing another grab. I don't know, do people just not want to break Taki?
I guess I'm just not used to it.
To be fair, it is an unorthodox pick. You do not see many Takis.
Not in this game. Very, very niche pick, I think. Ooh.
Oh no, in other ones you did. In 5 you saw a lot of Natsu.
Oh, Natsu's everywhere, man. Couldn't stand it. Oh, Kachichi. no health left. Oh. All right, Raven still got it.
But Chi-Chi this time, he brought a bit of the thunder.
I think gave Raven a
Not
bit of
quite
spook.
so cut and dried.
Bit of a spook there, I think.
But he's now got to make this comeback.
Character selection, yes.
And
We're gonna see someone else.
Raven's got to win
One more. And then
one
she's-
game
Then she's won it. For
to have swept the entirety of Keele. No pressure.
Absolutely dominating performance, honestly. But I think Chi-Chi.
Makes me feel good. I taught this girl. Makes me
Your
feel good.
Apprentice. Well, we have good members here. We all help each other out. Very good player pool. We got Jordan. Oh, Mitsurugi again. All right. Maybe he just wanted to break.
You need to take a moment.
That's fair enough.
Maybe have a Sonic Fox side switch.
I don't like this. I need my feng shui.
The feng shui of this room is not aligned properly.
I need to sit here. My blue hat needs to go here.
This table needs to be in this corner.
You know, there's actually a smasher called Wizrobe. I don't know what he suffers from. I think he suffers from like disorder, but basically he has to take like 30-minute breaks between rounds. It's gotten to the point now where you have to like sort of tell him you can't really do this anymore. I'm sorry. And it's quite interesting because despite all that, he's still there. And I think that if you go back to Sonic Fox, he has received a lot of hate. And I don't like him myself. But you have to respect him.
Yeah.
He's good. He's good at a lot of games as well. He's good at this.
Yeah.
Well, you played it. But
No, Sonic Fox dropped in very early in Soul Calibur and went, "Hey, I'm gonna play Geralt."
He played as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he picked Geralt and did really well in the first couple of majors, and then I think he just started focusing on his other games a bit. I think he signed up for Evo though.
Okay. Maybe we can see Raven at Evo with this performance. Oh my goodness. Absolutely.
Yeah, but you know who I want to see at Evo? Holy Carp.
Holy Carp?
I want Carp at Evo.
Why?
He's like to rep the he's our best chance of repping the UK.
He's Ivy though. He doesn't. Yeah, alright.
I mean, if you think differently, how about you enter Evo?
I will. Watch me with my lack of money. I want to see Koenji, our boy Koenji Evo. Right, Raven.
Oh.
One round away from taking it all. Chi-Chi needs to download. Oh, bad whiff. Good whiff punish. Oh, she's been so good at landing on mix-ups. Oh my goodness, the damage. I turned away for a second and I
that
looked
was
back
such a good Brave Edge in 5.
the sweep into is so good.
That's such a good one.
Probably
It was like,
the best in the game. One of them, anyway. It's so damaging.
and the thing is, overall, that's kind of what they did with Soul Charge for Mitsurugi. They went, you know all of his really good Soul Brave Edges in 5? Let's just put him in a mode.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Very close to death.
just
Okay.
raw super. Oh, he ducks
finally
it.
crouched.
Oh no! Oh, like one of the first drops.
Oh, can we see a comeback? Oh, that's punishable.
Oh!
Oh, Raven.
And there we have it.
Absolutely dominating performance. Well played to the other staff members.
Yeah.
Well played.
I'm
to
sad.
Keele.
I wanted to see our Aswell.
I did want to see. I did want to see more, to be honest with you. That was very short. Damn it, Raven. Why are you so good? We want to see more. Maybe we could see the secret Akuma boss. Like, you just come in now.
Yeah. Is this where we just get Jordan in and just? Is this where we get Jordan in to show us what it looks like for someone to?
Can we see an exhibitionist? Can we see an exhibition of Jordan versus?
No, we
Raven?
don't want to see an exhibitionist.
No, we don't. I'm sorry about
No,
that.
we don't.
I mean, Voldo is.
I mean,
Those Voldo players, man, they're weird.
what are you saying? I'm a Voldo player.
Yeah, well, there you go. Thank you for answering my question. Oh dear, dear.
Well then, that was
That was short-lived.
yeah.
I wanted to see more, honestly, but
I almost feel bad for Keele.
Yeah, well, hey, they did say.
Almost. I don't feel bad. They brought this
said,
upon themselves.
They said, oh, we should play Soul Calibur. Well, we
then.
played Soul Calibur, and we beat. So, I don't know who won Dota.
Who did win Dota? Did we win Dota? Who won Dota? Did Dota even happen?
Did Staffs win Dota?
Okay.
Fair enough. Well, whoever won Dota, congratulations. I wish I would watch it.
And more to the point, congratulations to the staffs team, I mean Raven.
Yeah, well, very well done to Raven. Anyway. You go? Alright, you good? Just read it. Okay, so, anyway, we hope you enjoyed the game. Staffs has grabbed the win, leading the score to 1-0 in Staff's favour. We will now go into a short break, after which we'll continue the action with Overwatch. See you at 1 PM. Have a good day.
Play Skullgirls.
Yeah, we're back, boys.
We are back. Soul Calibur finished so quick that we went, you know what? Let's throw some classics on. Let's throw some sick gameplay on.
Third
Let's
Strike,
throw some
boys.
Third Strike. My favorite game. Josh, is Third Strike your favorite game? It's in top 10.
I can't play Third Strike,
You can't play
but
Third
I love
Strike.
watching it.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I want to see some red parries. We're playing on the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection. Easy. You know what I mean? Like, how could you not like Third Strike? It's Third Strike.
We're
It's
just
a
gonna
classic.
we're just gonna take this easy. 'Cause
Yeah,
this
this
isn't
is just
official. We're just messing around now.
Exhibition, messing around, you know. There are some priorities
I want
though.
some BM, man.
Elena stage, Dudley stage. That's what I want to see.
I want to see an NYC.
Oh yeah, with, like the jazz like
Yeah,
tunes.
yeah. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Selecting characters right now.
Give me that.
I want to see some mad picks. I don't want to see top tiers. I want to see 12, Necro,
Sean?
Sean. Are we getting Sean?
Sean!
Yo, let's go. The Hyper Tornado.
Right.
And
Oh, Hugo. I knew it.
Of course, the
I knew
Juicy
it.
Boy plays Hugo. Of course, he goes in Megaton Press.
Alright, let's go, boys.
Let's go. I got some mad music playing in my head.
Yeah, this isn't Third Strike music, man.
Starting off. Nice
I'm
walking
mad
right here.
disappointed.
Josh,
Anyway.
I cannot hear you. Alright, let me.
Oh.
Oh.
Alright, we're gonna get
Big
the-
clap, giving a whiff.
we're gonna get
Jump
the music in a
ins.
minute.
Man's showed him the credit card.
Throw.
Dunk this man.
Okey.
Oh, here we go.
Throw again.
Big grab. Big grab again. Oh my
Oh.
god, he's got him. He's
Will he-
got
will
him.
he
Here we
jump?
go again.
No.
Big slap. Take this hand. Nice blocks coming out. Big sweep. What's the option?
Big whiffs.
Big slap.
Oh,
Tornado
that's
coming
unsafe.
out. Big
That ain't
punish.
safe.
Dunk this man on the floor. Show him the bill. Here's your check, sir. I'm going to take the first round off you. Easy game.
Ease life.
Throw the volleyball.
Oh,
no
no
parry.
parry.
Come on.
Disappointed.
That's minigame material right there.
Oh.
Oh, does the man not have the parry?
Right, that's it.
That's it. Shut
That's it,
down
he's
the
out.
stream. We over.
Right, thanks for watching. See you in Overwatch. Oh.
Volleyball coming out of nowhere. The big assist. What are we, Marvel? Big slap.
Hey, no coaching. This is tournament.
Oh, big grab.
the
What are we
big
gonna see
command
again?
grab.
Oh, Megaton. Oh, with a whip.
he tried to he with the hardest read.
He wanted it. Big credit card showing the knees.
Show me the bill. Show me the bill.
Oh.
Oh.
Are we gonna parry? Oh, come on.
The Hadouken. Oh,
Big whiff, but no proper punish coming
Hugo.
out there. Big
the big
volleyball coming
slaps.
out. The pressure coming out from
Oh.
Sean. Big sweep. Volleyball coming out but being interrupted.
Pixel
Volleyball
life.
coming out again. Ah, you gotta parry that volleyball. It's
Yeah.
easy. It's coming in from like any angle. Big whiff on the Sean, but he shows him the credit card. He shows him the bill. He says, "Sir, your meal has been served, and I'm taking the game."
Oh,
That
dear
is
me.
1-0
Oh, this is
to Juicy Boy.
this is
Well-
weird to me.
Is this weird?
I've
for you?
never seen 30th anniversary collection.
Have you not? It's
No.
weird. You don't get a grade at the end. I don't
No.
like it.
I want to see the,
The
S rank.
man, the man went straight top tier. The man
Right.
went straight to a Kuma.
This is it. No more games.
The man showed him his back. He said, "Nah, sack this. I'm playing a Kuma. I want to win.
He wants
I'm not letting
fireballs.
Hugo beat me."
He wants a good fireball.
Exactly. He thinks he's Pikachu Akuma. He wants to win.
You
Big
know.
slap coming out. Don't let this
Oh,
demon in.
that ain't safe.
Big trade.
That's
Air
it.
fireballs coming out.
Oh, the zoning. That's it.
Guy, this is looking like Injustice 2 right now. Yo, if we stepped ahead in time, you know, is Deathstroke on?
I don't know any Injustice memes, so I can't just go like
If
Optic
we get
Blast.
Dante Demons in
Optic
chat,
Blast.
I mean,
Optic
I
Blast.
realised I got my phone on. I could get chat up. I
Oh
could chat
man,
up.
should I voice my opinions on NetherRealm games?
Go on if you want to, sure.
They're not great.
Not great. I don't know. I'm quite a fan. You know what I mean? Big clap coming out. Being blocked.
I will say that MK11's looking good though.
Oh, I love it.
It's looking
MK11
good.
right now. Right, I played the beta. I went to the reveal event in London. I love it right now. It's a really good game.
Have they like patched it up properly?
It's continuously getting patched. Jade has just been made a playable character. Like, she had nothing mid-game. It was just, she just had to poke and just had to rely on the poke. And then after that, it was all down to, you know, what do I do then until you get in the corner? And then she has big combo pressure in the corner, you know, she can get a good 20-30% in there. I'll chop my mobile.
Yeah.
Big slaps coming out here from the third strike guys though. I'm
Kuma.
turning my phone off.
With that chip damage win, the C. I haven't seen one of those. I haven't seen one of those.
This is from the day and age where chip existed.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, whiffing the super.
Well, it does
Jumping.
exist in Fighter 5, doesn't it? It's just supers only,
Yeah.
and it's boring.
Oh, the man
Oh.
threw the super out. He knew he was going to get credit card.
Sunk.
Big air fireball. He's going to keep away. You don't need to go. Oh, the man's going to him anyway. He's not going to time him
Oh,
out.
the anti
Big DP coming out from Kazu. What are you saying about Ibuki? Have I got to come over there and teach you a lesson?
Buki sucks. I'm just saying. It's Yorian, boys. It's Banana Thong, man.
Why have you got to do me like this, Josh?
Because Aegis.
Why have you got
I
to do me
want
like
to
this?
see Aegis reflected.
And I'm sitting here, you know, I'm like, I don't want that type of commentary. Ibuki's sick.
Buki's sick.
You get them target combos, push them into the air, target combos again,
Right,
big
so
reset.
you're telling me that Bardock, when he does his target combo, that isn't hype, but Ibuki's is.
I said target, not auto.
Same thing, right?
Nah, fuck off.
There's a difference?
Of course there's a difference.
Yeah, of course.
I'm pushing more than one button.
Oh, you know. Alright, you're pushing 2 buttons.
We all know the real MVP of this game, and it's Alex. You go stun gun headbutt.
My
You
boy.
watch the jumping. They're jumping in on you. Just jump right up, spin, grab their head, put them in stun. Flash.
He's
and then you're back
terrible,
heavy.
but he's my boy. I wish he was good, but hey, not everything. Can't be nightmare every game.
I'm kind of disappointed that Sean's gone though. You know, I'm a massive fan of Sean myself. The man, that's a nice parry. The man wanted none of that. Big slaps coming out. Are we going to see the game being taken by Juicy Boy right
He
here?
needs to use more of those, just like walk forward doing it.
I would like to note the crowd that it is actually 1-1, not 1-0 to Kazu.
Ah.
You know, we are fair and balanced here at Staffordshire University. Unlike the latest Dragon Ball patch.
Whoa!
Oh!
Banned!
Big pause!
That's it.
It's touchpad to get on with it.
That's it. Forfeit. Just forfeit, dude.
My big forfeit
quit!
guy. We have 35 viewers watching
Oh, wow.
Third Strike right now.
Thanks for tuning in.
It's an oldie but a good.
Oldie but goldie. You know, I wish I could play Street Fighter. But
You wish you could play Street Fighter? Big Demon coming out from Kazu, making me speechless, my guy.
full screen.
Full
demon
screen.
as well.
How's that man even hitting that big parry? But it doesn't matter.
The
Big
sheer-
DP.
The fear.
The demon's been awoken. He wants no more of your Hugo.
I want to see.
Get that low tier garbage out of my face.
I want to see the double down
Big
super.
chip. Double down.
The one who punches the ground as hard as he can. It just explodes.
Oh, and the big, yeah, the
Yeah.
street, the one that they made. You know what? He generally did a good job with Akuma in Street Fighter 5. Like, he's like top tier now. He's great. I love him.
He is cool.
But like, you know who you should be playing? Street Fighter 5 though.
Alex.
You could be playing Alex. I have started playing Alex and I like him.
He's my main in
But-
5, but yeah.
Why are you not playing Colleen in Street Fighter 5? Why are you not playing?
I don't want to play Street Fighter
Why
anymore.
are you not playing
You should
the,
go-
the top woman?
Go play Tekken.
Go play Tekken. I'm not entering the 3D realm.
Do it.
I don't want to sidestep.
Why does it scare you that much?
Yeah, it does. I played the Kuma in Tekken 7 and a man sidestepped my super. That was scary. I was like, what's going on?
There's a dimension beyond 2D.
We got Goku over here. This is Dimension Beyond Super Saiyan. He steps sideways into Super Saiyan God.
You just see his max speed. It's like, oh god.
Holy.
Just play Geese. He doesn't sidestep. He can parry as well, so.
You play Pandas, you don't need to sidestep. Shout out to Alex.
Oh, I didn't hit, but whatever. He did it for me, I think.
Yes, play me. Alex, get in here. Play some Third Strike. I know you're in that other room. I know you want to play.
Come play.
Come
the
play Third
legendary
Strike,
game.
my guy. Come play one of the best Street Fighter games. Oh, yeah,
Whoa,
big
parry.
parry on the cross-up. Let's go. The man was chesting the other way.
Oh, Akuma.
Akuma's scared. 8, 7. He's gonna
6,
time him out.
5,
He doesn't need to
4,
approach.
3.
Oh, he's just walking back. He's wearing the Timbs. Let's go.
Oh.
The man showed him his bill. He said, "You've been at this restaurant too long, my guy. Get offset." Wait. Can we reselect stage?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can
I want to see some.
We want.
jazzy-
You gotta let the commentators pick stage. You gotta. I want to see. It's either Jordan. Come on, you know. It's either Dudley's stage, it's Elena's stage. It's easy.
No, you got a bit. You got a bit.
You
New York
pick, my
City.
guy. You pick. I know which one you're gonna pick. But you
Pick
pick.
Subway.
Nah,
Yes.
Subway's basic.
Yeah, but
It's good, but it's basic.
legendary.
You know what I mean? It's like the people who like tomato sauce.
And Ryu.
It's okay, but it's and Ryu. Yeah. Oh, actually, this man plays Ryu.
Well, you're like Aldi ketchup sauce.
Ah!
You're not even Heinz.
Why'd you like ketchup sauce to begin with, my guy? It tastes. Ugh. Nah.
Get this man off.
Woo!
Get this man off. Right, that's it. I'm signing off.
You're signing off?
No, I'm not. I'm enjoying
What are you
watching
doing, my guy?
All right.
Welcome any new viewers to the Staffordshire
Oh, the-
Varsity. Juicy boy back up again. He got that big win. Oh, now.
Yes, play me.
7-6. Fuck you back. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Mini
damn.
kill. Can't have that in shot. Come on, my guy. We're all wholesome here.
Banned.
This is Varsity.
Oh,
This is a quick exhibition, that's
theme.
all. Ooh.
We're on home turf, boys. London. Oh, it's so good.
Why is chat so dead? I don't know. Let's get this chat revved up. Come on.
Killer
EFNC, ketchup and shit here. You are correct. Don't out that man. Big toss the Ryu.
Chaotic
Get this
biscuit,
protagonist
ketchup.
out of here. Your armor does not work here.
Hey,
Oh,
John.
we got parries. Oh, we got parries. The man's learning how to play. Big knee,
I'll
big
reach out.
parry into DP.
Mini kill, I'm
Ooh.
atting you.
Mini kill at. Not Soul Calibur.
Ketchup is good, thank you. Thank you, Mini, actually, yeah. I am
Toss this
atting you, thank you.
protagonist. I don't want to see him in my game. Ooh, no parry coming out. Big jump. Nice block. Big parry. Big pressure.
Anyway, but
Ooh, he's punishing the large man. He's telling him,
The
just because
space-
you got Tim's, it don't scare me. That chain don't nothing. Oh, big parry on the rush.
was
He's
sick.
seen that coming a mile ahead.
Blaze Blue sucks. Play Guilty Gear.
You hit it first from Josh. I said nothing else, but I will agree. Play Guilty Gear or Exod Revelator. But whilst you're out there playing video games, Skullgirls is a very cheap game and it's very good. You see, Skullgirls is this sort of Marvel 2 experience where it's all handcrafted, it's all handmade. You know what I mean? It's like when you go to the store and you buy that organic sort of like.
I don't like Skullgirls.
Why am I commentating with you?
I'm just saying.
Everything I've said up to now. The man doesn't like Skullgirls. I know, I see the super. It's coming out, but we got a discussion here.
Yeah,
my
but
guy.
it's a Shinshoyu. You don't see those.
It's quite nice. It's quite cinematic. But
Anyway,
you
yeah,
don't-
Skullgirls is
Why'd you not like Skullgirls? Money match me.
I just
All right,
don't-
come in here, money match me.
On what?
Skullgirls is god tier. Thank you, EFNC.
Listen, you can enjoy it all you want.
Jack, bring us in. Chili Chits.
Doors open.
Where are you, my guy? Joe? Are those open? Come play. Open exhibitions.
Come play some.
We are
Thirst
playing
Strike.
till. where's? Oh, there he is. This kid.
Jack, give me Marvel. Listen,
Is it not open?
John.
Are we
John,
just playing
I'm not gonna
players?
watch that Wesker.
Oh.
I refuse to watch Wesker.
You refuse to
Samurai
watch
Edge.
Wesker? I refuse to watch Wesker. I mean, he
Yes.
bothered me last night in Marvel, and I can't.
Global
Like he found
saturation.
out how good Shiva Gorath was with X Factor as the last character, and I found that out the hard way as he just looped me in the corner.
Just play Virgil.
Just play Virgil. I mean, he already plays Virgil. But you know what you
FNC.
should be playing? It's Doctor Doom. Play Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom's easy.
Just play Nova.
Foot dive.
Foot dive. Foot
dive.
dive.
You get your pocket pistol. You blast them as you're
Shoot 'em,
coming
missile.
down, and then when they jump up, you just go in.
John, stay at home with Wesker. He doesn't need to be unleashed. I don't want to see Samurai Edge.
You don't want to see.
I don't want to see that cursed gun come out.
Marvel, baby. Yo, is that? Oh, it is Chids and chat. Is that Chili Chids? Is that CD
LRV?
Chids?
Why are you in LRV? Come to esports.
No, LRV's where this is getting streamed to.
Oh, I see. All right.
We're meant to have like some sort of cam to it, but it's whatevs, you know. We got me and you. We can hype this stuff up.
All right. Well, I'm not a very good hype man. I'm just here to read chat.
You're just here to read
Hey,
chat. Is
sure.
that why you're only here
Hey,
for?
this is chill out session exhibition. I don't have to do anything here.
We aren't. We just here. We just playing games.
You know
We're
what?
playing Third Strike. Probably my favorite fighting game.
I can see where you come from. It's a great game.
Very good game.
It's really solid. The balance is
Oh,
not great, but oh god, damn.
big Shinshoryu punishing the jump in.
Don't jump, my guy.
Man, what's none of that? Yo, is Chi playing? Is Chi playing or? Go grab that man. Wait, Elena stage. I'm casting, man. I can't. Yeah, no. Ben, do you wanna swap the cast so I can play?
Can we nerf Jordan? Quit Josh. Whip out Nightmare. Oh man, if Nightmare was in this game, I'd play Third Strike.
Quick, Josh, without the night.
But my boy's not in this game.
I don't even have like the G Fuel here with me, so just like pointing to the camera. That's like the whole joke for like when I'm
You
like.
know, I was hoping to
casting.
get DX races so I could just tilt my head like. Speaking of which,
Oh,
buy a new DX racer. They're super comfy. These are like bar stools though.
are we playing?
I think they're rematching. You're rematching.
Easy, yeah. All right.
Ease.
So we're doing one more of Juicy Boy and Co and G.
Just play the Great Sword Sam Show character. Is that Darlie Dagger? Because she looks sick.
Yeah, I think it is actually. She's a really good character. Did we pick the Elena stage?
Doesn't matter.
I'll accept, yeah, you know, it's the Dudley stage. We got some classic music. We got that bit of jungle beats in the background. It's tasty. It's good. You know, it's good for the soul.
Yeah, but Elena is like unhealthy for the game. Healing.
Nah.
Healing.
Street Fighter 4 Elena, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, everyone had a pocket Elena in Street Fighter 4, but it didn't matter, you know what I mean? Because everyone played their own characters. You know, you see Daigo in that game, you know, playing the evil Ryu, you know, the man. I want to see Dudley gameplay, though. Well, then, you know, get the glorious dictator
Why
in
didn't you
here.
come here?
Get Vermilius in here. The
Why-
man plays Dudley. The
Why-
man is godlike on him, you know. He's
FNC, come here and play
you know what
Dudley.
I mean?
Nothing's stopping you from playing Dudley.
The man's like salt and pepper chicken, you know, it's just right.
Gutter trash.
Big clap on a gutter trash.
If we
You
had
know what
a...
I've not seen in these First Strike matches, taunts? I've not seen any
Oh
taunts.
yeah, they're like.
I want to
meta.
see the Hyogo head trick, you know what I mean?
I want to see some buffs.
You want to see some
I
big
wanna
buff? Well,
see-
the only buff that really matters is Q's anyway.
Yeah, fair.
And even then, it's a great taunt.
Yeah, true.
Just stamps.
I thought he grabs his mask and then just goes.
No, he does he's like, he stomps and like T-poses. it's
Oh
weird.
yeah. He goes like dominant.
Yeah, dominance. Coenz, you got him in the corner of a big Megaton press. Bam, my guy.
That's it.
The man's lying flat on you. He's telling you you can't go anywhere. You're underneath me.
Oof.
Crushing you like a boulder. Big super.
I would play twins. Oh,
I
Cameron.
played Tinto
Hey,
Q. if there
Cameron.
was.
Man,
Oh, it's feel
Cameron,
feel
you
the
should be here.
niche. Streaming Sekiro.
Oh, fair enough. Hey, I don't want to spoilers for that. I haven't played it yet.
Big block string. Grab him to the corner.
I want my weeboo edge.
Seeing no parries to punish. The
I'm
man's just throwing out
We need to see
normals.
some.
I need to see some high plays. Big
oh,
parry.
Big parry.
So good.
Oh.
Big
that's
Shinshiryu
it.
coming out,
He
and that
done.
is dead.
Defeated. Alright,
We are
that's it.
ending it, my guys. Nah, that's all good. I got to cast my favorite game.
We can always go and play in the other room.
We can. Actually, I don't think we do.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Right, so we're gonna jump off now.
Thanks for watching, my guys. This was a quick exhibition for Third Strike. I enjoyed it.
Best
Josh, I
game.
hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was great.
One of the greatest games out there. We're moving on to Overwatch at 1 p.m. We'll see you then.
Stay tuned. Have a good night.
anticipated Overwatch game. But if you're only just joining us, the score is currently 2-0 to Staffordshire University. That's after Keele had to unfortunately forfeit the first game as they couldn't make it. Monica,
Yep.
what can we expect from the upcoming match?
The Keele Overwatch team are pretty confident. At the moment, there were some issues with the roster during the winter renewal season, but now they're pretty much ready for it. And their team managed to get fourth place in the Spring Swiss. They're a team that does not really rely on the current meta and are quite quick to find weaknesses they can exploit from it.
Sounds like tough competition.
Yeah, but they might be caught off guard by the last-minute roster switch from the staffs.
That is true. Yeah, there was a late roster change as unfortunately Callum left the team, Team Yeet, who are representing staffs. He has since been replaced by Greenie, but there have been a few changes because of that. I believe Greenie is actually now on off support, and Zephyrus, who was off support, has switched to main tank.
Oh, right.
So they seem pretty confident with it though. It hasn't really knocked them. It'll be interesting to see what they pick, as the current meta obviously is goats. So 3 tanks, 3 supports. That's very popular at the moment. Staffs players do like to run through DPS instead. So we'll see what both teams choose. See how it goes.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens. The introduction of Baptiste was expected to change the meta, but so far there have not been any significant changes. It is still a new patch, however, so anything can happen. I'm pretty excited to see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, if you guys have been watching Overwatch League, we did see a few different compositions. It wasn't just goats anymore.
Yeah.
We saw a bit of Orisa. We saw a Bastion.
Yeah.
In a game last night, there was just like 4 minutes of Orisa and Bastion spamming each other. So that was both. That was fun.
Yeah.
We'll see what these teams bring out though.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see it because, as you said, there's been a roster change for staffs, and then Keele have got a sub, so it would be quite interesting to see what they bring out. Both teams, in fact.
Who is the sub on Keele?
Dante in YPD.
Okay, fair enough.
I believe that he's not played in a while.
Oh right.
So it'll
Shake
be
off the
interesting.
cobwebs kind of thing.
Yeah, basically.
Fair enough.
So I don't know. What are you excited to see this game?
I'm just excited to see Overwatch, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Overwatch is sort of my main game, and I know a couple of the Team Yeet from staffs players are really good at the game. So I'm actually excited to see that. Keep an eye on Pulse as well. He does have an alternate one-trick Torb account.
All right.
So I want to see the Torbjorn today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
It should be pretty interesting.
For sure.
Yeah.
It is a best of 5, so we'll be seeing what these teams can do.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what we're starting off on. We're still setting that up currently.
Yeah.
We will let you know as we know.
Yes.
So there we go. What did you think of Solcal?
It was interesting. It was very one-sided.
Definitely interesting.
Yeah, there's not much you can say about that one.
The player from staff's Raven. She absolutely dominated the Keele team.
Absolutely.
The rest of the Keele players the staff's players didn't even get to play.
Yeah.
She beat everyone before they could.
Yep.
So
they just had to sit there and watch.
They did, yeah.
Yeah. It was quite interesting.
Just one of those things.
Yeah. Well, she
It happens.
dominated it, so got to give it to her.
Exactly,
so
yeah.
It was alright.
Fair play to her.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of that, you did see the Street Fighter 3 fun matches in the break. That was just a bit of fun.
Yeah, just a fun match between players. Just since they didn't get to play.
Exactly.
They had to play something.
You did get a sneak peek of Kazu, who will be playing Dragon Ball tomorrow.
Yeah, that also should be interesting. I think tomorrow's going to be very entertaining.
Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, same.
Rainbow Six should be good as well.
I'm pretty excited to see Rainbow Six. I think our team is pretty good, and I believe so is Staffs.
I'm not sure actually. I haven't really heard much about Staff's team.
Yeah.
But we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Excited to see Shimzu, head of the VG here at Staffs.
All right.
He'll be stepping up to see what he can do.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Are there any specific games you're excited about tomorrow?
I mean Smash and Rainbow Six really.
All right.
Yeah.
So not really a League player.
Not a League player, no. Are you excited for League?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my main game.
Okay.
So I think we're putting a lot of stakes on League. I think there's high hopes that we can win that, but we'll see. Since you informed about the player.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. so-
I think aside from Overwatch, that'll be the closest game
yeah.
here in Varsity.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think I agree. I think about Overwatch though, it's the main parts are that there's so many new players. Well, so I say so many, but 3 players basically overall.
It's half the team when
so
you think about it. So,
yeah, exactly.
yeah, it just depends how quickly they can get into it, get
Yeah.
into the team
Yeah.
sort of synergy issue.
I'm pretty excited how the matches to see how the matches go and how quick are the games or how slow they go.
Yeah, I mean,
So.
it could be either way really. If
Yeah.
if it does go to goats, they'll probably be quite long, drawn out
Yeah.
engagements.
Yeah.
But we'll see what both teams pick. I want to see some Baptiste as well.
Yeah.
I want to see if they can work him into the team. DPS players have been picking up Baptiste as well.
All right.
Yeah, because he's hit scan. He does hit scan damage.
Yeah.
So that's sort of an off roll that hit scan players pick up sometimes.
See, I've not seen him in game yet, so it could be pretty exciting. Someone
Okay.
picks him,
Yeah.
but
His immortality field is quite a big thing. 'cause
All right.
Obviously, you can't die.
yeah.
So it's good against like self-destructs and grab combos. So
Yeah. Don't know. Maybe the players are gonna be too scared to pick him since he's
that's
new.
also true. Yeah, that's a good
So,
point.
Yeah. So they
might-
might go for comfort picks.
Yeah.
Just
Used to what they know.
see. Yeah. Exactly.
Which it's valid topic, valid strategy.
Exactly.
So we'll see.
I mean, you're more confident on the characters that you've used to play in.
Exactly.
rather
Yeah.
than
I mean,
other ones.
Batiste came out a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. It's
So obviously
completely
players
new.
aren't going to be as comfortable with him as they are in
Yeah. Exactly.
other heroes, but we'll see.
Could be fun.
Definitely be fun. So yeah. Like we said, we are still waiting for players to get set up. They are, as you can see behind us,
Yeah.
setting up their sort of keyboard and mouse and stuff.
I
you
think
know.
there were a few FPS issues, and then they figured out that
Yeah.
there's Rainbow Six Siege running
Someone
in
had
the
loaded
background.
Rainbow Six up.
Yeah.
It caused a
So-
bit of issues. Running Overwatch at like 15 FPS.
Yeah.
Not great.
It looked interesting, in fact. but
Yeah.
it should
Stop
be
motion
fun.
Overwatch, by the way.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think players were complaining that they can't play like that, and we told them a couple of times there's probably something in the background. They're like, no, we checked.
No, there's nothing there. But there was.
yeah, exactly.
Players don't always know best, but they do sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, who do you main in Overwatch then? Who do you play?
See, I don't play much Overwatch.
Okay.
I enjoy watching Overwatch, even though it's quite a messy game. It's like,
It's busy.
yeah, it's just constant fighting. Completely different from League from what I'm used to, in fact.
That's fair.
I don't know. I kind of try to pick up more characters now because I'm trying to get more into different games.
Okay.
So I've recently just been trying to play more Overwatch and just so I get that feeling of how it is to actually main something else that isn't League. So far I'm quite enjoying it. I can't say who I main because I don't really main anyone.
That's fair.
So there
That's
isn't
fair.
anything I could tell you.
What character are you having fun with then?
Well, see, one of the easy ones I can tell you is Moira. She's pretty fun
Okay,
and pretty
yeah.
easy. I feel like she's one of those characters that is pretty nice to learn the game on.
Yeah.
Just because there isn't much to her kit, there isn't much skill shots. So I think that's sort of why I've picked up her and gone with her currently, just
That's fair,
because
yeah.
I want to learn the game, rather than my aim isn't there.
No,
Let's just say that.
that's fair enough.
So
Obviously, you don't have to aim in League. So
yeah,
it's not an issue.
exactly.
No, Moira's fun.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
tank
And
main.
what about you? Tank main.
That's it, yeah. Reinhardt, Winston.
Mhm. Winston's quite pretty fun.
I like Winston.
Yeah.
It's the lack of aim again.
Yeah,
That's what it is,
exactly.
yeah. I'm not good at aiming, so
All right.
Yeah.
So you're basically the same as me.
pretty much, yeah.
That hurts a little bit. It's
Well,
okay. We'll
no.
practice. We'll get
We'll
there.
practice together. It'll be fine.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Don't really know what to say now. I've been waiting a while for these players to get set up, so
They're taking their sweet time.
they are taking their time. They do like to do that, players. Obviously, Staff's team Yeet is playing in the NSE Grand Finals tomorrow, I believe.
All right.
So yeah, if you guys want to tune into that, feel free.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like the players are now set up, so we're gonna hand it over to our casters. See you guys after the games.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Overwatch segment of Esports Varsity 2019 between the Staffordshire Stampede and Keele Krakens. I'm going to be one of your casters, Andrew Oganike, and I'm joined by...
Omni Toaster. I'm going to be your other caster for today, representing this Overwatch game that I reckon is going to be a pretty close one.
Yeah, definitely going to be the closest game that we've seen so far. Although, after Soul Calibur, that's not particularly difficult.
No, that's not massively challenging, to be honest. That was quite the stomp, and obviously Dota was just that friendly, so...
Yeah, unfortunate that
yeah.
we weren't able to play it out, but I'm glad that we got something on stream. But today, we're going to be bringing you Yeet versus the Keele Krakens team. For those of you that
I want to ride my bicycle, is their official name.
What? That's a null team name if I've ever heard it.
Yep, it definitely is.
Man, there's two kinds of null teams. The ones that go for the puns, and there's the ones that try and come up with a serious name and abandon it by the second split.
And then there's those that do both, the Cambridge University Newell team.
Yeah, that's true. But for Yeet, for those of you that don't follow them on Twitter or haven't been keeping up with their antics, we'll be having Pulse, Jealous, Zephyrus, J7, Evie, and their new sub who's making his debut on this team, Greenie, who previously played for Staffs Venom about 2 years ago. So that's going to be interesting to see how they integrate him into the lineup.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see his first outing with the team. How much it might change their playstyle from when they did have Callum on it during the last 2 seasons of Newell and NSE. See what differences come to it with, I believe, Zephyrus actually heading on to that main tank role.
Yeah,
now.
when they played in Newell to get 3rd place, losing to both Underwatch and the Caledonia Chargers.
Caledonia Chargers, yeah.
Zephyr switched off of the off-support role to the main tank, and they had Stu playing as their Moira support. This time, obviously, they're running Greenie instead of Stu, so it'll be interesting to see if he fills that similar sort of role and is just more of an upgrade in some respects, or if they're choosing to have a completely different playstyle that fits to George's very flexible talent pool.
Yeah, and obviously this is going to be an important game for them, kind of seeing how they match up in a more official match over scrims heading into the NSE finals tomorrow.
Yeah.
That they are going to be playing in.
Because George, part of the original Big Milky's team, that's which makes him ineligible to play for Newell, so his actual debut outside of scrims is going to be today. So I'm interested to see what we've got.
And as we get into Busan for our first map here, Keele are going to be bringing Strickland, Tomplev, Wolfenson, Skullduggery, Cersal, and also bringing a sub to this game, Dante, NYPD, subbing in for Don Blade, who normally plays on a DPS role for them.
Okay.
So both teams not coming with the roster they've been playing with for the longest amount of time into this game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we bring in for Control. We can find out that skins are on, so we're going to be looking at not the default skins, which makes a nice change, to be honest.
And I think they fixed the American football Reinhardt skin, so that voice line isn't too quick for it to actually be fair and balanced anymore. So skins on isn't that big an issue anymore. That was really the big one that kind of everybody wanted skins off for.
That's fair. I'm interested to see what they're going to run here. If there's going to be any coordination of colors.
Yeah, that's always important. We, I know when I used to play for Keele, we actually very much liked going for the coordination of the profile icons as well. That was always important to us.
Oh yeah, we on Big Milky's definitely realized that certain things make certain letters, which means you can spell certain
words. You know that
there are 2 kinds of people.
May or may not be uttered.
Yeah, but we're starting off with Alex playing the Sombra, which has actually been what he's been doing for Yeet more recently, playing the DPS roles. Originally, this was actually one of Greenie's roles, and so far we're seeing that it's not paying off for them just yet.
Yeah, this hasn't gone well out of all for them. This dive coming in from Tomplev on the Winston, just taking out a lot of people. The Zenyatta was managed to get rezzed up, but the rest of his team just dismantled there by Tomplev. And Skullduggery diving in, Cersal in the back with that Widowmaker just picking people off as the disruption was caused. Dante and Strickland bring up the supports with a Zenyatta Anna, so a lot of healing coming in at that long range for this Monkey who's going to be jumping in. He's waiting in the back lane, going straight onto the Genji, but Jealous. He's going to take down Wolfenson's mech, so getting a lot of damage out and getting a lot also onto Cersal, so he's going to have to back up, not going to be raining in that damage. And he already has a tactical visor. He's going to pop it, but 3 of his team are already dead, so it might be too late for it to actually be too effective as a nano boost does come out onto Skullduggery. So he's going to be taking very little damage, doing a lot as he runs around, going again for Cersal. Jealous getting a lot of damage done here, but not managing to find any eliminations out of it. And now he's just going to end up staggering himself. Does get the health kit. He takes out Skullduggery, and he's still alive, just in their backline. Cersal going to go back for him, but he finds the full health kit.
I guess this is what happens when you enter a hit scan duel against one of the players that was scouted for the UK Overwatch team last year.
Cecil does know that he's there now as they get onto the point, so they're going to have to start leaving Jealous alone. The kill is going to come onto him on Skullduggery, not before he takes out Cecil though, and now they have to try and recontest this point. We're very, very close to it. Flipping in the way of Yeet. Zephyr's just going to try and push people off to finish off that gap, but he's also going to get off. Dante, he's in the corner. He's in a pretty bad position here, but he does manage to get the anti-healing onto that Monkey, who's down to very low HP, so he's probably going to drop. Isn't going to be able to get away as Wolfenson finishes him off, and now Skullduggery. He's in the backline onto the Zenyatta, and they manage to hold.
I'm actually really liking what Keele is doing here. They're making sure that they don't hard commit to the more notable names on the staff side. We have seen in some games that some people definitely get intimidated by the Jealous name and try and focus him down, or Callum's very well-known aggressive play, sometimes just allowing them to either focus him down or take that opportunity to go for the more open supports. They're just spreading the damage around and then making a quick pick here and there and letting it snowball.
EMP comes out along with a Tactical Visor and a Blade. So many ults being committed to this, but they had to do it. 99% was there. They had to make sure they won that fight.
And in fairness, I think this is it's okay to burn so many ults here because it's more than likely that, ooh, Evie staggered there, overextending just a little bit. I think that Yeet are probably going to have to switch things up here. So burning that many ultimates if you're going to switch comps, now's the time to do it. But it looks like they're staying, actually, surprisingly.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to switch comps if you win the fight, especially on control, because you can't get back to change any heroes, and they didn't lose too many people. The Skullduggery is going to come out with that minefield, but they're just going to get cleaned up by Ufarella with the Zenyatta ult, taking no damage from them. But Zephyrus did get dropped by the ensuing self-destruct. So it's a good start for the fight for Keele. It's also going to get taken out by Jeremy Torbjorn in the back line. Not actually playing Torbjorn quite disappointingly. Skullduggery comes back in, getting a few more kills, but ults are getting popped now. Zephyrus, he's ready. He's got the Primal Rage, so he's got a lot of HP, and he's just swinging at people. Skullduggery going to have to try and get out.
And you can see in your top left corner, Evie has basically built his Blade for next fight, and Jealous is sitting at Attack Visor. So this is actually, it's a good hold for Yeet there. They managed to get rid of the Transcendence in the process. So really, Keele is only looking at the Nano Boost as a defensive ult, which only affects one person, probably going to be used to keep Tomplev up before he uses his Primal Rage, or after.
Yeah. And like you said, they did use that to start switching up their comp a little bit. The Zenyatta used Trance, then died, went back and swapped to the Lucio instead, as Skullduggery gets taken out very quickly to start this fight. The boost does come out onto Tomplev, so he's coming in, but he's already dropping very, very low. He does have the ult. He's going to have to pop it soon. He's actually just going to jump back out to the safety of his healers, try and get healed back up and then come back in. Dante and YBD, he's on the low ground, and Evie's just going to go straight in onto him. He's definitely not going to survive that. Tomplev trying to save his Ana, also going to get taken down, and this is just going to be another solid defense.
And we're looking at 4 ults here online for Yeet. Zephyr sitting at 50%, and George used his is nowhere near Sound Barrier. But with those 4 just aggressive ults, well, 3 and the Valkyrie, Yeet are in a very good position to take this slow. They've done very non-committal pushes to keep Keele off of the point, because they know that when it comes down to this sort of meta, Overwatch is a game where ultimates will swing a fight.
Yeah.
And they have more than enough. There's the first one.
Yeah, the EMP, very nice there onto a lot of them, and
there's not really much you can do here.
Yeah. Pulse is so good on that Sombra. The minefield does come out as it's back to 99% for each one. Wolfenson gets a double with his ult. This might be exactly what they need. The Skullduggery, he's still there, so he can start swinging, trying to get people into his ult. He's getting the count progress pretty high up, but he is against 3 people on his own here, and he does not have a healer, so he's going to be in a pretty bad position going straight in for the Mercy. He's going to take him out, and this is looking really good for Keele now. They're starting to stagger out some kills. There's only going to be 3 people coming back for the side of Yeet, and they're going to flip the point back in their way very, very shortly. There are some tanks coming back on. Pulse gone over to the Doomfist just to get back quicker. Try and get a pick. Is going to get punched onto Skullduggery, but not into wall, so he's going to survive, and Pulse isn't. They're going to flip it back. The overtime works so quick.
I think they switched off there, honestly, at the end of that fight. You really had it won, and they just didn't position properly around the bomb.
Yeah, Wolfenson coming up absolutely huge.
Man, I do love massive self-destructs.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see, like, if... unfortunately, we don't have the ability to go back and check different POVs. It would be nice to see if Yeet really just didn't see the bomb.
Yeah,
or if
I'll be honest with you, I didn't see where it came from.
No, I saw a hamster ball, and then there was an explosion.
Yeah, and some people were dead.
But Control is best of 3, so Keele are up now on match point. But the layout completely changes for this next point of Busan. There'll be the high ground that looks onto the point.
And I want to bring everyone's attention to one thing on that high ground. the Cersal v Jealous Widow duel.
Now, if I was a betting man, I'd probably go for my boy Jealous.
If I was a betting man, I'd probably bet with you. However, Cersal is a monster on that Widow as well, does play the snipers a lot. As we say, that Jealous does get the better of him in that first engagement,
and that
winning
is
that
a
duel.
red tick there as well.
Yeah.
So we can't even blame that on the damage boost from J7. That's all fair and square at the end of the day. Jealous was going to win
Straight
that
to the
shot.
head. Yeah. That's going to be a very nice, quick take for Yeet. 2 nice kills by Jealous, followed up with a little bit more damage from his monkey. So they now have control, and this point is really a lot easier to hold as Widow than it is to attack as Widow.
Yeah.
Cersal there getting taken out very quickly.
And does that count to the Jealous Widow duel? Is that 2-0, 1.5-0? Do we take
No.
those?
Unless Jealous is in the kill feed, I don't think we count it. It's too hard to verify.
Yeah, you never know. Widow, not really known for her assists there on the kill feed.
And gonna start off here with Pulse actually getting dropped on that Sombra, so no aid from him, no hacks coming into this fight as people are dropping very low. Zephyrus, he's so low, how is he gonna survive this? Healing out onto him is absolutely amazing, but just not enough there at the end as he just gets dropped. And now the point was actually flipped during that fight. Is he gonna be able to take down the mech here? Wolfenstein dropping very low, the Valkyrie is there, the Valkyrie healing is gonna be enough to keep the mech alive, and Cersal's just gonna finish off Pulse. Really nice healing there from Dante.
It's really... One of the things to note is we're seeing a lot of the red Zenyatta in the kill feed. There's a lot more final blows and impact coming out from Strickland compared to George here, which is something that we'll have to keep note of if the team fights do swing in the other direction to see if the Zenyatta, who, despite being a support hero, if you've been watching Overwatch League, you'll be seeing definitely can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Strickland plays a lot of that hero, so it's incredibly good at him as they are actually going to engage onto him first. The EMP is there. Strickland's already dead, so I don't think they need to invest it, but they are going to opt to as Zephyrus also takes out Dante. That is the healing gone for Keele, and they're hacked up, so all they can really hope for here is as much percentage on this point as they can get.
And Hammond is one of those heroes that is very capable of stalling out a point if he doesn't get dove completely immediately.
Jealous 2, Cersal 0.
It's unfortunate, but GG, go next.
Yeah, but Cersal has been getting some picks. Did take out Pulse at the start of their point cap. So
I think it's very
that up for them.
important because once Hammond, they're not running a shield tank, they're running a very volatile tank who is more than capable of stalling out the point, but if he gets hacked, he is just a walking ult battery, and I think that's why they really need to make sure that Pulse isn't shutting him down whilst he's going for cheeky flanks.
Yeah, he turns into just more of an ult battery than Roadhog, and that's genuinely impressive to do as the fight begins. Evie, he has a blade ready. The minefield comes down, though. Again, it's just going to get swept up by the Zenyatta. Cersal gets the better of Jealous this time, taking him down, however, so that is one kill going the way of Kill so far, and J7 also going to fall. The healers are down. Evie trying to do something about it with his blade, takes out the opposing Mercy, but it's not going to be enough.
This is really, really impressive play from Wolfson. And now they're just poking to try and build ults before the fight, and Alex is going to be nice and safe on his way out. Keeping that 75 hacks, just because 200s sometimes seem like the big option. You need to make sure that you're going to get topped up fully. But if you're playing intelligently with Sombra, you shouldn't be taking massive amounts of damage. And there with a massive hack.
It does connect onto Strickland, but Strickland just kites him around that corner really well, and Cersal takes him down. So Strickland's going to survive here. Doesn't have the Transcendence, however, so not going to be able to do much with his life as he is still alive, just getting a little bit of damage in before Zephyrus. He's just onto the backline, takes out 2 with this ult, going onto Cersal as well, and he's not going to be long for this world. The point hasn't been flipped yet, though, so there's still really just one fight territory for either team here. Whoever wins the next one's likely going to take this round.
And it's really unfortunate there for Wolfenstein because he was actually at the ult charge to get back in his mech, but he just had too little health. But we're looking pretty bare on the ult side of things for the staff side, whereas you look, Strickland's ult just came online, and they do have the vision on the kill side as Tomplev's ultimate's going to come up. Jealous being bursted down somehow makes it out, and we get the revenge kill on Skullduggery.
Yeah, that dive not going how Skullduggery wanted at all, and now the ults begin to come. Evie, he has his out, but Dante's going to be the first to die here, just zapped down by the monkey as of Strickland. That's all the healing gone, and at 99 to 99, with all of the kills going the way of Yeet, this map is going to be brought to a 1-1 scoreline.
And we saw there at the beginning of the fight, Cersal was taking his high angle to see if he could get a pick. He was hovering over the Zenyatta's head, but that bubble was just a force to be reckoned with, and he didn't want to give away his position by taking the first shot. So unfortunately, Cersal wasn't able to make an impact on that last fight until far too late.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and that dive from Skullduggery so much quality healing and peel straight onto Jealous. They were so quick to keep him alive. As we're going to be heading on to Mecha Base, personally my favorite part of this map.
It was definitely probably one of the more fun ones to watch in the GOATS meta. I haven't seen too much of it since Baptiste has come out and made changes to the
changes to what supports have run sometimes.
Yeah. The 3 tank, 3 support GOATS meta has definitely switched to a more of a rock, paper, scissors style. If the Brig is being played, then you can afford to run some DPS like some Pharah, which Yeet are very well known for. But if they choose to switch to the hit scan support hero that is Baptiste, then you end up running the Brigitte because she has more utility in the close range fight, and then you have to make swaps around that.
They might go to the Moira, and then you make sure you have the Zen, because Zen Goats just kind of beats Moira Goats with the increased damage to go over that healing. So yeah, it's really just a kind of which supports are you going to be taking. Skullduggery comes straight in very aggressively into the entire team, knocking them all up, getting some nice damage, but in the background, Jealous on the Zarya is going to take out Wolfenson's mech. And then Tomplev as well, both tanks dropping very nicely to Jealous' Zarya. As we should point out, Yeet have gone over to the Mei variant of this 3-3 Goats.
Yes, the European Snoats, as we like to call it, versus Keele, still sticking with the same Hammond dive-oriented comp. Unfortunately, dive is one of those metas that has trouble dealing with Brigitte's existence.
Yeah. You know, many would obviously count kind of Brig as the birth of Goats, and was very much a hero implemented as a tool against dive. And as the grab comes out, it's only onto Tomplev. Skullduggery comes into it on his own accord to try and protect his monkey. Does protect him, but goes down for it, and Strickland over onto the Ana also gets taken down. So this is just going to be a very aggressive hold currently, which is what you have to see from Goats.
Yeah, and as you can see in the middle bar when we're switched over to Jealous's camera, he does have a lot of charge. That number underneath his reticle signifies how much damage his Zarya will be doing when he's tracing them with that giant particle beam and lobbing those right clicks in. The Mei will just going to come up, be slightly annoying, funnel them into a particular direction.
Blade coming out, Cercel, his nano boost as well. It is going to be enough damage to go through the Zenyatta. If he can actually get onto anyone, he's not going to be able to, but on the edges of this fight, Evie is going to drop to Skullduggery, who's now coming in. Cercel was very far into the team, so he isn't going to be able to survive, but Dante actually gets in for a res in all of this chaos. Very impressive from him. Wolfenson just trying to get some damage out, has to head away as Dante gets punished for the res, and Tomplev, without that healing, is going to be finished off. This is looking very bad for Keele again now. The minefield is on the point, but Skullduggery is not there to do anything about it. Jealous is going to finish off that mech and start pushing onto Strickland, getting him away, maybe trying to stagger him out.
And you can see the switch now from Dante onto Lucio, because the support matchup, when you look at it in the 1v1, that fight really snowballed in Staff's favor thanks to the support-on-support violence that was the Zenyatta taking out the opposing Mercy. They lost a lot of their ability to stay up.
The Grav Blizzard combo comes out. There is a boosted monkey in it, but he's just going to get frozen up. He does actually manage to jump out of it as the bomb keeps the rest of his team alive. And there's actually a Baptiste, probably should have mentioned that, the immortality field, keeping everybody alive. Tomplev got onto the point just to stall it out. It is at 99%, but the rest of his team are too slow to back him up.
Very unfortunate. Skullduggery just sneaky in your top right-hand corner. Unable to make much of a difference. I like the attempt, and we're going to see the nano-boosted Baptiste. Unfortunately, despite having a grenade launcher, it's not particularly suited to taking out large groups of enemies.
And yeah, that the immortality field did excellent work for them there. Kept them alive through that Grav and the Blizzard. It's a really, really strong ability in those kind of situations. But the Grav was there, the CC was there. That was really the big thing about those two ults. It just kept them in that choke, kept them away from the point.
And even though they popped 2 ults in order to make sure that they had a little bit more sustainability, obviously the 1,000 health on the ulting Winston and making use of the bomb in order to reset the Diva's health pool effectively.
Yeah.
The immortality field was a nice switch because they didn't have Transcendence for this fight and they needed something to keep themselves up. But unfortunately, Yeet were just building ults whilst they were swinging into them, because even though they weren't dying, they weren't fighting back.
No, that's the thing as well. Like, Graviton Surges, yes, they are so good for getting those big team wipes, but they're also just so good for getting a lot of consistent damage into them. You swing a Reinhardt into that, that's a shatter down.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter even if you have your Reinhardt. Sometimes, like in previous metas, before people would like stick to Reinhardt Zarya, you would see a Zarya get a big grab, and then the Reinhardt just sits there with a shield up and nobody can do anything. But you can't shield a giant hammer coming through. Imagine if you could, though. What a weird game we would have.
Yeah, if it worked like Brig's current shield bash where it doesn't go through a shield.
That was a good change.
Yeah, that was an excellent change. Made Goats a lot more interesting.
We still have the Legion comp, which has the McCree in it if people choose to run the forbidden DPS. So
Wait,
you
DPS
can't.
heroes exist?
Yeah, they patched them back into the
Oh,
game
really?
recently.
I hadn't read that patch note.
Yeah, no, it was somewhere tucked at the bottom under the bug fixes. You know, I thought they would have fixed it a while ago, but I guess it was an intended feature.
It has been quite a while since we saw any consistent DPS play. Although these teams both bringing out some different comps, we did see that Maygoats at the end there. But the first 2 rounds, some very interesting stuff being brought out, and a very, very close map 1.
Yeah, it was actually very impressive. Control is one of those ones that you can never really tell, because sometimes it will come down really, really close, and then suddenly the next rotation will be a complete wipe. And sometimes we've even seen teams win Control, and you question everything you knew about Overwatch, and then they get 3-1'd, like, hard.
Yeah, well, some teams are definitely control specialists. I mean, let's look at Seoul Dynasty, for example. They have that kind of B team that is just their control team. They bring them on for those maps, and then they bring on their other team for the rest of them.
Shout out to Switzerland at the World Cup, only winning Control. They're one good map type.
Yeah, well, it's a very different to the rest of Overwatch in a lot of ways. It's a lot brawlier. It's a lot just kind of more constant fighting.
And nobody has close respawns. There's no advantage depending on where you are in a particular map. There are some teams that thrive in the chaos of overtime, 2 CP, pulling out the Tracer pick, the May pick to stall things out. We've seen NYXL steal maps from people off of Jonat getting crazy picks.
I think a big part of this, however, is that a lot of people don't really fully understand 2CP spawn mechanics. In that if you have more people on the point than your defenders, their respawns increase in time. And people just kind of get off the point, go for the kills. But you got to be stacking the point, increasing those respawn timers, and that's how you kind of stop that kind of ridiculous stalling that we see. And this, I mean, obviously not when you get up to our level or Florida Mayhem, we're definitely kind of ignoring that yesterday. But at lower levels, even up into like the top echelons of Newell, you do see people still kind of ignoring that, as it's one of those mechanics that isn't always necessarily kind of registered in your mind as something that exists.
And it didn't always exist.
Yeah.
It was a change that people made. Speaking of changes, what are the odds we see one from this almost telegraphed Torbjorn pick?
Yeah, he can't be playing on the account Jeremy Torbin and not play Torbjorn at least once.
To be fair, I have heard from conversations from Yeet that Alex has been very adamant he wanted to play Torbjorn at some point during Newell or NSE.
Well, I mean, again, on that Florida game that was played in Al yesterday, they did pull out a Torbjorn composition on Hanamura, not quite on Numbani, and it did actually win against the London Spitfire. So it's definitely he's not an entirely unviable pick anymore. Just a bit of a niche one.
Man, Defran might not be in the league anymore, but he's definitely changed the game for the better.
He definitely did, yeah. That was a power play pulling it out in his first ever map, as the dive is there with a Pharah.
I didn't even see what tagged Skullduggery, but he is having to take a backseat round the corner because the other support is in the sky with the Pharah, making sure that she stays topped up. So the Ana is going to have to use their health pack in order to get back up to full.
Yeah, the Pharah is a nice pick here as they dive straight onto the Ana with the Sombra coming from behind, take her down, as with J7 on that Mercy, also going to drop with no supports here. This is going to be a very, very first control taken of the first point. The mech is going to fall, so if they die quickly, they might be able to get a recontest, but they already have the 2 ticks, so it's unlikely.
Yeah, it was a very, very coordinated dive. The Torbjorn does is really effective in the longer team fights where the turret can chunk people down. But the coordinated dive straight onto the Ana, which is going to take out a lot of their main sustain, just really swung the fight in that favor, and they could scramble quite effectively. Torbjorn can actually, as we saw, burst down D.Va and farm her for ult charge very fast, but there's not much he can do if he takes a rocket to the back of the head.
Yeah, those right clicks are really, really deadly up close. Cersei getting hacked out, but actually going to take out Pulse in response to that, just kind of on the ground.
Excellent peel there from Wolfenson, making sure that his slept opponent doesn't get naded and taken down by a coordinated attack.
Right now, the DPS actually are just kind of steamrolling this Yeet team. Just bullying them, going wherever they want, doing what they want, even when hacked Cersei, getting those kills, and they're just kind of walking through the streets phase here.
Yeah, streets phase is historically very difficult to defend, so this is sort of par for the course for Keele, and be interesting to see if Yeet's attack is as fast. Zephyr's looking like he's lining up, damage boosted as he comes in, he's using the shield.
Lovely
Unfortunately,
sleep.
strays out of it, so he is going to get stunned up, but we got the nano boosted Jealous to clean things up and swing things back in his favor. That's a hack, unfortunately. not going to be able to clean up because he is anti-naded and forced to retreat around the corner.
Yeah, that EMP may be slightly questionable there. His team were very much on the retreat. It's kind of being chased down. Some of these heroes, especially this Soldier 76, don't really care if they're hacked. Just kind of carries on shooting at you.
Yeah, he's a simple man. He doesn't need any fancy abilities. He's just going to walk slightly faster, and he's going to hold left click and burst you down.
Although, if you do hack him, he can no longer run, interestingly. The EMP does come out, 3 members of Keele caught, but Circle, he got around a car, and is going to pop back out, taking down Jamie Torpin. A really nice sleep onto him in the air, though, and Jealous is going to capitalize on that to finish him off, along with Tomplev. Now this is looking like another really, really nice fight for Yeet. That sleep was absolutely amazing from Ufarella, shutting down Circle entirely.
Some people who may have run into this count on the ladder may be surprised to not see the Symmetra, or maybe be wondering how a Morio one-trick could have such good aim. They just haven't seen how good this man actually is at Overwatch when he's not just playing for SR.
He's been hiding it all for the Varsity. Wolfenson taken out 2, though. The Res is going to come through, and they're not going to be able to stop that, so Ufarella's back up with that aim, with that big heal. The Vez on the other team also going to come through. He's actually going to cancel it. Not going to get that finish to Eevee. Going to get boosted up. Strickland, he's just in the background on that Zenyatta, trying to make something happen. Circle with him. They're going to take down the support, so now this might be where they finally get to finish, pushing it through the streets phase. Few good fights won out by Yeet, stalling them maybe longer than they'd like.
Yeah, it's actually, like, it's an interesting choice to see the nano boost on the Pilot Diva. It's entirely possible that it was just a miss and he was aiming for someone else, but he did actually allow Evie to get really close to getting back in his mech. We're just going to roll on through Streets phase right now, and because Dante popped the wings in the previous fight in order to get that movement speed that kept him alive in all the crossfire, he isn't going to have bulk for this fight, and we're only going to be looking at the nano boost for the defensive ult, if they even choose to use it defensively.
Yeah, and they do have the EMP on the other side, along with 2 ults that just go very well with it, and he gets it out as soon as I start saying it, and the attack visor is there. He's just going to walk through him. Doesn't need to aim, just holding left click, and he's going to absolutely mop up. There's nothing they can do against that combo.
And Paul Wolfson is going to get staggered. We're going to keep it off screen because we don't endorse bullying over here at Staffordshire University. Unless it's in Twitch chat.
Yeah, but you can't be stopping that, let's be real here.
No,
Jealous heads over on to the Azaria, as it looks like a 3-3 competition for this last point that's going to come out.
Well, this does make sense. In all honesty, they were losing a lot of the DPS battles outside of when the legendary Q button was blessed. Speaking of...
Aiden, but he's so low, he gets one with the dash, but he's still very low HP. Jealous is going to finish with the bomb there. The shield gets up just in time to save his team from that. Strickland not finding anybody, much as he might have wanted to. Now the bomb coming in. A bigger bomb. Shield just as effective against this one, though, so no explosion's going to be taking anybody out here. As down Tomplev going to go at it the old-fashioned way, just coming in with his gun, jumping, trying to get a dive onto this Reinhardt, who does get bubbled to get that anti-heal off of him. And now Tomplev, he's isolated. A sleep comes out. I think that was onto Jealous. Tomplev going to go down, so he has to pop his ultimate ability, just trying to push people back into his team, but he's dropping down to 200 HP. Not a health total that you want to be at a ulting monkey, so he's going to have to get nano boosted, come back in with a lot more HP, but his ult's going to run out, so he's probably going to be able to get bursted down here. Not before he takes out Zephyr, so no Reinhardt, no protection for his team. Going to come back in, the rally comes out, so a lot of armor, but here's the Graviton Surge built up by Jealous, going to catch everybody in it. They're going to have to start trying to retreat. The yellow nade is onto them, so they're taking a lot more healing. Tomplev did drop on the other side of that Graviton Surge, though, trying to protect his team, who were caught in it. And it looks like it's just going to have to be a retreat.
And as you can see, Tomplev has already built up 46% of his ult. Because he was nano boosted towards the end of his ultimate, he starts getting ult charge back because he's out of it. So now he's actually going to be in prime position to maybe eco push this next offense and then come back with a primal rage for when they really want to finish this map.
Yeah, he was doing quite a lot of work there, just causing a lot of disruption. Managed to take out the Reinhardt, but unluckily for him, that Graviton Surge was there, was ready, and caught his entire backline in it.
And we do see the switch over from the Winston to the Reinhardt, trying to make sure that they have a slightly more permanent presence.
The shatter comes out, though. The Dragons have to be there just to try and stop it,
that's
prompting...
That's going to force Yeet into the fight here, which means that they can get cleaned up.
Strickland with 3!
And what was really impressive about that is they used the Dragon Strike to cut off their chance of retreating, which forced them to all play on point, which meant that they were prime pickings for that 3-man Riptire from Strickland.
Also forced out the sound barrier from Ufarella. J7 on this round, sorry.
I respect it because, once again, because they're being pushed onto cart and they do have the Reinhardt switch, it now becomes a very brawly, very very dicey situation. We do have the bomb come out. Zephyr's unable to get the charge to take down the Reinhardt shield in time, so that bomb isn't going to accomplish much, and we do have Pulse going down on the Brigitte.
Yeah, Pulse get dropped, and now the boost onto Tomplever on this Reinhardt, just getting boost for days. And Zephyr's, he's purple, so he's not getting any healing, just going to get swung at and taken down. And this might be the opportunity they're looking for, but Ufarella going to get the headshots onto Dante, finishing off that Lucio, so a big source of AoE healing denied. But the side of Keele now might make this a lot harder. The Dragon Strike is almost there. The grab comes out, though, so this is just Wolfenstein going to be put in it on that Zarya. It's going to be enough to finish him off, though, and finish off this push.
And unfortunately, because it wasn't an eco push, this was actually a full commit. They're looking in an interesting situation. They don't have the sound barrier for this fight. They do have solely aggressive ultimates. If they manage to make it back to point, Tomplev may be able to build his ult up in the time it takes to...
I'm not even sure who can touch for them here.
They've got the Riptide, which might stagger them off. Tomplev makes it, but he is definitely going to trade out his life for this. At solo, he gets the shatter.
The reverse shatter as well. Jeremy Torben's going to go down to that, but they're all dying. They're all dying.
Real unfortunate. That's a ladder game right there. You land the 3-man out, and you look at the kill feed, and you wonder why it's not your color.
That looked like it was going so well. They managed to keep him alive. Jealous dropped early, and then the shatter was huge from him.
It was just real good coordination there from the Yeet side. They didn't crack under pressure there. They were very, very composed. And like I said before, because they chose to commit so many ults in the fight before it, they didn't have as much in the tank. They had to try and build those ultimates during the fight. The nano boost was actually a really, really good investment because it allowed Komplev to get his shatter, which might have turned things around if his team hadn't melted around him.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened in the backline there, but it certainly wasn't good. A little bit more stall there might have been able to get them towards that Grav Dragon combo.
Yeah,
definitely could have tipped the edge in their favor.
I think it was probably down to what we saw in the only ultimate that wasn't close to getting up was the one that would have stopped those 4 deaths from coming through. The 30% on the sound barrier, they're the only defensive ult in that composition at all, really, outside of a counter shatter.
Yeah, in the current meta, really having no defensive ults is very is a very risky move, just because there are a lot of big combos that you want to counter out with them, as they're going to bring out, I keep going back to it, the Florida comp from yesterday.
I like this decision though. Bunker compositions in the current Ghost meta, well, we're not quite sure if it's going to be Ghost Reign Supreme or if we're going to see the return of DPS as a category in general outside of this sort of very scrambly meta at the beginning where nobody really knows what we're going. So we'll run DPS and hope it works.
And
it's bunker compositions make use of the increased DPS of some of the characters that you're playing, makes use of Baptiste's ability to deal damage and top it back up. And also the fact that shields and armor just generally have been nerfed, so people can't just walk with the shield up and hope to just push their way onto point.
Yeah, and Dante, as with Pulse, was adamant. Actually, one of his conditions for subbing in here was that he got to play Torb at least once in one of the games, so I'm glad for him that he's managed to do this as the pull comes out. And they are definitely well aware that this is the composition Keele have now. The monkey jumping to just below it, setting up for a dive. J7 coming as well. They're just going to go straight onto point, try and force a response. Dante going to get dropped. The purple nade is onto them, so they're not getting much healing right now. There isn't actually going to be enough. They just managed to get the damage down onto them. Eevee going to lose the mech. The stagger of the contest, though, there, not great from Keele, giving up a tick. That D.Va very much is in this comp as that kind of contesting force. You want to be going down and up, down to contest, up for heals, down to contest, up for heals. You don't want to really be giving a tick up if you can avoid it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that this approach to the Torbjorn pick has actually netted them a longer defense than Yeet's defense by the fact that they actually managed to defend once they were aware of where Pulse was the whole time. It was good of him to not bite and fire back, but unfortunately because he did take a hit, he is forced to retreat.
Yeah, so the first ult, coming out stronger so far, and they're just going to spam down. The same jump is going to come in from Zephyr's, just trying to get below them as the dive begins. Dante is just going to start retreating away. The turret is there doing damage, but they've given up another tick, and they're so close to the third one. They need to start getting better at contesting this fight. The Matrix is down from Baptiste, so a lot of damage is going to be coming out. All onto Eevee, going to drop very quickly, and the splooge from Torb, his Molten Core, all over the point. It's going to mop some people up, do some damage, but they need to get better at contesting if they want to run this comp.
Remember, folks, if your vomit does look like that color, you should go to a doctor. You should get checked out.
Especially if it burns.
Healthy. Yes. If it melts the floor that it lands on, then you probably should go to
it
a
might
movie
be too
company
late.
and
It
get
might
your
be
own
too
movie
late.
license.
Yeah, like, you might as well make some money out of it while you can, because that's not healthy. On this defense, I'm really, really looking for Keele to get better at contesting. We need Wolfenson to be going down onto point, getting back up, or they're just going to give up another tick for free. And if they do that again, that's the point. Hopefully, that kind of pressure will make them a lot more conscious. Although Wolfenson is dropping very low. The Baptista's trying to get the healing into him from that long range, hitting some of those right clicks, taking it out. The dive comes up. The blade is there. They have to have some ults to try and counter this. Zephyrus is going to die immediately, as is Tompless. So 2 tanks going down. The reflect is there, but it's not enough, as the boost was on, but they didn't get onto point.
Yeah,
They forced them back into the room. They just didn't contest at all.
But it's not too bad for Keele here, even though they did actually end up giving the point they gave them a tick every single attack. They did burn a lot of that clock, and because Keele pushed in overtime, they need to stall out Staffs as long as possible, because if Staffs finish outside of overtime...
Well, Keele didn't get third.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So they need to full hold them on... Well, not full hold, they need to hold them on last.
So, even if you do end up giving up the point, if you can stall out, we have seen that sometimes in the contender scene, that teams will intentionally go for a less sustainable comp in order to give up ult charge, possibly, and just make sure that they can whittle away as much time on that point A attack as possible.
Yeah, and we see why it's so important here as we come into the streets phase. And it's a very similar story to Keele's attack. The start of this point, so easy to attack, so easy to snowball. They're just going to get kill after kill. Hopefully for Keele, they can maybe try and look at getting a similar hold as they round this second corner.
It'll be interesting to see if Dante ends up switching onto a more sustainable pick. There we go. We do have the DPS support hybrid in Zenyatta.
Yeah, the contest is going to have to come out soon if they do want to get any hold here. Strickland and Jealous just going at it, but J7's there to back up Jealous, so Strickland might want to think second and think twice about that. Are they going to go for the contest? Yeah, the touch comes out. Wolfenson, he's on there, but the blade is there, and it's just going to go straight onto Strickland with this mercy damage boost. He's doing 150 a strike, so that's going to finish off that Tracer very easily. Go on for a 3K with that blade, and that's just going to be Streets phase finished a lot quicker than Keele managed it.
Yes. J7 making sure he gets his name on the left side of the kill feed for once, pulling out the blaster.
Yeah, you have to do it sometimes, you know. You got the Valkyrie, there's someone right there. The gun's coming out.
And there's no skill disparity here. The teams are actually looking pretty evenly matched, so we're probably not going to see a hammer on that kill feed, unfortunately.
Yeah,
so
that is very sad.
There's got to be someone styling at least once.
Yeah, Wolfenson unfortunately getting staggered out there, so Keele going to have to wait a little bit before they have a full contest here. And some ults are going to be available. The Monkey does get hacked up before he can pop his low, so this might be the opportunity that they are looking for. Tomplev jumping in, getting Jealous to about half HP. Not going to be enough to finish him off though. Zephyrus, he has his ult and he's jumping in. The self-destruct's going to come in with him. Just trying to get behind Dante. NYPD isn't going to get into cover though, so he's going to get finished off by that self-destruct. This is really bad now as Zephyrus also popped that primary rage. He's in the background. He's going to drop, but not before he finished off Skullduggery. Cecil, he's on the McCree. He has a high noon ready. Actually managed to get a kill with it. Somewhat a rarity with that ult, but it's going to get res straight back up. Zephyrus, he's there. He's ready to carry on going. The Monkey ult from the other team there to try and disrupt him, but also going to die in his ult. Both Winstons not surviving that primal rage this time. And this is looking very, very good for Yeet.
It is, but if you can see Strickland, no, never mind. He's taken down 84%. J7 making he's had enough. He's lost too many points. He's pulling out the blaster, the DPS Mercy. He's making sure that his team is going to finish this point. And even if they don't, they are looking at a very, very good ult economy if they chose to back off here and just make sure that they had a full push.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes for just over 3 meters, this is looking very strong as Dante is just going to get taken out again. Can't get into the cover. The Immortality field is going to get sent straight onto point, but it's not going to really be keeping anyone alive that much. It's a little bit off point, so they can't contest, and sticking it is going to finish off. But this is looking like a hold.
Yeah, we actually do see
65 centimeters left.
The support role here. He switched over to Baptiste, making use of his hit scan prowess in order to burst down Pulse, who unfortunately didn't actually know where the shots were coming from. You can see him hiding on the cart, possibly trying to back cap it if they C9'd. But bursted down by Cecil, who just had clear vision of him. He wasn't invisible. He wasn't going anywhere.
Baptiste's a very nice addition, just so DPS players have something that they can play on support and still feel like they're taking that DPS skill forward into it, other than just Zenyatta. Strickland just trying to get something out, but the damage stopping the
Brig hell anymore. The Brig prison is has been slightly abandoned.
It's not maximum security anymore. It's still there. The doors are still locked, but they're not great anymore. It's the blade coming out with the EMP. This is going to be really nice for them. One down, as is the Immortality field, so that's not going to be keeping anybody alive. Cecil finished off just after his field. So this is looking very, very strong. Just Wolfenson as that baby diva left alive, trying to keep the point up. Strickland, they're going to get dashed straight down by Jealous. Jealous just mopping up that entire fight. The Brig is on, just trying to do anything with that damage, with that stun, with a little bit of AoE healing. The sound barriers there. Stall is looking pretty good. Wolfenson might be able to get back here. No, Skullduggery's going to drop. There's not much distance to cover, and they are going to push it in.
It was a good hold. Like, all things considered, it was a good hold from Keele. They were looking at a pretty decent ult deficit compared to their push, where we could see that Yeet engaged pretty much immediately with the bomb as soon as it came on live, whereas they kept the other two to see what would happen after the cleanup. They were able to kill Dante both times with the bomb because Zenyatta not the most mobile of targets, and from there they were able to pressure the more beefy of the Kill Kraken's composition with the ultimates that they had. Yeah,
I am very obviously quite curious what could have happened in that map differently had Keele been a bit more coordinated on that first point defense, going for the contests with the Diva and the heals onto that. I think they could have maybe actually put up a significantly better, if not full hold on that point.
Yeah, the problem with the Mayhem composition is that they don't have anyone with high mobility. They either have to... They keep the high ground, they bully from high ground, they pressure you down, but the thing that they weren't doing is moving onto the point, and that's probably down to, if they go down to point, there's no quick readjust to high ground to see if they can pressure from there again, play it a little bit safer. They are giving up their main advantage in order to stop that point from taking over.
Yeah, what you need in those situations is your Diva to be very well coordinated with your healers to say, okay, I'm dropping, just walk off that high ground onto the point, fly straight back up, just keep the contest going that way. Whenever you have boosters off, you want to be getting the contest going with the Diva and the healing really, really pumped into that mech. Keep it alive so they can get back up the top. Just gives a little bit more contest. I mean, on that first one, when they got the first tick, they were only just over it by the time they came to win the fight and start contesting. So just a little bit more contest from Wolfenson on that Diva could have been very, very different.
Yeah, they were playing very passively, for sure. They were doing a good job of making sure that Pulse wasn't able to hack the back line or bully the back line. They were making sure to check their corners and things like that. But they're just... The one thing that they weren't doing was making sure that the objective didn't get stolen.
The objective is, at the end of the day, the point of the game, very literally.
It doesn't matter how much you're on the left side of the kill feed. If you're not touching that objective, it's entirely possible that you're not contributing to the team as much as you could be. I don't care if you have Goldie limbs. Tell me your medal for objective time.
Exactly, that's really a very important one, especially on a tank like Diva. How much time you're spending on that objective is key. As we head into Volskaya, a map where maybe we'll see them pull out a similar style of comp, at least on that first point.
Yes, and because this is, even though we are following a sort of owl format where we start with the control point and we move over to escort and now to CP, because this is a best of 5, it doesn't matter if there's a draw here.
Yeah.
Ideally, please don't, because we haven't scheduled a 6th game. But this isn't do or die just yet.
It's not yet, no.
Because
And again, on their attack as well last game, there were a lot of signs of life for Keele. Their first point attack was excellent. Their dive was so well coordinated, got onto the key targets at exactly the same time, that Monkey and that Sombra, and they just absolutely annihilated the Sombra and the Ana, and then went straight onto the Mercy. So their attack was really strong. I'm hoping to see a similar style of dive coming out from them here for a just as strong attack. As a similar defense is also coming out.
I think that it was fun to see the Torbjorn. They saw pulses and were like, we ripped that apart. Let me show you how to play Torbjorn.
Yeah.
And actually, currently, Sercel saying that he's gonna give it his own shot. Be interested to see if he actually commits to that, or if we're gonna see the last minute switch to Farah.
Yeah, going for the same style of dive that we saw on first last time. As I said, I hope to see. So hopefully they'll be as coordinated and as strong. Straight onto the Zenyatta is definitely going to be the target they're looking for, as J7 actually drops very, very low. He's going to get taken down. Don't even need the dive. They've just got to spam with the quick follow-up from the Sombra, and now the dive comes in onto Jealous. He's dropping really, really low. Does have to get away from the background, but a very nice direct hit from Sercel on that Farah is just going to finish him off. Tomted's going to drop to the turret, and Sercel, he's dropping really low, so this might not be as good as they wanted. Dante stopping healing his Farah there to get the res onto the Winston, but it's probably going to be enough with that main tank back up to take this point. Ufareda getting shot down and jumped on by Tomplev. So again, a really, really, really quick first take here.
Yeah, I think that was just more of a positioning error on J7's part, because if it had been, for example, their other support, if we did have Greenie getting bursted down, then we can use the Mercy res to bring that back up. But Mercy, unfortunately, incapable of rezzing herself. She's not quite figured that one out yet. To be fair, if I was in her position, I don't think I would like to try in case I get it wrong.
Yeah, that could lead to some horrible mistakes. And I really like as well, though, that I always questionable whether you, as a Mercy, stop healing to go for the res in a situation like that. And I think it worked out well there. Just getting the Winston back to have the stronger point presence. Cecil had done a lot of work, had really done what he would needed to do there, getting the picks, taking out the turret. As the attack starts coming onto second, Wolfenson dropping very low. His mech's actually going to get finished, and with no defense matrix, it's perfect time for Jealous to open up with this tactical visor, but it's not going to be enough. He's not actually going to be find anyone as he starts dropping very low to Tomplev. Wolfenson, he's going to get rezzed up, and this is looking very, very good for Keele. They have complete control over this point, snowballing it very, very hard with some ults. 3 people on the point. They're already up to 2 ticks. Zephyrus, he's coming back on. He doesn't have an ult. He has to build it up. He's to 90%. He got hacked just as he got it, but Tomplev went down, so this might be enough with the Transcendence. They might not even need the Monkey ult, although Cecil going to take down Ufarella. He had already used the Transcendence, so it's not the end of the world. The Monkey gets hacked just after the ult comes out, so he can't jump, but he still has all of that HP, and he has the punches, which is enough to take out Wolfenson and very effectively shut down this push.
I actually liked the barrage there, even though it wasn't as effective as it could have been. The angle that it was at meant that even though he was aware that Jealous was behind him on that soldier, he had the bridge in the way to stop him from getting a clean shot and ending that ultimate immediately.
Yeah.
But 2 ticks on the board here, 70%. That's a pretty respectable first attack.
Yeah, that was very good.
Very uncommon for teams to just cap 0.2 on their first try, and Jealous switching over to a different hit scan, different flavor of hit scan, and taking down Dante immediately before the fight starts. So they're going to have to wait, unfortunately.
Oh, and onto Cecil. 2 lovely shots coming out.
So that's a 3-1 match aggregate score currently in the Widow duel.
Just looking for more picks. Oh, gets the headshot, but just not enough damage. He did like 1% more charge, if that.
I don't think he expected it to not kill, to be honest. The
Yeah.
fact that he didn't just unscope and spray him down with the SMG.
Cecil going to go onto the Genji. Try and get onto this Widow, get a bit more of a coordinated dive going with the rest of his team. Take her out before she can carry on doing what she is doing. The hack comes out. It's onto not many targets though, as Evie shoots forward. Her self-destruct takes out Strickland with it. Skullduggery dropped as well during that EMP. So this is just going to be another push that's not happening.
Yeah, this is pretty common for Volskaya. Not everyone's a fan of this map. It's a hard
2CP, isn't it? Well, everyone's a fan of 2CP.
Yeah, it's a hard one to get right. I think the change where having more people on the point slowing respawns is a step in the right direction, and some maps have had their choke points fixed in order to make it less oppressive, but just as a map type, it's a difficult one.
This fourth EMP comes out from Keele. It's on to 5. They need to get some follow-up onto it. They are going to manage to take out J7 just before the hack wears out, but Zephyrus was left alive, so he has that Primal Rage up once again, ready to try and disrupt, but he gets slept in the backline. That's absolutely huge from Skullduggery, keeping that ulting Monkey away from the fight as they now get onto the point. As we said, they are going to get more people on point, so the V-spawns are going to be slower. They have to keep Skullduggery alive here. He does have the Biotic Nade on him, so healing is boosted. But Dante, he's going to get dropped by Jealous, so there's no healing onto him at all now. And the EMP comes the other way, along with the Transcendence. What a retake from Yeet.
2CP, boys. Despite how long this fight has been going, that's the first kill from Cecil. Will he get 2, or is he going to play it safe? He doesn't stop to get the health pack and instead cleans up Zephyrus. So he's actually looking to swing this back in his favor.
The retake it might be coming, but he's going to get dropped. It's just Tomplev left up there.
A seesaw of emotions here. But unfortunately, it is going to swing back in Yeet's favor, and despite the valiant attempt with multiple ultimates burned, they only gained 8% on that attack round. Yeah. Unfortunately, Yeet making sure that they always had one person on the point for most of the fight. And Jealous switching over to the Tracer, partially down to trying to get back to the point to make sure it was contested.
That's how you contest a point.
Yeah. It's not about having everyone on the point. It's making sure that you have one person on the point.
So the Biotic Nade hits onto Zephyr, so he's going to be forced down off the high ground. Evie safe up there, however, for the meantime. So it's going to keep contesting it as the jump comes forward onto a hacked target there. It's managed to get out with the help of the healing, climb up the wall and away. Cecil, he's safe. As They just looking for their angle of attack here without many ults. Self-destruct comes out. That is the start of it. It's going to take out J7. Wolfenson finding that opening frag here as the boost comes on to Tomplev, trying to get something done. The damage is big from that monkey, but he's probably going to get dropped here. Yeah, doesn't even go down to the self-destruct, but down to NYPD has no way to get away from it, so he's going to fall. Zephyrus is going to drop from the other side, but I don't think it's going to be enough of a advantage for Keele, as two of their players who had actually got in and on the point are going to drop. Jealous though pushes maybe a bit too far into Circle, taken down by a dash.
But that's okay, because we're seeing here, if you look at the ultimates in your top left, that pretty much this fight was ended early with only one ultimate, and the other 4 have been built up. We've actually got one of them used now. J7 popping the wings to make sure that he's not the first casualty of the fight. Unfortunately, Dante not able to do the same and drops to the pulse bomb. And we've got Zephyrus back up.
J7 gets the res off there. Circle was on him just trying to do it, but it wasn't quite enough damage into him, so he's going to get it back onto Zephyrus. He's just going to come back, and having this Winston presence once again is so big. Like we saw on the first point attack for Keele, getting that main tank back up, so much disruption.
Yeah, I like that J7 went for the res there, because they were in a position where they were up 3 and they would bring back the tank for the point presence, even though he did actually trade for it, which is definitely a Staffordshire special if you go back to the Venom days. Even though they traded for it, they do have respawn advantage here, and Keele were going to have to back off. They do have basically the whole deck of cards online right now, so it'll be interesting to see what they commit to first and what's going to start this push.
Yeah, at this point they have to be committed to using all their ults, but the EMP going to be proactive from Staffs, just trying to stop them having that opportunity, and Dante's going to drop during that hack. The bomb is onto the mech, but it's not going to be enough to finish it off, so they are going to be able to get in as the blade comes out from Cersei. He takes down J7. All of these ults are now ready to come out, and they're going to get it.
They left the point for too long. They were trying to win that team fight off the point, but unfortunately Cersei was able to pretty much solo cap the entire point by himself. By the time they got back, that's when they popped the nano boost to make sure that Cersei's winning any 1v1 that he has, and the blade just for good measure.
At that point, you do so much damage, you can kill a 200 health target through a Transcendence. It's a very, very scary force.
Honestly, it was a really, really good call from Keele there.
Yeah.
They knew that once that EMP came out, that Staffs were going to commit to making sure that they weren't able to pop all of their ults and snowball that fight. But what that opened them up to was a back cap. And because they were like, oh, we'll be able to jump back, we'll be able to pick off whoever it is, and then suddenly it's a beefy Genji with his blade out, I don't think they were ready for it. I don't think any of us really were expecting the back cap to turn into a legitimate cap.
Yeah, and the big thing for Keele is that they did have time, so they will get another attack, and getting both points does mean that even if they get both points captured against them here, the draw is still available. It doesn't mean that this defense is it or nothing, which if they hadn't got that, it would have been.
Yes, if Staffs do actually full cap here, it'll be interesting to see if they use the Torbjorn again, because as we've seen, Torbjorn on point A on the control maps hasn't been particularly effective for them. On the hybrid, they got stomped in one attack. On the 2CP, they got stomped in one attack. Although, in fairness, I wouldn't chalk that up to the Torbjorn existing.
No.
I'd say that was more of a Mercy positional error, but it doesn't change the fact that they are 0-2.
Keele definitely has that comp's number down. They know what to do about it, and Keele aren't going to opt for that same bunkery comp.
All right, Alex doesn't take a icy little dip, making sure that he watches his watches the gap between the train and the platform. And he's taking the high ground, getting a read on what's left of the composition, and we're seeing the Mercy drop first again, and the Ana is hacked, so there's no supports available here for the Keele team.
Yeah, really, at this point, it's looking like it's just going to be the same story. Skullduggery just looking for something onto J7, getting some damage out, going to finish him off with a nice headshot, going onto Ufarello as well. Is he going to be able to get two? He's not. And yeah, same story as Keele attacks. The Mercy dies first, rest of the team goes along with them.
And there's just not really much when you can do. When you've got two main supports like that, one of them's dead and one of them is hacked, so they can't do the group AoE. There's really not much your squishier composition can do. The only one that doesn't have 200 or left is Wolfenson whilst in mech, and Tomplev whilst he's existing.
Looking for a hack onto the mech there, but Tomplev guarding his Diva, just going to get a little bit of damage out onto Pulse, stopping that. But they have so much time to work with here. If Gialis can find a big pick with his ult, and he's going onto a Zenyatta, but it just throws it a little bit too far. Still just trying to find him, but Strickland in the background is going to take down Zephyrus. didn't even use his EMP yet, so he's still good going again for Skullduggery, but the Mercy is there to protect him. The damage is going to come out, and Skullduggery is going to best Jealous with that right click, finish him off. And this hold is going to come out. A little bit of stabilization maybe starting for Keele.
Yeah, one thing to note though is despite that, because that duel took so long, Jealous is halfway back to another ult, so he can throw another one behind his zoning ultimate. It was definitely not supposed to kill it. It's supposed to zone him towards him.
Every ult's a zoning ult if you use it badly enough.
Yeah.
So.
Sometimes you just got to outplay your opponent by letting them know that it's like, I knew you were going to walk backwards, so I'm not letting you.
Exactly. It was just a high IQ pulse bomb. As now it's the Sombra's turn to look for the Zenyatta. They're just going to swap their flankers. Who's trying to find him? He's going to get a bit of damage onto him, but he's going to have to drop down. Tomplev this time. The Keele Winston's going to be the first to drop. Zephyr's Circle dropping very low to Jeremy Torben. He's going to finish him off, get a hack on the pack behind. That is the one that the Zenyatta was playing around, so that's really bad for him as he's actually going for it, and he's not going to survive as the rest of the team force him into that room with the Sombra. And now there's very little going for Keele as they try to hold. Lots of their team dying. Dante and YPD going to drop to Jealous, who's back onto that Soldier 76. Wolfenson's mech's already down to half, and he's going to get dropped. The Transcendence is going to be there, just trying to keep the Baby Diva alive and just stall out as long as you can, but it's not going to be enough. It's just dropping left, right, and center, and it's going to looking like a really, really fast take for Staffs. Only 5 minutes remaining, and they're going to have all of that time probably to try again.
I like the angles that they picked there. Jealous, despite having his high damage output on that ultimate, was actually just peeking the corner in order to give him sightline so his Zenyatta could finish off the enemy Zenyatta. And this all started off of the counter EMP. We all thought a lesser man like myself definitely would have pushed that Q button when he could see the Zenyatta who we knew had ultimate, but instead by holding it, they've managed to keep it for this point, and it's a very, very impressive attack round from the Staffs team.
Yeah, they played very cleverly against the Zenyatta there. They hacked the pack that they knew he was playing around, tried to force him into that room, maybe give him that sense of security that he would be able to get back to that pack, get the health for his team to come support him. But the Sombra was waiting there for him. The pack was hacked. There was nothing he could do. Just forced him into that room, killed him, and then went back for the rest of his team.
And if I'm the Keele team here, I've got to think, what am I going to do differently? Because it was a reasonable attack, but they just barely, if you look at that. If you look at their attack round, they're only 28 seconds left on their attack.
It's going to go up to a minute, but
that's not bad. But it definitely took them some time to get rolling. Whereas,
and when you think as well that they took 2 ticks so quickly, and all of that time that was burnt was just going for that final tick on last point, when Staffs really just did it all in one fell swoop on their second or third attack. Staffs have to be feeling pretty confident going into this round with. They're going to get the 34, 32 seconds that Keele get added onto 1 minute onto theirs, so they're going to be probably around 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 9 seconds they're going to be having for their attack. So if they can get a hold here for 1 minute, as they do look like they're going to be going for a different composition with the Soldier 76, with the Sombra as well, going away from that Tourbillon, which hasn't worked out great for them. So if they can get this full hold in a minute, they're going to have 5 minutes for a tick on first.
Yeah, I don't blame them here. Like, They tried the Tourbillon a bunch of times, and they know it hasn't worked with the dive, whereas Alex has actually been playing very, very well on the Sombra. He hasn't been EMPing dead air, you know, just to make sure that there was nothing, you know, no pollutants in the air.
He EMPs health packs, not dead air. Just as important.
Yeah, you know, you just got to make sure. There might be nanomachines. You got to make sure you're breathing safe.
Tomplev jumps up, getting dropped very low very quickly, but Cercel's going to find the pick onto Jealous with the headshot on the Widow, and Strickland going to follow it up with a kill onto Zephyr, so this is a really nice start. A little bit of damage coming out onto the Mercy, as he's trying to get a res out onto Jealous. The follow-up isn't there from that damage from Cercel, so he's going to get that res, but then fall as she goes up to the high ground. Eevee's mech dropping very, very low, but is going to kept alive, and now they're turning it back around. Jealous back up, is going to finish off Tomplev. Evie managing to stay alive on a sliver of HP right there. The mech just staying up enough for her to get a kill.
That's actually criminal. You cannot leave a diva with 2 HP anti-naded and just not kill her.
And they're not even going to get the touch. She was so low.
Yeah, in the current season of Overwatch compared to some of the older seasons back around 4 and 5, the hitbox for the point isn't nearly as big as it used to be. There's no touching the point from outside the house on Hanamura.
However, the hitbox of Diva is still massive, so what excuses there for not finishing off that mech?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's not the kind of thing you can be doing when you only have 1 minute to take the point. You were in such a commanding position, even with the res onto Jealous. The Mercy did die for it. Skullduggery getting that pick up very nicely up on the high ground. Just one more person turning around and shooting at that Diva, that point probably would have been kills.
Yeah, one of the things also, Skullduggery started off his dive very, very well. He took out J7 like immediately, but in the amount of time it took him to kill J7 and then go down the stairs, he lost half of his HP to Zenyatta with the Discord Orb up on him, just drilling him for damage, which I think might have also been what really snowballed the point, like which really switched the point back over to Staff's favor, because their main big body tank didn't have his ability up to keep him safe and didn't have the HP to mill around until his team got back.
And that's really what you need that Hammond to be doing, just staying on that point, being a nuisance so the rest of your team can do what it is they need to do. As Uvarella going for the Symmetra, I reckon they're going to be going around the left, trying to get their team, but Strickland might spot it out if they are going to go with that.
Definitely a misclick there when he came out of stealth. But
oh, he had a translocator up. It's okay. I got scared for him for a second there.
Definitely thought it was over. We are actually running a completely different composition here. Jealous has switched over to the support role, and Evie is going to be your Zarya for this attack round.
Yeah, and just straight onto the higher ground with the Symmetra turrets coming up. Just getting ready to teleport those turrets down onto the... Teleport is actually a bit too far away from them, though, so they're not going to go into point. But all of Keele are dying to the rest of his team who are on the point. They only need the one tick, and with no members of Keele left remaining, that is going to be Volskaya Industries going the way of Yeet, and the game at Varsity going 3-0 in their favor.
If you haven't played against Staff's Symmetra on attack, have you really played against Staff's?
I don't think you have.
And I don't think they were ready for it.
No, definitely not. I think one thing to definitely point out here, it is a 3-0 scoreline, but that doesn't reflect how close a lot of those games were.
Yeah.
That last one, definitely a stronger showing from Yeet, kind of dominating a bit more, but those first two were very, very close and really could have gone either way, especially control.
Yeah. I think some of the things came down to some positional errors. Like, we saw some positional errors on both sides, but the raw mechanical skill on Yeet is definitely higher than the kill team. So when it came down to decision making, we needed to make sure that there was a lot better decision making from the kill team.
Yeah, definitely. And just at the end of the day, their dives were really good. Their defenses, I think, were really the main thing that let them down. Something for them to work on going forward, getting those contests going a bit better, and just kind of getting a bit more synergy on that defense, peeling for their supports better. That's something Yeet were doing really well. As soon as Keele had isolated to a target, gone for them, the rest of Yeet were there, keeping them alive.
And I think, like, even though the score is a 3-0, and this is going to be another point to Staff's overall on the Esports Varsity scoreline, I think the Keele can be pretty proud because they definitely made Yeet sweat for those first two maps.
Yeah,
It definitely looked, I'd say, Control was definitely winnable.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Numbani, it was unfortunate they weren't able to full cap and possibly give themselves another chance at attacking, but they did a really good job of slowing down that point C attack. And I think we're going to be heading over to our lovely host and our analyst, who's going to be letting you know what they thought of the match.
So for, I guess, we're here with Pika now, who's going to talk us a bit through that match.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely to be here. Thanks for having me. It was really interesting to watch. I don't know about you guys, but it was, I think, the quality of gameplay and what they brought it, even though it felt a little bit one-sided, it was just really exciting to watch. And I mean, obviously, from a pro sport, from an audience perspective, that's really all you need.
Yeah, we were saying before we came back here, it was very, very back and forth, very, very sort of trading kills, exchanging kills either way. And you couldn't really tell which way a fight was going to go to start with. So
Yeah, there wasn't like a constant that, oh yeah, that's definitely just one-sided. It was back and forth all the time. So like never stopped. So it was quite entertaining to watch, but it wasn't like some major things happening.
yeah. So what was something you want to talk about? You mentioned something about comps.
Yeah, it was really interesting. So, I mean, even if we look at it map by map, right, we took it off with Busan, and then that King of the Hill map should really be very goats heavy. You'd expect that to be where you see that comment, and we did from Staffordshire side, and that's understandable. And then Keele, even though they pride themselves in not subscribing to the comp, I think their captain Strickland was recently on the Newell, talking about how much they don't believe in that brings them strength because they're playing against teams that scrim this all the time. So he believes the surprise factor in that. But yeah, they did run goes into Busan, and then quite successfully so. What makes this really interesting is that genuinely what we saw is this back and forth, what you called it, is that just both teams are better on attack. And
Yeah.
so this was just a scramble for who was holding the point when it ran into overtime. And that's why the really heavy overtime on the first point of Busan happened, and that's why those really quick holds happened later on, because there wasn't really time to retake, especially with Busan being kind of criticized for being an RNG map, with the walls in the last point that we went into. It ended up being a free-on game, which is exciting. But it was fun to see. And then Staffs had a moment there as well when we were talking about comp already in the first game, that they were running one support and one tank to support, and then I think they dropped the support for a moment before they switched to an alt comp, and that from a team that's so dependent on their synergy to be this reliant on their DPS instead, and just be like, okay, well, if they're not there to kill us, then we don't have to worry about it, was really interesting. And that ended up not working for them at that point, so maybe that's something to take on into future.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, watching the Overwatch League recently, you've seen very DPS heavy comps, sort of mixed into games now and then. We didn't see much Orisa here, which does seem to be popular so far.
No, we didn't until the second
Yep.
map. So then that was Numbani, and that was the first push was really interesting because that was a scramble for Keele and a heartbreaking last point that they didn't manage to take. But then my favorite part of the whole series was definitely the defense from Keele on Numbani, where they ran a cheese comp, an Orisa Bastion cheese comp,
And it worked.
and Staffs ran dive.
Yeah, I mean,
Those are the two comps that should never have there been a meta where those overlapped. And so that was, to see how that works out, you would have had to run a deliberate scrim match to just see how that happens. It was the first time that I saw such a deliberately opposing comp, and that ended up also just being a scramble for who takes the first pick, really. It's so easy to snowball. Even with Baptiste, it was a cheese comp with Baptiste on Keele side, and then that invincibility that added sort of protection didn't save them in the end.
Yeah.
So that went to a full push from.
they sort of unraveled at the end, as the caster said, because they didn't cycle onto point.
Yeah, no,
They
that's
kept giving ticks up, and that eventually.
Yeah, they kept trying to, I think, take him down from, just popping one by one from that high ground. The high ground is a valuable position for as long as you can take picks. But when you're running really very little, when you're running projectile heroes that aren't reliably known for securing kills, then you're eventually going to have to drop into your enemy. And that was the part where that kind of crumbled, and that was what secured Staffs really the momentum that then carried them all the way over to last point.
Yeah. From that point, it didn't really stop, did it? It was quite good. So what about Volskaya then?
Volskaya was great.
I love Volskaya.
Was
Volskaya was
2017 Overwatch. Volskaya was a 2-2 on both sides with ultimate play and with the newest hero being Sombra.
Yeah.
And speaking of Sombra, it was Pulse in that Sombra, who was insane.
Pulse is a really good Sombra.
The fact that the man EMP'd a full stack of ultimates, which then got backcapped by Sorcel in the end anyway, but that was the point where I was out of my chair when I was taking notes. That was really, really interesting. And so to see that sort of back and forth push, and not see a map like Volskaya that's so typical for going into those 6 and 8 overtimes. That was just what a game of Overwatch really meant to look like. And it went the way of Staffs and that closed the series 3-0. But it was just interesting to see sort of the defiance in the players who know that there are compositions in this meta that run better and just refuse to run them all the same. And the fact that it was this sort of camaraderie agreement on both sides to just maybe run a more enjoyable game.
Instead of go goats, it's no goats.
It's no goats, really. And this is interesting seeing from Staffs especially, because Staffs are a roster that normally plays as Yeet, and they're in the pro scene, they're in the university pro scene, and so they scrim a lot. This roster has been together for ages.
For a while.
This roster took Kick of the North, and so with some subs that we're going to talk about. And so to have them then sacrifice this sort of for the sake of the trial and when they could probably just as reliably take this series on a much more comfortable for them composition, it's quite admirable. And I can't help but wonder if it was a bit of a show off. It's like, oh, this is what we're known for.
Just flexing
but also
a bit.
we're so comfortable. Yeah. But it significantly made for a more interesting match to watch as well. So Calibur will be grateful.
You mentioned it a bit there. Let's talk about subs, because I know
Yeah.
Keele had a few subs.
Yeah, we had one. So, what was your view on Dante? How he played?
It was really interesting. I'm not familiar with the player that Dante was subbing in for. So that was the only sort of a blind spot for me where I don't know how this team synergy normally looks like. And so we saw the men on support quite reliably. There was a few moments there where that mercy play maybe there wasn't the best time where there were reses into a team fight that was already over.
They were very aggressive reses sometimes.
They were come help save me reses.
Yeah.
And sort of I know what it feels like from a player perspective where you can't cancel getting res. So it's just this moment where you're already respawning and you feel no, don't bring me back into this, and then it happens anyway. And then there was times where his res players that have done their best following that, but in the end it's just a difficult situation to manage. So those would have been my only critique. But as a very last minute sub from what I heard, his performance, well, he was following me before the game and saying, just wait for my torp, I'm going to play my torp, just wait for my torp. I'm happy to have seen more of the Mercy and that quick switch onto Lucio there on Numbani, which didn't end up going that well. That was the fight that they eventually, I think that was the last resort sort of to combat staffs there. I think the problem that we saw that they were trying to combat swapping the supports and then swapping the tanks was really that Strickland, as amazing of a Junkrat as he is, and that Free K Tire was awesome,
That was insane.
was running that Junkrat into Jealous Zarya, amongst the scariest things in the UK scene.
It's
honestly, so it's a worthy effort, and if he had pulled it off, it'd have been something to put in a CV. But it is just that wasn't to be amended by a different support. That was just a core comp issue
Poor
that
read of the
they
situation,
didn't have time to amend. Really, they didn't
Yeah.
have time to swap and build another ultimate around it.
So, who would be your MVP of this match, this series?
Absolutely Pulse.
Pulse.
I think how reliably Pulse performed on. There was a couple of other really good plays. There was moments where Zephyrus really showed up for his team, and I'm big on support and tank appreciation in terms of it's sort of the plays that get overlooked, unless it's a huge shatter, it's a huge something. But those are the playmakers, and those are the shot callers of the game. We didn't have feed from the players, and probably thankfully so. But that is really what makes the game, and we don't really know about who will have done this. Zephyrus definitely reliably led the charge there a couple of times. Strickland had some really, really good plays, and then Skulldagger and Salsor from Keele's side, you can tell that those are the core plays for the roster, and they performed really well. But definitely, I think, in terms of standard performance, Pulse was so consistent in getting those very clutch last-minute picks and securing the whole team fight, and a couple of really good EMPs that took the second point of Busan, that took 2 points on Numbani, and then that took the last point on Volskaya, that I think that just has to go to him.
Yeah. I did like in Volskaya on that last bit where he actually held the EMP. He realized he shouldn't be using it because it was just a single Zen. I mean, I would have just used it. Like, confirm kill on Zen, sorted.
There was a couple of really interesting ults there. There was think that even though they ended up holding that point, there were Staff's ults on Numbani. I know we're jumping around maps now, but there was Staff's ults on Numbani where Keele was pushing onto that last point, and there was a Diva Bomb that got nothing, and then there was a Zen ult for a push out of spawn. And I know they must have been scared of Keele ults, but that was impressive that they then secured this point, because it would have been that to blame if they hadn't.
But yeah, I do want to talk about Zephyrus and Ufarella, I believe, who goes by Greeny out of game as well.
Yes.
Obviously, that was quite a last-minute role switch for them. I think Zephyrus especially did very, very well on main tank.
Zephyrus definitely, especially, they were running an interesting, Steph's recently had a bit of Steph's as Yeet recently had a bit of a roster change in that, who played main tank for them for
Callum.
quite a long time. Callum has retired from the team. And so I think Zephyrus has some really big shoes to fill. I understand that they had team imbalances, but Callum was a very impressive main tank that quite reliably carried them in the splits and clashes before. And so both on him and on Greeny to then fill that role was again down to how synergetic Staffs is and how much they do scrim around those comps that they're the most confident in.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive showing from both sides, to be fair. Keele also did very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very interesting game series to watch. We hope you all enjoyed it. The score, as it stands at the moment, is 3-0 in Staff's favour.
Yeah, and that will be all from Phil and myself. And today, from today, sorry. And we will go into a short break while the players prepare for the Rocket League. Watch match at 3 p.m., which will be introduced by our other pair of casters. But before that, we will have a quick interview with the winning team captain. See you in a bit.
Hi, welcome. We have with us the captain of the winning team, Pulse, our impressive Sombra for most of the series that we just saw. It's good. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. How do you feel about the matches, and what are you most proud of coming from your team?
Yeah, they were a great set of games. Really proud of everyone, and Kill played great too. Specifically, I'm really proud of Zephyrus and how he's handled the transition from playing sort of like our main sort of like flex support player to going to main tank. Obviously, it's like a really big change, and he's handling it super great, and I'm proud of everything he's doing. Greenie as well, our new roster member, is in particular sort of like still getting to grips with Zen, but for the most part, all of his transcendences have been great.
Yeah, there's definitely been some that I, taking notes, even had question marks next to it. I had to cross out because it would have been just a lack of intel from team calls and stuff like that. Makes some plays look very out of place until it all falls in, and then it's just so clear. And this was you holding on to EMPs. This was Zephyrus, sorry, not Zephyrus, Greenie ulting in front of team fights and stuff like that. And then it is really interesting to then see it all play out.
Yeah.
So it is really impressive how quickly your roster's adapted. I know that your core roster has scrimmed together for a really long time quite consistently. So how did that transition pan out? Did you immediately go into scrims with those roles? Did you have Zephyrus talk Greenie into what he used to do of like support?
So initially, after we had obviously Callum leave our roster, we'd had Greenie play with us one time before, and it was sort of a decision where we couldn't find another main tank in the uni, and Zephyr said he could play main tank, and I've got pre-built synergy like with Greenie since like way back. We were in the old staffs team together, so I knew he was a confident player. I knew he was up to the task, and it's just a case of being able to learn the new heroes and perform on the day.
Definitely. So speaking of the new heroes, especially as the match progressed, there was less and less of these until we ended up in a triple twos with no news, with you and Sombra being the only added character into the game since release in that entire match. And so what was that decision? Because your team is known for being quite confident on goats. Everyone was expecting Keele to be the ones running the unorthodox compositions into your goats and struggling to break through, but then it seemed like a simultaneous decision to just abandon that, and whether that was just for enjoyment or entertainment, or was there strategy to that?
So for the most part, I think most of the roster are just pretty sick to get to death of goats. I mean, it's a great composition, and it does win you a lot of games that maybe your team doesn't deserve to win. But I think we're enjoying just sort of like exploring, playing more like triple DPS dive and that sort of stuff. So we'll see what's to come.
And events like these are just definitely the place to do that. I mean, if you're gonna do it, especially where it isn't a stage or a season where things like map losses will eventually make or break your playoffs and stuff like that. It is just a weekend made for sort of, exposure and fun. And so as competitive as it does get, is just definitely a good opportunity. So I do want to ask a bit of insider info, because your team, rather than being Staffordshire Stampede, is largely known as E, and is very well known in the university pro scene. So where does this take you now? Where do the roster changes take you now? And what are you looking forward to in terms of not less so varsity, but more so the university esports?
We're just going to carry on playing. We're just going to take it game by game. Obviously, we are known by Yeet and not like Staffordshire Stampede, which is obviously what it's turned into now. Who knows? We might change from Yeet. We might go to Stampede. It's a mystery.
I'll have you know, you will have heard the casters, but there was a few moments where if those shot goals were getting heated, then suddenly you were Yeet.
Yeah.
And that's understandable. And I mean, you were playing largely into the roster of Keele, and it's just sort of when those things overlap, the pro scene, or I keep saying pro scene, university pro scene, is so saturated that, everyone's like, we've recently met at an event as well, and it's just, you can't help but sort of develop the familiarity with the scene.
Yeah.
And it is something really enjoyable, and especially for you guys playing into Keele, which is your other hometown university, genuinely. Do you think there is a friendly rivalry, competitive rivalry between the two games? Because this is just one of the games that are being played today, but definitely one of the stronger ones for both universities.
So the rivalry between us and Kill, I'd say, is more of a friendly rivalry. Like previously, when sort of like people like Omnitoaster were on the Kill team, it was like quite a heated rivalry, but it's sort of fizzled out since then. Obviously, it's well known that our sort of main rivals in like University Overwatch are Underwatch and now GCU as well, who we've lost a couple games to actually. But it's just about working to get back to where we should be, back to peaky.
All right, and what would that be? What do you have set sights on now? You said earlier we're just gonna keep playing, and that is always better. I mean, the only way is improvement now. But what would be within your university esports career something that you want to have achieved with this team, especially as having led it so confidently so far?
So for me specifically, and I think for a lot of the rest of the roster, the main thing that we want to achieve is just winning null. I think it would be a really great confidence booster for us. We've come so close so many times. For me personally, every time I've entered into null, I've always been top 8, never below. Last split we came second. This split I think we came like 3rd or 4th. So it's just about pushing it that extra mile to win null. That's my personal.
Okay, so what you're saying is next year.
Next year, we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it.
All right. Okay. Well, that's reliable. And then, if I may ask on a personal level, now that we're just honestly having a chat, I know I'm keeping you from getting home long. What's onwards? Are you obviously the Overwatch scene itself, sort of from open division, the path to pro of Overwatch scene at the moment is a little bit volatile.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious about where you stand with that. If University of Overwatch is just an experience for you that you wanted to pursue, or if we're going to be seeing the sick EMPs somewhere in the pro scene eventually.
For right now, personally, I am not confident enough in my own skill to take it to that sort of level. Obviously, I've never ever hit Grandmasters or anything like that. I'm a bit of a hard stuck Masters player, which is a bit of a meme. So for me, it's about continuing to improve myself personally as a player. For the other members of the roster, I know Jealous is obviously like trying out for a lot of those sort of teams. And I'm ever grateful for him for sticking with this team. But yeah, one day.
One day, all right. It would be interesting to see the full roster in the league, but I want to ask you, who do you think, obviously this is a varsity weekend between yourself and Keele, and you're welcome to name Keele players, but because you're probably significantly more familiar with the UK scene than I am, having just spectated, who do you think are standout players from specific teams, either your arch enemies that you named, like GCU, Glasgow, and York, that you would think will be pro scene or should be pro scene that are interesting to look out for spectate?
I think, so from GCU is probably Cameron. Everyone knows Cameron. He's an insane main tank player, and when we play against him, we just really, really struggle to deal with him at all, to be honest. I think he's definitely one to keep an eye on, and I expect we'll be seeing him in the pro scene soon.
That's really exciting. Well, I'm sure someone will tweet it that you said
that.
And now that we've gossiped about everything and everyone, I want to thank you. I'm not going to keep you any longer. And I want to thank everyone for the attention and for tuning into the match. And we're going to be turning it over to Rocket League, I believe. Thanks again. And
no worries.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
afternoon, everyone. I'm Cami from Staffordshire Uni, and I'm joined by Kyle from Keele, and we're going to be your hosts for the rest of the day, taking over from the previous guys. So, what did you think of the game so far?
Well, when I got here, I watched a bit of the Soul Calibur 6, and excellent effort both sides. I watched Leroy from Keele is what I watched. He gave it his all, but sadly just wasn't enough. We don't talk about Dota, sadly. Keele's let us down.
That was just a friendly in the end, isn't it?
It was a friendly,
That's
yeah.
all I think we're going to say.
We don't talk about it. Overwatch, bit of biasness since I competed in it. It was quite fun. I enjoyed it a lot. At the start, I came in quite in a competitive mindset, not going to lie. Wanted to actually clap them. That was a bit loud. Gotta admit, the Staffs player, like we all said, the scariest one I admit was the Sombra on the pulse. Absolutely Sombra pulse. As a Wrecking Ball main, as anyone can say, a Sombra is absolutely scary.
Yeah.
Against that, you just get shut down. The most detrimental thing is when you go in the air and you go for a slam and you get hacked and you're just vulnerable. You're literally just a hamster in headlights. Actually, not a day, just you get screwed over.
So it was quite a close game, though.
It was,
I would
yes,
say at
only
some points.
3-1. 3-1, yeah, very close.
Well, but from the gameplay-wise aspect,
Mm.
there are some plays that could have really, really turned the tide for Keele there. So I would say it was actually quite good to watch.
We'll admit, we screamed the mics down when our Diva player Finn, and I didn't realise he did this until after, because they were trying to hide behind one of the pillars on Busan.
Oh, yeah?
I slammed, and devastation.
Yep.
Like, get the clean-up crew. It was absolutely mad. No.
All right, so in terms of Rocket League, which is the game we will be seeing shortly, what can you tell us about the teams that are actually playing behind us?
From Staffs, we got Tasuna, I believe how you say that, Tully, and Loza. And from Keele University, Princey, Sticks, and for a sub today, Stephen. And we just played him actually really good player. I think they're all gonna bring some really excellent potential to the table, especially Stephen.
Yeah, so I'm not really that much of a Rocket player myself, but it should be quite interesting to kind of see what the players can do. And the players from Staffs have held the roster all year, so that's kind of notable. So they will have some team coordination going for them in terms of that. And obviously, they have been competing on similar levels to Keele within things like NSC in both seasons. So that could make the competition quite interesting. And the team from Staffs has not actually scrimmed with Keele's current players in a single match. So it could go in either direction because obviously they don't know each other's play styles and etc. So
it's all about getting the feel in games. It's like that when we were playing Overwatch. You've got to sort of see who's going to be the threat, who's being the main issue. Or is someone getting away with too much? Is someone not playing up to their potential? Like, can you capitalise on anything? Is someone playing too far backline, too far front line? Whereas Rocket League, I used to play it once, but I never knew you had to hit the ball. I just never really could do that one. That's the main one. And I used to be one of the aggressive types. Just absolutely just try ramming all the time. I heard is that much of a tactic these days?
do you know what? I'm not sure.
No.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Let's see if that'll be my play style.
I think the key within what we're going to see just now, probably the first couple minutes, is going to be the players getting to know each other a little bit from the opposing teams.
Bit of poke.
Feeling out the play styles and what they can do, what they can get away with, like you said.
I got a term for that. I call it poking the bear. Now, if I'm ever playing an aggressive DPS on Overwatch or whatnot, sorry, I keep going back to Overwatch. Is what
That's alright.
I've got about 1.5k hours on that. It's not good. It's not healthy. Keep poking. All you got to do is see how far you can get away with, and when they realise you're a threat, that's when you sort of go back off, and when they sort of think, we go back in. You just got to keep poking until they will start to deal with you, and I think that's what.
Hopefully we can see. Well, we'll have kind of like an even competition in a sense, which will make it very interesting to watch. I hope it's not one-sided because those games are a bit. Yeah, so hopefully once they do have a feel for each other, they will actually match up quite evenly.
Yeah,
we'll
true.
Have a bit of in and out, have a bit of a play around in that sense. Yeah, so that should be interesting. And do you know what? I would like to see Keele actually take the win here, just because the day is not going great for them so far.
It's not been good. Who knows what could have happened with Dota? Anything could happen. It could have. It's just sad. I came here, went to our president's society. How's it going, Ollie? And he goes, didn't turn up. And I just looked at just one of those ones. Like, how would you respond to this? Absolutely, how do you respond to this? So Calibur, I thought I just always love fighting games. I never know what's going on. It's just one of those ones. I tried Smash though.
That's very true.
I tried Smash. I can't pick Waluigi, sadly. I'm absolutely devastated. He's become a meme. I just want him to be added. Whereas I said back to Overwatch, I know I keep going on about the scenes I play, but I surprised surprised I didn't get tilted. I usually do on these things, but I think it's Varsity. Here to have fun. Here to play off. In the end of the day,
yeah, that's very true.
Got to get the win, but if you don't, well, You gotta learn. The one thing you gotta learn is just how you can do better. It's all good looking team, but what more can you do?
Yeah, so I think we're going to find that out in a minute because I do believe the players are actually set up and ready. So we will hand you over to the casters for this best of 5.
Hey, yo, everyone. Welcome back to Varsity. And we're going to be playing Rocket League, as you've been told. I am once again back, Andrew Oganike at Bursting Hope. You can follow me where you are. And my new caster for Rocket League.
Jack Kenwright. You can follow me at Kenwright_Jack on Twitter. Get all the gaming feed.
Alright, so this is going to be the best Rocket League that we've had at Esports Varsity ever.
It's been an atrocious, past 2 years. I was in the team last year. And I didn't know who my team was until on the day, and that was disgusting.
But luckily, the staff's team definitely showing more coordination. The fact that they've managed to type a kickoff is already off to a better start. And Loza immediately with the edge dribble, putting pressure on, but it's going to be a nice quick block. And Tully picking it up to make sure the staffs have the advantage, but they've left no one in net.
That's fine. The rotation's going around now. He's just going to pick it up off the wall. No control in the air.
Okay, there's an interception which pushes it into the staff's corner, but there's not really much they're going to be able to do with it. Never mind, he makes it past, and excellent defend from Telly.
Big control's going to take it up the wall, but it's challenged by Loza.
Unfortunately missed, so Loza's going to maintain advantage and it gets knocked back, but we're going to keep it in the Keele corner for now. Okay, we got Striking taking it up, setting up, gets blocked, so not going to be off the backboard just yet. And a quick rotation is going to mean that it's going to stay in the Keele side of...
Control in the air. Nice shot. Any follow-up?
And Loza
clear.
clear. Okay, so Tully's going to be picking it up. Not the softest of touches. A little bit of Hercules on that one. So not going to maintain control.
Hercules.
Okay, though, we're back at the midpoint, and both of them coming up. Chili's going to get to it faster because he does actually have better boost management here.
That was a nice flick off the wall, and you can see that he set it up for Loza here, and he might have set it up for a nice passing play, but it's cut out by Princey.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of curve plays. We're not actually seeing... Ooh, that's a straight shot, but Tilly is in net, ready to keep that nice and safe.
You can already see from the past few years that rotation is actually in play this time around. That there's always someone in goal, there's always someone coming up for staffs now. You got Tully coming back again.
And he's going to pick up the 100 boost as he does that, so he can actually maintain advantage here, but he gets taken out by Princey, and Loza's not going to be able to pick that one up.
Princey hitting it again to the wall. Who's that taken out? I can't even pronounce that name. Well, Taisuna.
Yeah, Taisuna, I think. But Loza's going to be popping it off of the back wall, so we're just going to mostly be playing around until one team makes an error or runs out of boost. Sticks currently not in net. Hey.
Nice goal from Loza.
Right, so
bit
first
of
blood.
Freestyling coming there, turning around,
The
just nipping
absolute
it in.
madman, self-proclaimed.
Look at that. Ooh, just touching it over. You don't need to do more on that.
This ain't no quick play. We ain't dropping those.
The man seasoned that just right.
All right, so
nice kickoff. One on the side of Keele, but taking control. Ooh, nice
Taisuna actually, despite actually getting first touch of the ball, is at a disadvantage there because the Keele side is going to actually pick up the 100 boost as they contest it until he's not taking a second to get the boost and is going to sacrifice his attack.
I feel like Tully could have just thrown that into a bit of space there in the front of the goal and maybe had the follow-up.
Yeah, or maybe taking like a shot at the backboard. We're actually not seeing any of those. There's the first attempt. And I haven't really seen much of Taisuna. It's mostly been Tully and Loza so far. And never mind,
demo.
he heard us. The big rage.
The man wanted them off the screen. He said, "You've got no time here." Shot hitting the crossbar.
He's decided his role is not to hit ball.
Princey going for it, but being challenged by Taisuna.
Yeah, because he's trying to get more control on that ball so he can pop it down, but he sacrifices speed there and gets beat to the ball by the Staffs players.
Well, we're seeing that Staff looks to have a lot more control over this ball. A nice challenge there.
Loza going back up again, going for it, doesn't get the angle.
No follow-up. Oh my god. No.
All right, Tilly's just going to knock that, and they're going to sacrifice their attack there. So we're going to go over to... It's Keele's turn. Never mind. Taisuna saying, my ball, and Princey just keeping it safe.
Ooh, no, not catching it in the air. It was a nice 50-50 won by Keele, but it's just... This is some nice play coming out from Staffs right here.
Staffs are making it look like that pre-patch Gohan block string where it's like, it's my turn. He's like, no, it's not. It's still my turn.
You don't get to say until you want to spend that vanish, and even then, Will the 2H come out? And we're seeing nice shot, but it's just big deflect from
A
Tully.
brief turn from Keele, but they're already defending yet again. Loza coming up. He's going to get to the ball first, but Princey is going to get a little touch on it, which is going to keep it nice and off goal.
Bit of bad there. Bit of bad control coming from Stickler in there, but it's hitting out by Princey. Back of him from Loza. It's a game of just, you know, one half right now. This is just Captain Keele's third right now.
Ooh, Loza going for the greedy double touch. Doesn't lay it off to Taysuna, so they're going to sacrifice their turn. Do they have someone in net? They do, and Tully's going to keep it nice and clear. He's going to follow up, and he's going to push it through Stricken, ending that attack before it can really get started, but Loza saying, nah. So that shot right there, if this was the first year, that was a goal.
Yeah.
That was a goal.
Well, you'd be like 2-1 up right now if it was like last year or the year before, you know what I mean? But we're seeing Staffs just coming out in strides, keeping control of the game and having the ball where they really want it to be. And even when it's going back to their goal, you're seeing players like both Tully and Taysuna just hitting that straight out. And you're thinking maybe they could keep control of that in that situation. But we're seeing that we're already down 7 seconds. You know, 6-5, 1 goal up.
Oh,
all you got to do is hit that out.
Is he going to dribble it, Princey, with the shot? They can still keep it alive, though. In Rocket League, if you're not familiar with it, the game doesn't end until it touches the ground like it just did. The first game going to Staffs.
Loza with the MVP.
So you saw briefly there. We've got the absolute madman himself, Loza, taking our first goal. And then we got Tully and Taysuna, a Season 9 Grand Champion. So the quality at Staffs it's gone up a little bit.
It's just increased, just a bit, you know. We've got, I can't even pronounce your name, but Loza is your dad. I don't know why he's your dad, but that's nice to hear.
I mean, we got mature students here at Staffs. Looking a bit young, but you know, we got mature students. Everybody out here.
I'm pretty sure these are all first years.
You can still have mature first years. Yeah, I mean, our lovely sound coordinator. Mature student himself, and we're going to be rolling into the next game very soon. I'm not sure if we're going to be switching maps.
Are we switching maps?
Or if we're just going to run it all back.
We're seeing in that first game, though, like, the control to just simply push that ball out from Staff's half, though, and just keeping it inside Keele's, you know, first third was, you know, it was fantastic. You know, even, like, Princey trying to get it out, and it was challenged in the air by both Loza and Taysuna. Just to get it down and to have at least a scoring chance and putting it into free space in front of the goal. But we're kicking off with the second match here. We're joining spectator cam. I don't know why I said that. And my sound's gone. Oh, there it is.
But yeah, I like to see the adjustments here from Keele. I don't think that it was particularly any like communication errors. It definitely seemed like Keele were playing well. It's just that Staffs were overwhelming them with aggression.
Oh yeah. Well. Oh, a bit of a miss there coming out, but Loza controlling it against the wall. Bouncing it back off. We're going to see pushing to free space, but no follow from any of the Staff's play.
Okay, so we've got them on both sides. Tully going to make sure that he gets the jump shot so he has priority when it comes to the pinch. And both players going to whiff there. A complete
big whiff.
Now this is looking like my quick play games. All right, we got 30 seconds in, and the game is definitely seeming to be more in Keele's favor now. They're not necessarily doing anything with it just yet, and never mind. We got the back wall shot, and Princey. Taysuna stuck in net. We've all done that.
He did not recover well enough in route. You see him here actually.
Yeah.
You see him drifting around. You see him thinking about it. You shouldn't have flicked out. I thought drift, boost out, and you're good.
That's okay. They're good adjustments from Keele though. They're actually making attacking plays now. Good read there. From Loza, making a last-minute adjustment to make sure that he
can... going for the air 50-50.
But unfortunately, because they actually got a more aggressive touch, it pushed it towards Keele, so it meant that Keele's players were going to be able to take the shot. A fantastic attempt from Sticks.
Taysuna popping up in the air. It's followed up by Tully.
And Princey pushing it to the corner, picking up the boost, so he's actually going to be able to maintain aggression here. Strickland not able to get to it, so we got a clear ball. Ooh! Taysuna with a pickup! Alright, our season 9 grand champion.
Scavenging. He was being a vulture around goal. He was seeing the ball come in. You see a little bit of finesse again just to pop that in.
You know, the tilt as well to make sure that he got the right angle and wasn't just going to play that one wide was very, very impressive from him. I like seeing the gear wheels though. Keele with the looking nice cars. It's a shame that we're just looking at octanes.
I know, yeah. I was like, once again, ooh, it's a nice interception from Sticks. I will say though, my favorite wheels, the reverbs. Have Have you seen them? They're nice. Up against the wall. He's going to follow up now. Princey's going to see that.
Oh, Princey with
bouncing
the
off roof.
jump to make sure it bounces. So Taysuna's not actually going to get a clean hit on it. And Loza with the whiff. Something about the sun, Manfield, you know, it's just getting in people's eyes. They can't quite see the ball. It's a bright boy.
Bouncing off. You see any follow? Princey.
Oh, that's an open net.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Nice goal coming from Princey. Great spatial awareness on.
Yeah, he identified that Taysuna had missed his boost, and Tully and him were both between rotations. Because Taysuna didn't have his boost, he couldn't get back to net, so Tully had to take over, and he was going to be slow to that ball.
Well, you'd feel like Taysuna would go straight for goal at that situation. You know, for getting 100 boost and grabbing just the 12 off the floor. Big miss from Loza there, up against the wall, but this is just set up for Keele once again.
So we're looking at 3 minutes left, and Keele have made the adjustments to push this game to 2-1, and they're making sure that Staffs are constantly on the back foot. Taking a bounce shot there, that's going to be cleared by Princey, but Styx also went up for it, so this is their time. Unfortunately, no boost on Loza, so he's not going to be able to get to the ball first. Nice pinch from Princey, puts it out, but there's no follow-up there at all. That might be down to a little bit of not being ready for the angle.
We're going to see this out from Styx, but Princey controls it against the wall.
Not using the backside, so he is actually going to get the hard touch, which means that it's going to be a little bit more volatile. But we're just going to push it to the other side, and we're going to try again.
Just taking that. Loza throws it into the mid-play. Tully throwing it back up. I'm going to see Loza follow up. No,
yeah, unfortunately, Loza didn't manage to get back to the wall, so they're going to have to give up that attack. And we're going to need Taysuna to make the clear. He whiffs. Tully going to clear it, though.
The man was just flying in the air. He didn't know what to do.
We're looking like a fish out of water. We've all been there. We've gone up for that aerial, and we've misjudged it.
You got to wait to get down. Hater. Stickland Sentinel. Styx following up. Nice top goal.
I like it. They're making use of the backboard significantly better than they did in the first game. You can see it comes off there. Stickland giving another one, and Styx is just going to put it a nice corner shot.
We're seeing Loza there. He's trying to go towards the ball. What if just aiming for that top corner, try and predict where the ball's going maybe next time.
That's actually a really tight shot angle as well. Like Styx is actually just going to completely outplay him, and now we've got our second shot attempt.
Big clear from Loza. Tully passing on again. Big follow-up. Princey taking control of the situation. Oh.
Taysuna playing it towards goal. There's going to be a pinch attempt. Unfortunately, it doesn't go too far, but Tully's going to have control there, so he's going to take it away. Styx going to have it put back on goal, and Loza with the free clear. Unfortunately, not quite on target, so Strickland's going to put that to the corner, and Staffs are going to try and maintain their turn.
It's thrown into the middle. No follow-ups from Staffs. Taysuna pushing it out.
All right, Princey reading the back ball there.
Ooh.
Tully with a soft touch. That's coming down to Loza. Gets double blocked. They're making sure that man does not get to play. And Taysuna with the pinch.
Oh.
Ooh, not quite cooks
Big follow-up. Ooh, nice save from Stickland.
Keele very, very lucky there was a purple car on the end of that ball instead of a red, because otherwise we'd be looking at evening up the score just a little bit as we go into 1 minute left.
I think with a minute left right now, I think this is looking more Keele's game right now. Oh, as soon as I say that, Taysuna coming out.
We call out the man for having no impact. He puts his name on that board with the demolition.
The man was on the controller. He said, "My guy, you need to be quiet." That's why you're a commentator.
Season 9 champion. I did not just get there by not doing nothing. We got 1 minute remaining.
Taysuna taking the 100 boost. Bip. Ooh,
Tully like, my guy, check this out. But unfortunately, Princey going to put a stop to it, and Loza's just going to play it safe, going to force the ball into the roof. Taysuna's just like, all right, my guys, if you ain't going to do it, I'm going to do it myself. Got the dribble.
Ooh. Clashing. Taking all the momentum out of his stride.
Yeah,
Taysuna, I think he's looking for it. I thought he was looking for a demo there.
He thought about
Man
it.
was
Tully
out for blood.
All right, Tully's drawn away 3. Unfortunately, the ball goes over Taysuna's head, but Loza's going to keep it in their corner. It's rolling off the backboard, Stricken putting it up. Red car. Taysuna
control.
Ooh, he had the underside of his car, so he's not actually going to get that much force on it.
20 seconds
He
left.
went for the demo, and he
it's
put him in the goal.
Ooh. It's back in free space again, but Princey knocking it out. I think that's game.
Oh, I believe.
You believe?
Taysuna, the madman, left. Gonna put the team on his back. Never mind.
Oh, big whiff. Big out from Loza. I believe that's game.
But it's up the wall, though. It's up the wall, though.
It is up the wall.
A hope and a dream. Tully. No.
Nice interception coming out from, I don't even see who that was. Big GG's in chat. Princey coming out as MVP. That game was tight.
But I like that.
That was a better game. A much better game.
Very, very nice. We are now at like 1-1 as our overall match score. This is a best of 5. So from Staffs. I'm still feeling pretty confident. Like,
I'm feeling confident, but we've got a much better game coming out here. This
They-
has been a lot closer than the rest of the games today. You know, Soul Calibur was a sweep. Overwatch is looking a bit of a sweep. This is looking close. This is looking.
yeah, Overwatch
fun to
definitely got
watch.
away from them, and I'm glad that
Mm.
Keele are making a statement. They're saying, you will not steamroll us once you get momentum. We will put a stoppage on this. We will not succumb to the ocean. We are the Kraken. We will drag you down.
They said this is our game. You can't win it that easy. You can't just throw a team at us.
We have beat you both times.
They're now showing 50% of their full power. This ain't even their final form.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward
I
to
want to
see.
see. You know what I want to see? I want to see some sick aerial shots. I want it bounced off the floor, hitting the ceiling, and then I want someone to come off the ceiling, just dribble it in. I want something like that, something a bit fresh.
What I want to see. I want to see a Scarab being played.
You want to see a Scarab? You're not going to see a Scarab.
No, we're not going to see a Scarab.
You're not going to see a Scarab.
Well, we
I
are
want
gonna
to see a
s-
van. I
we
think
are-
the van is like.
That thing has a whack hitbox, though.
Yeah, but that's the point, though. You want the whack hitbox?
But we are going to go to the DHF Stadium.
You know what is my favorite stadium? The Japanese one.
Oh, Neo Tokyo is pretty
Yeah, it's sick. But then like the commentator's great as well.
cool. Oh, all right. So we got an even clash there. So it's going to go left.
Big
Keele are
push
going to
right at the
maintain.
start.
Going to get advantage though. Ooh, Tully missing. I
Big
think he was going for a
whiff.
ground pinch.
Princey controlling it, passing it onto Sticks, but a big interception coming out. It's in free space, but no one is controlling it. Princey hitting it towards the wall and hitting
Yeah.
into the air.
I think Staffs right
the
now are
wall.
playing a little bit more conservatively. They did just come off of a loss, so they're going to... Taysuna's going to be their main aggressor from the looks of it, and a nice double touch there to make sure that the ball
Nice.
doesn't go haywire. Taysuna wins the pinch and is going to dribble it up the wall. I don't think he has particularly much boost, but he's going to set it up. Gets it off of Princey, and that's into open space. Loza going to trade.
Oh, big demo. He said you can't control that ball. You're not allowed to.
Princey's like, I know that you want to get this highlight reel, but what if I put you in a hospital bed instead? Princey with the shot, going to use the underside of the cast. That's going to be a soft hit. Sticks has come back, and unfortunately Loza doesn't get the double touch. Oof. Taysuna said...
Staffs are just out for blood. We're getting the fat okay in chat.
That's a
Sticks
man
ain't
that is
happy.
not happy. Do you know how expensive
So-
hospitals are in the Rocket League universe?
Slightly tilted, I believe.
Oh,
Oh,
Taysuna
hit
with a
against the
shot.
post, but it's in free area, and Loza coming
The absolute
in.
madman coming through. This has been a fantastic game from Taysuna so far. He has decided, is like, I wanted to sweep because I saw Raven do it earlier.
The man came out, he turned Ultra Instinct. You see them control it on the ball earlier, and then you see that there with the back of the car, control against the backboard.
You
setting her up
try
for Loza.
blocking his pass. The man takes you out. He's like, no, that ball waiting for you. Put yourself away. Taysuna taking the shot, stricken with the
Big
backflip.
save. Control
Prince-
from Prince.
Princey and Loza both trading in the air, so he's not able to get a clean touch, and it Sticks is all over the place looking for where that ball is going. Loza going to pass it to Tully. Tully going to take it off the wall, but
control.
Sticks going to get to it first. That's a shot on goal. Loza going to push it wide.
Nice bit of control. Taysuna taking it out. Who's that? Strickland throwing against the pass, but he's sort of just throwing into no man's land, really. Just giving it back to Staffs, giving them the controller.
What an equalization. Sticks like, I haven't been on this scoreboard enough. Let me show you how it looked.
Oh, mistakes were made from Taysuna. He should have followed the ball, really.
That is credit where credit's due. That was Princey's shot. Sticks was like, but I need them points, my guy.
Watch this.
All right, Loza going to win the trade this time, and Taysuna not going to be first to the ball because it is on Keele's side, but he's going to be in position. He has taken the 100%. Soft shot, sets it up for Loza. This time they're ready for it. Sticks putting his name out there. All right, Tully going to maintain
We're
pressure.
going to see Loza come in. Oh, big goal coming out from Loza.
That-
Sneaking it in.
Aggression. That is a person that is out there.
The man's become the mailman. He's just posting it in. The slot. Look at that.
You know,
Just
living up
slotting it in.
to our namesake, the Staffordshire Stampede. They are
Yo,
bulldozing
here's
these
your,
people.
here's your bill, my guy. That's what he's just slotting it in.
If you want, I can give you a double dip. They're coming back. Taysuna with a fat win on the round start. Pushes it to his teammates and rotates out. Loza going to keep it in the corner. But unfortunately, he's going to taken out. There's a pinch there from Tully, but Taysuna is not in position. This is actually looking pretty rough for Staffs now, actually, because they used a lot of their resources.
This is looking easy to set up now from Keele.
And we've actually got the boost
goal come from
indicators on screen now, so you can see a little bit of management. Taysuna getting a taste of his own medicine. Stick's going to be putting that man back in the spawn point, but that does mean he's going to be ready for defense.
It's big clear from Tully. Big save coming from Sticks.
Good communication there to make sure Stricken didn't leave the ground as much as it would have been tempting to try and push it live. Relying on his teammates, misses the pinch, so they're going to give up their turn. Never mind. Princey saying, Tully, get back in the spawn room, my guy. But Taysuna
controlling it from the air.
All right, Princey with a nice soft touch, making sure that it doesn't end up in goal. Dribbles it over, but unfortunately, Tully's going to pick up. And that's a backboard shot. Taysuna going to clean it up. Never mind, misses, but Loza is in position. Unfortunately, doesn't get to the block, so they're going to try and desperately get it out of the purple half.
Tully's looking to challenge. Bounces off the backboard.
Right.
No follow-up, though. Ooh,
They
actually,
finally
never mind.
made it across the white line. Keele going to attempt to make their attack run. Not with a touch like that.
Big interception coming out from Tully.
Loza saying, thank you for the pickup, my guy. I will alley-oop this. And Tully going to push it at the floor.
Big demo coming out from
They have
Sticks.
decided that Taysuna is a problem, and he needs to be put down. We are not letting this man reach his final four. No perfect sell coming out here.
What a big save.
And they've got a second attempt.
Sticks getting them points on the board. He's telling stuff. He's
Sticks
like,
is-
I'm here to play. I ain't here to watch.
Sticks is like, aight, Taysuna, I see you. You be putting them demos on.
I will say that was unfortunate on Tully's part. Slowly falling, watching the ball go past him.
Yeah, that's a man that did not have the boost. But speaking of
control
boost,
from
Loza
Loza.
going to the corner,
You
as
see
is...
Tully and there's the cutter on it. Oh, aerial coming out from Strickland.
Okay, we're keeping it in the Staff's house, though. Loza going to have to rotate out because he did just make his attack, and Taysuna going to keep it in the corner. Princey's going to beat him
That's
to
a
it, but he
nice
does win the
recovery.
engage. This should be a free goal. Oh, no,
my
spaghetti. All right, who's going to take their turn now? All right, Sticks with the whiff. Loza going to just
It's a
passively
nice
let it.
little pass.
And we're with under a minute left, 2-2 on the scoreboard. This is going to be an important game.
Larza just got control and they're passing it into the middle. Tully taking it off the wall. He's got 5 boosts and he's trying to do some aerials. My guy, come on. You ain't got the cash to spend.
All right, Princey just going to play it nice and simple. Not going to do anything fancy. Just going to play it off of the wall. He's going to take it.
Am I going to get what I want?
He gets the double touch. Doesn't land on the ball, though, so he doesn't maintain his aggression. Stricken going to keep it in the corner. And a
Nice
good read from
backward
Tully.
save.
All right, we can see Taysuna actually has 100 charge there. And Stricken going to put him
that's
back.
a free ball. Oh, big whiff coming out from Loza.
It's actually a really, really good play there on the demo. Because Stricken had just picked up the 100, that means he was respawning with only 30. Are we going to go overtime?
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's gonna hit the ground.
You never know. Oh.
Ooh, that's good for Staffs there, because that means they're gonna get another lease on life. That looked like it was possibly going in. The round start. Loza gonna push it into the corner.
My
getting
guy,
the
I
better
gotta
of the
tell
touches.
you something. I hate overtime in this game. It can go on for so long, but it depends what we're gonna see here from both Staffs and Keele.
Yeah, like both teams really they had their turns. They definitely took advantage and put themselves in a good place. But after this, it's really just been sort of even. We've been spending a lot of time in the red half, though. Taysuna going to be trying to put a stop to that, but Styx is going to say no.
Loza passing out to Taysuna. Big pass into the middle. Tully throwing it forward.
Okay, that's going to come off of the back. We're going to see what Keele are going to do with it.
This is the pinch.
Everyone missing it. Loza actually has no boost. Never mind. Picks up a 12 just as it respawns, but 98 on Strickland, so he's going to be in a good position to play this aggressively straight out if Staffs miss their rotations. But instead, they're just going to take a shot. Loza from deep. All right,
The man said he just didn't want to play anymore. 46 seconds is too long for him. He just slots it in. Strickland getting close, but no cigar for that man.
And that was it was a nice passing play there. You could see Tully was the one that actually got credited for the pass, but you could actually see Taysuna go for the body block. My man was trying to touch the ball, and he was like, but what if you didn't, though?
What if you didn't?
What if you didn't, though? We're going to be 2-1 to the Staff Stampede in Rocket League right now. This is a good show. Times have changed. We have people that
The
play this
future is
game.
now, old man.
He'll be like, but we've always won Rocket League. And they're like,
always won Rocket. Not this year.
But, you
Not
know,
this time.
if I was 2-1 down on arguably our best chance of winning a game today.
You'd switch to Scarab.
Yeah, I'd switch to Scarab. I might be a little bit worried.
Scarab.
I might need to take a sip. I'm just saying that Keele need a second to replenish, replenish,
I'm going to say right now that was not caught on cam.
Why you gotta do me like that?
That completely. I seen you throw it up. It just froze, and I was just like, oh no. But you know what you should be drinking? I can't even reach it.
That's tragic. I can't even repeat that joke. See me on Smash tomorrow, my guys. It's okay though. It's okay. I'm on commentary one more time. You'll see me tomorrow. I'll come back.
Apple.
I'll be ready. The stream
What
isn't
a
gonna mess this
flavor.
up.
What a taste.
All right, I hear the engines revving. We're gonna be going into game 4.
Revving full of G Fuel.
And you know, we're gonna put a little bit of light. You know, we're gonna dim the lights a little bit. Is Keele trying to slow this down?
This
Let them glow in rims.
I still want my Japanese commentator. Ooh. Strickland's taking control of it, dribbling, but it's caught out by Tyson.
Yeah, unfortunately, because the ball was like directly on the center of his car and he didn't have it near the nose, he wasn't able to push it left or right to make a decision where the dribble was, so he was just teeing it up, unfortunately. Princey gonna get his boost back, so he's gonna make an aggressive play now, use half of it to push it into the corner.
Big clear from Lazo. He's gonna continue with the ball. Not take it past Sticks with a big challenge. But it's thrown up by Tyson. Lazo rotating around in front of goal. Are we gonna see... Ooh. The man just flew, just kept flying, and he's still going to this day.
Sticks pushing this into the red corner, making sure that Staffs have to think a little bit. But unfortunately, thanks to the geometry, massive dribble from Taysuna, puts it against the wall, so Sticks isn't going to get a proper touch to it. Never mind, he's actually going to go for the full dribble. He's going to push it over Tully.
Oh!
But it's pushed to the side. Unfortunately, just puts a little bit too much welly on it. And
Big
Loza,
save coming from Lazo. He's going to take it up the wall, but never mind. Stick's going to take it past him.
Unfortunately, he had no boost, so both him and Tully are going to be looking at playing it just off of the vanilla cars. There's no super acrobatic rocket propelled car here, just a little bit of finesse on the sticks.
We playing Forza now with no boost. Not taking it off the wall with a big challenge from Princey.
Loza going to get it up there, and that's a free net.
Oh,
the absolute
just
madman
bouncing
adding
in.
This is a man that does not want to let Keele get 3 wins.
Oh, no?
This is a man that wants the swiftest of 4 zeros.
The man got that, like, who's the polar bear in Rivals? He just threw that.
Etalus coming through with the up air, just like, back to the
Bang.
ground with you.
Controlling it on the wall.
Ooh, nice
big
touch from
challenge from
Taysuna. Going to
Taysuna.
stop it from being a defensive play. Strickland going to pick it up, though, and we're going to see how they attempt. Princey going to take out Taysuna to make sure they have the man advantage, and Loza's like...
Big whiff getting punished by Loza.
What is a man advantage to an absolute madman? That's a man that wants to that's a man that wants to go home.
That's a man who went a 50-50, yes please, and just went for it. Threw the whole car at him.
That's a man that saw you throwing paper is like, you're going to switch to scissors. Rock.
Easy.
All right.
Easiest read of my life. Bounced
Despite
off
the high
wall.
octane play, that's a little bit of a wet noodle ball towards the Staffs half, so they're just going to pick that up and play it to the corner and get...
Big
Unfortunately,
upfield
it's
from
not.
Loza.
Prince taking out Tully.
Oh!
But Staffs are now...
I thought I was so close to an own goal. I was like, oh no, you can't do him like that.
Can't be demoing a man and then putting the ball in your own net whilst you have a man advantage. But Princey going to start his dribble, gets it up on the Octane's perfectly designed car as if the whole game was actually balanced around this one car, and it's really, really good.
Tully coming out. Big top over.
I actually like that. He used the backside of his car, which is the softest part, which meant that he wasn't going to get too much knockback when he did the flip.
The man turtle, he just rubbed it.
Oh, imagine a turtle goal. Like
I'd love it to. Oh! Oh!
Stick saying
nice
like,
bit of passing play coming out from Prince.
Talking about these turtle goals like they're gonna disrespect us. Put some respect on this name. Fill in the scoreboard once again.
Tully caught out. The man was too busy reading the Sunday Times.
All right, so Princey going to win the kickoff here, and Loza going to get it off of the wall. He is a little bit juiced up. There are 2 people in the air. They're both going to miss it. That's an open net, but a massive save from Princey. Loza going to pop it up for Taysuna, and Taysuna going to sip that Sunny D, so he's at max charge. Loza as well. This is going to be a massive aggressive play. Unless Sticks gets to the ball first, he gets the better touch, though.
Taysuna. Missing out on the ball. Tully flying straight past it.
Unfortunately, Stick's not close enough to the ball, so Loza's just going to clear it. And Tully's going to rotate back into net. Going to pop it into the corner. Not going to go too far out, though, unless he wins against 2 people. Sticks on the back foot. Sips the Sunny D to get back up to 100. Make sure he can win that.
Loza with the bounce. Ooh, you see Tysuna there just trying to just tip it over.
Yeah, he's just trying to guide it in, but unfortunately Strickland is going to keep that nice and safe. Stick's going to start his attacking round. Unfortunately, bonks into Strickland, which massive IQ play puts him back on course so he can maintain the attack.
The Galaxy Brain to destroy Tully as well. He's out of here. Get out of this game, my guy.
I think Staffs managed to pick up the corner 100, so they're going to have advantage here to push it into the back. I'm looking to see Keele charged up. Princey, what's he going to do? Unfortunately, he can't rob the boost from Tully, so Tully's also going to be charged up and able to get back to the Staffs defense. All right, Tully, unfortunately not able to get the demo there, but he does displace a man, which is arguably more annoying.
Oh, yeah. Hitting your own, like, just hitting someone and not demoing them is so, because it takes so much out of your momentum.
Like, when they're defending, if you demo them, they respawn back in goal.
And
so
it's all good, but then, like, if you just knock someone's, like, you just fishtail someone real quick, bit of control came from Loz. I thought he was going to do something sick there.
You fishtail a man or you yeet them to the other side.
You just knock them, like, real quick. You take all the momentum out of them. You know, they're sitting on, like, 12 boosts. It's the worst feeling ever.
Yeah.
You know what's even worse when someone on your own team does it to you? And you're just like, come on, my guy, learn how to rotate. It's like, I'm driving here. You don't have to crash into the side of me. I ain't got insurance. Oh, big dribble coming out. Nice bit of control off the roof to just then give it to Stickland.
That was a fantastic finish from Strickland. But really, I have to highlight Strix with the control in the air, making sure that he got the soft touches to make sure he didn't send the ball down too early. He kept Staffs guessing and made, if they were using ball cam to see where the ball was there, they were looking at a really steep angle. So they're going to even that up at the last second from what was a really dominant round from Staffs.
Oh!
But Loz are going to put it in the corner. Tully going to keep it there.
This is in the air still.
This is dribble territory. I respect knocking it straight down.
Keele wanted that big reset.
All right. Taysuna going to get the better touches of the ball, but Strickland's going to pick it up. He was ready. Staff's playing a little bit scared there, but Tully going to push it out of the corner. They've had really, really solid defense for the first half of this game, and they're looking to, you know, just reset, treat overtime like a new game, and not get overwhelmed.
They got all the time in the world.
Tully going to get it over the kill player, but Strickler actually going to ride the wall.
He's throwing it into free space. He's going to get back control of it. No, Princey just takes it past him.
He's
going to dribble all the way to goal.
Really impressive there. All right. Ooh, the stall from Loza to get it over Strickland's head. Unfortunate for the kill player because he definitely looked like he was set up for a regular touch.
A bit of finesse coming out from Loza there just to take it past him, but we've already seen it reset back to our goal.
We've actually seen this overtime has, unfortunately there, Princey putting it past Strickler, wasn't able to tee it up for him properly, and both, Keele scrambling a little bit. Tully not getting a good touch on that, unfortunately.
This is what overtime does to you. It makes you panic, makes you...
But calm and collected there, Princey, not cracking under pressure, making sure that doesn't end up in the top corner and end this series. Sticks just fumbling it around a little bit, messing up the timing. Taysuna not going to get a touch to it, and now Staffs are on the back foot. We return to the red half, and we're already looking at double the overtime from the previous game. Good touch on
big follow from Taysuna into Loza. He's just going to pass it on to him.
Ooh, Taysuna.
Big demo coming out.
Getting rid of Sticks to make sure they have the man advantage for this attack. Sticks should be back, though, and he's going to push it out of the corner. He's going to pick up the boost. This is a huge opportunity.
Clearing it off the back wall.
Unfortunately, doesn't find its target a little bit off-center.
Taysuna coming in for the control, but it's already picked up by Princey. It's off the wall. Big pinch. It's in free space. Are we going to see a Keele player take it?
There it is.
Oh, it was just pushed into his direction.
And there we go. We do finally have our Season 8 Grand Champion ending up.
It fell just in front of him.
It is.
That was tasty.
We take those. That was handed to him on the platter. He's like, thank you for the hors d'oeuvres.
The man just dropped it in front of him. He was like, here's your meal, my guy. Take it. Eat it. It's quite nice.
We're going to Game 5.
Going to Game 5.
Didn't think I'd be saying that today with the way the games have been going, but we is going to Game 5.
It's been a it's been a good set of games right now. You know, it's been even.
This has been enjoyable. This was not the I'm gonna make sure this ain't bad. This was the I am happy to be here cast. This is the Rocket League that I would actually like.
This is the Rocket League, you know, to make stuff proud finally.
Yeah, no, this is, you know, we're in the home of esports. We're in the T205 Beacon Building Esports Hub here at Staffs Uni, and Rocket League.
It's looking fresh. It's looking nice.
Looking like something I might tune into next year if I'm not casting again with you.
I'm hoping I am casting the game with you next year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that as long as all of the players don't like graduate or like die, or you know, just
It's a bit morbid.
Yeah,
just die, just on the spot.
Failing exams is, you know, a halfway middle ground. You know, providing that doesn't happen.
It's a good 25% of the way there.
I'm looking forward to Rocket League at Staffs. Didn't think I'd be saying that, but here I am in Game 5, going to.
Where are we going?
Well,
Ah, we ain't even going to the correct stadium.
we're not going to Neo Tokyo. All right,
Not going to see no Tio Togo.
Cancel the game. Not worth. Not worth. We got the Pokeball in the center, and we're going to be pushing it into the red half. A nice sunny day here. It's definitely not set in England.
I don't know. It's been looking quite nice in Stoke today, but it is Stoke, so
That
it
is
already
true.
gets minus points right there.
Got the Psionics logo in the back. I think this is like the World Cup stadium for this.
It's the RLC stadium. Yeah, it's the RLC stadium.
I mean,
it's
I'm
the
not
one
saying
that
this is
re-released.
RLCS quality, but this definitely feeling like it. Like, I'm watching real Rocket League, and it makes me very happy. Just as happy as Tully will be to put his name on the demo count, making sure he's getting that first blood.
The man's got a taste for blood now. Big whiff coming out from Loza, though.
But it's okay, though, because it wasn't a drop. It was just a happy little reset. They juked him with the Tully shot. Look at that. Pricey was expecting the Loza shot. Taysuna just going to alley-oop straight over. Definitely what was happened. Wasn't a whiff. All Galaxy brain play.
Galaxy brain play.
And that was only about 45 seconds on that. A nice, quick goal.
We're already looking quite clean. Princey just knocking over the top. Setting her off one of his teammates.
And Strickler with
crossbar, and that is unfortunate. We're going to see it clear now from Loza.
That goal was there, and Newton came back from his grave. He's like, but slapped that out of his hands like, nah.
Not today. Not on my watch. I don't know what you're doing.
But you know, a man that does know what he's doing, Styx, who has been routinely impressive in this game. Going to back up on the wall, not going to fall off, not going to get anything from it, and sacrifice his rotation. But I respect the attempt. Princey going to knock it across goal, having pure faith in Isaac Newton and his theory.
Theories and
you know, really just having faith in Unreal's physics engine.
I wouldn't trust Unreal's physics engine.
I would. I ain't doing no physics programming.
Big interception coming out from Taysuna. They're Tully with the big whiff, and it's going to go back to Loza to defend.
We're putting it back in the red half.
Ooh.
And Styx, once again, saying, do not forget about me. Keele is not out of this.
He's a speed demon.
He is a speed demon. He shall come from anywhere on court.
The man always has 100 boosts. You're always going to
even when he has 0, he just writes the 1-0 on his screen and goes fast.
He's got the permanent marker to write it down every time.
It's like, I never know how much boost I have because I always have boost.
Big deflect coming out from Keele there.
And Tully going to get actually a surprisingly controlled touch on it. It didn't look like he knew where that was going at first, but he makes the rotation to make sure he gets the second touch. Unfortunately, nothing comes out of it. So Keele is going to make their attack, and Tully is going to push it back.
Out, but Princey controlling it off the wall.
Unfortunately, because he had to
Shadow
jump, he wasn't able to.
But it's coming out from Stickram.
Because he had to jump, he wasn't able to maintain control of the ball, so he gives it up to Staffs.
Princey with the touch on.
Ooh, that's a high poke. I like it. And Styx making sure that Taysuna ends up in his personal river.
That was a nice challenge there from Loza on Princey, though.
Princey
to make sure he
taking
doesn't
2
go past and try and knock it in on a slide.
And Styx going to push that back out to mid-court, but unfortunately not going to get the proper touch on it. He's going to lose the duel with the Staffs player.
Strickland just following this ball in. Big challenge out from Loza, though.
He beats one, but knocked it straight back out to the corner. And Taysuna's going to push that out, but it's not a strong hit. Great follow-up there, though. Make sure that's a quick rebuttal.
Big save from his teammates there. Anything else, I think, easy control there from Keele, and that would have been a goal. But we're seeing Loza coming out to save the team. Taysuna with the big dribble. Ooh, I feel
it's
like
going back and forth, looking like Danganronpa right now with the rebuttal showdown over and over. That's wrong. Objection.
Big demo coming out, looking like Kaede Akamatsu.
Man, that is a man that has an objection to people being on the court, and Strickland having an objection to this lead. Putting himself up 2-1. Reliable rotator on deck.
Keele looking ahead. Keele looking like they could take this from under the noses of Staffs.
No, just letting them get a little bit comfortable. They've actually been really, really strong. You know.
It's been strong.
We've been seeing the meme floating around, but not going to lie, Chief, they had us in the first half. But They've answered back.
Bit of miscontrol. Oh, it's really not taking advantage of that right there. But Loz is coming in to
Loz
push
gonna
it
push it
over.
off, and
Taysuna.
Taysuna-
Oh, you saved it. Oh my god.
Double Agent Loza coming through for
The
Keele.
man was like, I am no longer a part of staffs. I
And
now
that-
go to Keele University.
Strickland actually making use of his rear view mirror to make sure Taysuna isn't going to be surprising him from behind. All right, Taysuna going to put that in the corner, coming off of the back wall. Loza going to get the better of the touches to it. That's a setup. Tully going to put it in the corner. A little bit of spaghetti here, and Taysuna's going to roll it back out into center court. So this is where the Staff's attack ends, but is this where the Keele attack begins?
See a turnover apace here, but Princey coming into contact with the air. Off the back throw from Taysuna. Controlled again, but he's just giving the ball.
Sticks looking like he was taking a shot on goal, but Taysuna going to put that in the corner. They're out of rotation here. Loza going to push it.
All three players are up right now. They just want the goal with 41 seconds left, but they're leaving the goal open at the back. We're seeing two people coming up from Keele right now.
I don't blame Staffs for taking slightly more risky rotations here.
With 30 seconds to go, I'd expect all three to go up to try and at least confuse the Keele defense. But it doesn't matter at this right now. A nice goal coming from Princey. Nice bit of control to just knock it in.
Princey looking more like a king right now with the control, making sure that he oppresses the Staffs team with just finesse.
How many views are we sitting on? We are sitting on 28 viewers. Hello people,
everybody.
how you doing? This is looking like the Keele win though.
It's looking like the Keele win, but we've seen
some nice gameplay coming out from Staffs.
They were down 3-1 before, and they brought it back. They didn't quite make it to overtime, but they definitely stuck with it. And we're looking at the final 10 seconds potentially of this entire match. Taysuna going to pop it up. I'm not seeing 2 goals coming in 5 seconds. I don't know about you.
Over for Keele, but we're going to see a sneaky one fall in. Princey was just telling them, I just got to fit one more in. Let me just.
It's like,
easy.
I've decided, as newly appointed king of the Rocket League, I'll be taxing my mans for one more goal.
Taxing my mans for one more goal.
So we'll be pushing it over to our analysts to let you know their breakdown of this fantastic Rocket League gameplay.
It was absolute devastation.
Do you know what? I'm actually a bit mind blown.
My favourite bits, every time, just when a demolition went out, I mean, they had to focus in. Taysuma, there's still the mystery of this game, whatever we say his name. They realised they were the problem. Absolute devastation on him over and over again. From both sides, it was close. It was looking on the Staff side, but I think Keele analysed who the problem was and went for it, and they put it back.
Which is what we were talking about pre-game. We were saying, and I think we did notice in the first round, Keele was just getting a little bit of a feel for Staffs and vice versa. And then suddenly, Keele understands what Staffs play like, and they're just like, we know what we want to do, we're going to win.
They absolutely, as I said, focus Taysuma over and over again. Star players on each side, I've got to say, I said Taysuma, most of the time, he was always on the ball, getting the picks and whatnot, going a bit aggressive, getting the, what was it called, the Sunny D, as over there, the old spaghetti. I am not familiar with the lingo with the Rocket League, but on the other side, that's how Sticks always saw an opportunity, always went in. And
whoa!
I do believe we've had a grand entrance there. We didn't catch that, just like your water. We missed it, my friend.
These shoes, though. That's what matters.
Look at
Can we have the entrance again? Can we just
I'll do it again for Smash.
So
I'll hop on. I'll make a mistake.
For Smash Bros. Okay. So what was it? What happened with Staffs? They had it in the first half, and then just Keele just came back.
So Staffs were a really, really aggressive team, and it showed in the first half that they were really able to maintain a lot of pressure when it came to keeping the ball entirely in the Keele half, so they were playing on the back foot and they weren't really able to get anything started. Keele did a really good job from game 2 onwards of making sure they didn't get flustered when that first goal came the Staffs way, and instead just taking a second, making Staffs keep making those aggressive plays. But because boost doesn't regenerate naturally in Rocket League, you have to actually make use of the boost pads that are scattered around the floor, which regenerate and give you 12 boost or 100 if it's the big orbs. If Staffs kept making aggressive plays and Keele were able to defend in a sort of scrappy way, not committing too much boost to it, and sit on the boost pads, Staffs were eventually going to have to run out of steam. We may be the Stampede, but without the energy, you're not going to maintain that charge. So Keele, what they did, they waited, they sat and waited for them to run out of boost, and then they would make long plays and then make use of the double jump function to make sure they reached max speed, so they would have boost to make their aerials. And that's where I think offers also some lucky touches and just some fortunate placement. They were able to like rally back, and I think that's sort of where some of the experience might show.
Yeah.
Keele they played. This is pretty nearly the same roster that played last year and dominated, and both teams played very well in NSE. And even though they had a sub, it definitely showed that they have the experience to know when they're on the back foot and know when they can push their attack. And maybe Staffs, possibly next year, we might see if this is the same roster. They've gotten a little bit more cohesive. Because we did see, especially towards the final games, where they were getting a little bit flustered, definitely the game 5 on their mind, and more mistakes were being made, like some team collisions. I think Taesuna and Styx were my standout players.
Yeah.
Despite
You
Princey
said so, yeah.
popping off at the end, I say Styx definitely carried the offense for Keele. He had some really, really solid touches. He had a lot of good soft touches using the underside of his car to make sure the ball didn't go too fast, so that way his team could set up. And also just some really amazing solo plays. And Taesuna was definitely someone I would look out for Staffs, as he is a monster.
We noticed that we were just saying he actually got demolished anytime they could.
Yeah, I think that was also just a really good adaptation. If he can't play, if he's constantly in spawn, and even if he has 100 boost, when you reset with 34.
Can't play, we'll take it away.
Exactly. So I think it's really good adaptation from Keele. And I think, honestly, this is just the start of good Rocket League between these two universities. And I look forward to seeing how these two teams do in future tournaments.
So what would you say was your favourite moment, if you can pick one from that?
My favourite moment would probably be probably Princey's Styx's double touch off of the ceiling.
Oh, that was it.
Just because it showed, like, we've been talking a lot about how the backboard is very, very useful in Rocket League, because you can play a shot off of the backboard and potentially take a defender or the goalkeeper. Because if it's especially near the corner, they have to go for it, because if they don't, that could be a corner shot and they didn't go for it. But if they play it off the backboard, then your teammate can follow up. That is usually a fast play. What Styx did was he seemed like he was going to go for the backboard, got a soft touch to pop it up off of the ceiling, then touched it again to slow it down, which meant that instead of having a good angle, Staffs were either looking through the goal or directly up at the ball, so they don't have full awareness of where their car is and where the other defenders are, which allowed for the easy shot that Princey made to get them that win. So that was definitely my favorite play, because it wasn't crazy flashy. The double touch in the air was cool, but like the reason that it was so effective is probably what made it my favorite play.
So, as a non-connoisseur of the fine game myself, because I didn't even realize you had to hit the ball. How devastating it is when you lose a player? Because what's the cooldown or the respawn time, even if you will, on if you get taken out?
It's not anything crazy high.
I
It's only
noticed
like
it,
4 seconds, but depending on when the demolition happens, it can really change the way the game is played. If you're defending and you get demoed on your side of the field, you respawn on your side of the field, so it's possible. You actually respawn with boost, so sometimes you end up respawning with more boost than you had when you got demoed, but that is still about 4 seconds where they have man advantage and they can press that attack. Whereas if you're attacking and you get demoed, that's your attack run over.
Yeah.
Because you're respawning on the other side of the field with 34, you're going to probably have to take a diverted route to make sure that you pick up the boost, or you're just going to have to be the one that's sitting in goal waiting for the rotation to end, because it's unlikely that your team are going to score 2 versus 3 unless they had to really hard commit.
Do you want to assign someone to be a bit of the assassin in the team, or is it more like, look, we can get this, go for it?
It's more being opportunistic. We definitely saw that Taesuna was leading the charge when it came to the demos, but some of it is just the boost spacing is universal.
Yeah, because we saw
in
how
Rocket
much
League.
he got taken out, so I had to make some phone calls at the end of the game. It was just absolutely focus him over and over again.
It was, we could see in some of his play where if he had about 40 boost, he would spend about 10, 20 of it and take someone out if they were on their way to boost. That was the main time that he took people out, either when they were landing from an aerial or when they were going for boost. Because when you're going for boost, that generally signifies that you want to make a play. If you get the boost, you're now expecting to make a play and suddenly you're back in spawn. If you just landed from an aerial, usually you've spent your boost or you're out of position, so let's put you even further out of position. So you don't necessarily have to designate someone to it, because Rocket League is a game that you're constantly rotating. There was a style back before where it was 2 players out and 1 player in goal, and that style was very popular, but eventually as the game sped up and people got more used to tactics and passing plays became more apparent, everyone has to play every role.
Yeah.
So you can't even really designate someone as an assassin, because after they've made their attack run, they'll be going back to your goal. and it's unlikely they're going to take someone out on the way back. If they do, they probably won't be in goal for very long. We'll be rotating back out into the attack. But Rocket League is a very, very free-flowing game. So you could try running designated roles, or if you have a designating passing play, you can try and set that up off of one person. But more than likely, it will just be, is it our turn to play? And am I the best person to make this play right now?
Fair play.
Okay, well, hopefully you all enjoyed the series as much as I did, and I think we do have to kind of go hats off to our casters as well, because there was some awesome commentary. Yes, so Keele has managed actually to win that game, however, so now that makes our overall varsity score 3-1, so there's still room to play for, I think, in this competition. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go into another short break while we set up for our final game of today, and we're going to hit you back with CSGO at 4:30.
future, you and I. But at your side, I lose my mind. Oh. Let it wash away. Caught on a feeling, riding a wave, and I realize I found my way through the day. I come to
Run for recover. Hear my tribe roar live with the thunder. Let it rain down so we pour out another. All I wanna feel is light we reveal, and ceiling roofs get blown with the fields, and the foundation laid down for the brave. Uncharted, we set the pace, syncopated in the way we sway, rise, elevate. Left to the right, far back to basics. A killer combo, kicking out your laces. On your marks, get set, switch up the pace. It's about to get turn up as we elevate. This is the foundation, lay down the basics right now. More hype, need the crowd to raise this. Get live, feel right, and we shadow the face. Syncopated in the way we sway, rise, elevate. Elevate. Elevate, go. Elevate, go. Elevate, go. Elevate, future dilate. Walk with your head up, high from the ghetto. Seeking the format, smack that stiletto. Boosting the treble, rise that staccato. All I wanna feel is bassline, make you wet up. Walk with your head up, high from the ghetto. Seeking the format, smack that stiletto. Boosting the treble, rise that staccato. All I wanna feel is bassline, make you wet up.
grand finale of the day because I am. What we've got for you is CS:GO. So far in our varsity, the score is 3-1 to Staffs, but maybe this could turn around, possibly. And we have another best of 3 ahead of us. So Kyle, what do you think we can expect from this game?
Well, both teams look very strong to be fair. They both got top CS:GO talents within their respective universities, and I think it's going to be quite curious to see how the new Staffs team will perform. As I've been told, there's been quite a considerable amount of changes throughout the year to their roster, and alongside that, to see how they'll fare against the Keele squad, whether or not the Krakens will be able to get their revenge from the last competition last year. Personally, in a biased way, I damn well hope
Obviously
so.
you're gonna
We
say
need
yes.
another win, but either or, as we all say, it's going to be really good to see some action from both sides and see what they can deliver. So it's going to be quite a long game, to be fair, isn't it? Because I said it's best to
best of 3, all together.
15 rounds in the
So I'm actually quite interested to see how the Staff team is going to deal with all the changes they've had going back and forth a little bit, because it is kind of notable, I think, to say that Keele does have that kind of gelled together advantage, right? Because
the
they know each
synergy.
other, they've been playing with each other, and they know what they play like. And obviously they've done that for a longer time than our Staff's roster has.
True.
So just to kind of point out, so on the Staff side we do have Relic, Bot Weasley, Trajan, Simply Leon, and Kawaii. And they will be going up against Hizzy, Scarlecci, Niels, MKL, and Brian Munching, who's actually a sub. So that could potentially put a bit of a twist into the games.
It's always when you got to see what a sub can do, because you might have played him before, but as I said, you saying about how they're going to play off. Team synergy is half the battle. Being able to play your character, your setup, loadout, etc., etc. That's all half the game. You got to know how your team's going to fare out, and also alongside that, you got to see how the enemy team's going to fare out. As we said, it's like poking the bear. You got to see what your team can do, and you got to see what you can get away with as well.
So it would also be quite notable kind of to see the first couple rounds, maybe they're going to get a bit of a feel of each other. Like we mentioned in Rocket League earlier, where we did see the Keele team was kind of trying to feel out how Staffs was playing, etc. We're probably going to see that in CS:GO at the beginning a little bit as well. So kind of as we progress towards the later matches, maybe we're going to see some actual maybe risk-taking even and stuff like that,
I think a lot of these games we've had lately, it's all team coordinated, and especially CS:GO is. However, you sort of see these clips of people playing to 1v4 and they pop off because they think, oh, this happens to us many times in games. There's just one person left. You get cocky, you play about with him, you toy a bit, and then hello. You're right. Good damn, Mr. President. So yeah, I lost my train of thought now.
So the 1v4s in the clutch plays kind of.
That's it. With this and with Siege, which is happening, I believe, tomorrow, you can pop off, you can pull it back. Whereas Overwatch, as I said earlier, you lose 2 people, you're not looking good, but you got to rely on us. However, this one we might be able to see some action. Hoping to see some playoffs. Maybe the P90 rush. We'll never know. We hope to see a couple of P90 rushes. I'm hoping to see a classic meme. Personally, I tried a bit of CS:GO myself. As I said, I don't like recoil. I do not like recoil. So it was quite detrimental to me not playing many games where you got to really adjust with it. And I did like the AWP though, one shot, and that's quite fun.
Yeah, I'm not much of a CS:GO or FPS even player myself. I do prefer kind of MOBAs like League of Legends, that sort of type. But it's quite fun to watch games like CS:GO, especially when they do kind of pull off those scenarios when they're like 1 or 2 maybe against more people, against 5 or something like that. Maybe like an entire squad just there's 2 people and they pull it back. It is quite nice to see them clutch plays. Hopefully we can get some of those. And yeah, so who do you think is going to win? Not who do you want to win, because that's kind of obvious.
That's a completely different question. To be honest, Keele, it balances out because we've got a sub, and the sub could be absolutely phenomenal. However, again, team synergy. But however, looking again at the changes for the roster, again, as I said about team synergy, can they work with different tactics to go along with the loadout, how they fare together? I think I said it personally. The only thing you can work off, and I said you've got to build up with, I believe, the money at the start, finance you get at the start of different rounds. I said the team gets the better advantage and whatnot. Completely, I'm not trying to be biased here, but Keele, because purely maybe they have to rely on building up with the new roster and how they can fare on that.
And it would be quite nice to see if they do win. They can kind of get their revenge back on Staffs from all the way back in October, like we mentioned.
Still speaking about this.
Yeah, I do have to mention.
I wasn't even in Keele this time, but I'm still mad at it.
that was. Hopefully, we'll have a bit more of a balanced game this game.
True.
That's what I would like to
see. I mean, it's just one side. It's just not fun. You just think, oh, they've done it again, and again, and again. And you feel sorry for the team. You just want the other one to do. You just really want to, come on, boys, you can do it. But no.
So I would like personally to see something that's quite maybe a bit more even. Maybe we'll go to the last map even. That would be kind of ideal for me. I
Oh,
think.
I always love that. It's just so tense.
Yeah.
It's like with Rocket League early. You're
Yes,
not playing,
yes.
and you're there. Just come on, gotta go.
Yeah, that's what we were doing. We were kind of shouting at even
Yeah.
at the screen because it was even rounds. Yeah, yeah.
Cool,
Hopefully we can do that again this time.
It's always overtime. It's always when it gets to like for like CS:GO. It's always going to be 14-13 the match point. Or when it gets to match point, you see the other team just slowly creep. But from what I've seen with CS:GO, usually it's sort of one side at times. Because if I can't remember which one it is. I think if you're on attack, you might have a harder time because of the defending and vice versa. And usually sort of see teams go up, then down on the points and sort of balance it up and over and over again. But again, what can the players bring today? That is the big question, and it'll come around soon. But looking at it tomorrow, we just have a little taster. I believe we've got a bit of League of Legends.
Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, yeah.
That's it. Right and early, I'll need to have about, oh god, I'll be taking coffee shots. Smash. It's not good. I just don't know the combos. Rainbow Six Siege. I used to enjoy that a lot. I used to enjoy. I used to who did I main? Capcom was fun. I did quite like him. But I like roaming because if I'm stuck in a spot, I don't know about you, I don't like being static. I've got to be roaming around. I like taking risks and
Oh, just like moving all around the place.
Yeah. And plus, it's just fun. You can just feel the reaction. You can't see it, but you can just feel the reaction of just what the hell was he doing there? You can just feel it. And then what we got coming up last tomorrow?
So we got, obviously, after Smash, we've got Rainbow Six, then we've got Dragon Ball, which is another fighting game. So we do have half a day of tomorrow actually fighting games, which could be quite interesting, actually. What I do actually want to point out, because obviously the Dota in the morning did end up being a friendly. So if we think about the amount of games we've actually played, so we've actually played 3 games of Staffs versus Keele, right? And if you look at that, it's actually 2-1. So while the overall score, because the Dota game was conceived, is 3-1, if you look at the matches... if you look at the matches that have actually been played, it was actually 2-1. So if the Keele team can pull this CSGO thing back, it would only be 3-2 at that point, and there's everything to play for even tomorrow.
True.
So if they do win, I mean, it's still anyone's game really at this point, isn't it?
Come on, Keele. Got to bring it home. Got to rise from the depths. Oh, but I think we're ready. Are we ready?
Yep. So while we were talking to you guys just now, the CSGO lobbies were being set up, and I do believe we are ready to go. So good luck to both the teams. I'm going to hand you over to the casters.
Hello, that will be us, the casters. I'm Eric, and this is
Ben. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, we're really excited to see the match actually, because well, both teams have a hell of a ton of rivalry. We did have a ton of BM between people like Relic and Hizzy. It's just part of CS.
Yeah, it's just part of the culture at this point, isn't it? We have had, it's going to be a best of 3 series available for everyone today. We do have the veto coming through, so the first map of the day is going to be Nuke, which is at the behest of Keele. They've decided to take us there first, and then later on we'll be going to Mirage, which would be Staff's map pick, and should we get there, we're actually going to end up on Inferno. Not Inferno, sorry, Vertigo. I don't know why.
Yeah, we're not used to Vertigo.
Exactly, it's a surprise to everyone. I couldn't even conceive it being chosen, so Vertigo should be there should we end up on that decider. It's going to be an interesting brawl on this first map. Obviously, Nuke renowned for its CT sides being the key to success in these games. Staffs are going to be the team starting on that all-important CT side, and as we see in the opening pistol, they're going to need to get as many rounds up as possible on the board to make sure that their T-ride is as easy as possible.
Yeah, we have 2 people going up the ladder. Oh. Trying to get a pick. There's already gunfight going on. Trajan getting a kill on AKO. Getting trade out immediately. This team chat still going on. Izzy killing Butt Weasley. And B looks open. Neil's going to capitalize on that. But Simply Leon is waiting, made absolutely no noise. Kawhi gets a kill. Not sure where he found that one. Bomb does go down. News is about to wrap onto Trajan as Relic goes down. News defending the bomb.
That's going to leave us in now in a 2v2 post-plant situation. Neil going to spray a couple of Glock bullets over towards the Staff's player. Not going to manage to land any lethal shots just yet, though, as the bomb does continue to tick down. Leon now spotting 2 players out. His teammates coming in from the rafters, and with that assist from his friend there, the Staff's team are actually going to be able to defuse that bomb and take the all-important CT side pistol round.
That was an absolutely sexy headshot.
Yes, very nice indeed. So, obviously, we're going to see Staffs now probably going for those upgraded weapons in this second round. Probably expecting Keele to go for a full save on this one, especially after the changes to the loss bonus. would be quite interesting. We are on Nuke. They have changed the shotguns recently. They are now cheaper, so over towards those vents positions, Staff could be picking those weapons up and utilising them effectively. Kawhi, though, is going to be going for an M4 for himself, but it'll be interesting to see what the rest of his team have decided to purchase.
Obviously, the rifle's a good defense in case Keele does purchase a good weapon or two. So far, Deagle spam coming out of smoke, blocking off some of the site. Kawhi taking it quite clearly. Oh, here's the double spray. And the News returns the favour back with a P250 by the looks of it. Relics having none of that. The MP9 going to get some
one
cash.
Deagle shot and then getting traded out by the FAMAS. Not quite what you like to see, especially when you're stalking your prey from behind, and that's going to leave Scarletchi now in the 1 versus 3. Only a Deagle left to his name. Doesn't have bomb control either, so things not looking too good for him for the remainder of this round, although he does land that excellent headshot. 1 versus 2 situation.
Winnable. He picks up a FAMAS and a flashbang. See what he can do with that. He might go to save that, obviously. Sometimes it's not worth to pick up the fight. However, he is looking to regain the bomb control. Finds one. Makes a 1-on-1 with 68 HP and no armor. It's going to be anyone's game at this point. Quick flashbang.
He does have that M4A4, so every now and then he has been picking up the advantage weapons, and somehow he's actually managed to win that one out. A 1 versus 3 clutch from Scarletchi there. Absolutely incredible play, all opened up by that initial Deagle headshot, and then followed up. He just kept upgrading his weapons with every kill. It's like he's playing a game of arms race or something. Gets the Deagle kill, acquires the FAMAS. Gets the FAMAS kill, acquires that M4, and turns out that not having armor wasn't actually that important to him. He just managed to land all of the shots that he needed, got his aim completely on point, and won his team the round.
Obviously, that also resets Staffs, and now they'll probably have to eco.
Does
So
look like.
Relic with a UMP. MKL with an AK. Blocked by the smoke. He's going to try to push a little bit. Not too sure where the Staffs players are. But Weasley obviously on the 5-7. But Weasley, he is a good player. However, pistols and an AK. At close range it might be viable. However, not quite in this one. MKF finds second one, and Trajan, who was just so slow to pick that.
It'll be incredibly important here, those opening 2 kills from MKL. Kawhi has actually managed to trade one out onto Hizzy, so it's not going to be a complete loss for Staffs in this one. You can't imagine they're going to find too much more out of this round, though. Scarletchi just about managing to finish out that spray down. So this is actually quite an impressive start from Keele so far. They have managed to win the second 2 rounds of the half and their first 2 T rounds. And the T side is all important on Nuke. As many rounds as possible as they can rack up is just going to make their CT side so much easier. So if they can pick up, turn this 2 round first, initial victories into perhaps, 4 or 5 rounds already in the opening series of rounds at the start of this game, then things are looking incredibly good for them. As we've said before, the CT side is the important one. That's where you're expecting to get all of the rounds together, and you see it at the top tier of CS. Teams with dominant T sides on Nuke tend to be the teams that just end up winning out these matches.
We see a pause. I will assume that's tactical from Staffs. Obviously, they have lost 2 rounds after winning a pistol round. No, we gain confirmation it's actually an error. So
technical pause come in, yeah, indeed. Money for Staffs now not looking good. I do think they went for at least a partial force buy in that last one.
Yeah, we did see a UMP.
Yeah, and pistol armor on the rest of the players. So money not looking too great now. It'll be interesting to see what kind of buy they are going to go with in this next round, actually.
Do love to see the constant 4K and absolutely not being able to read anything.
Well, from my perspective, considering the position of Simply Leon, he hasn't not quite above 2.5k, so can't necessarily even get full utility and weaponry going into the next one as well. So it might have to be a couple of hard ecos coming out from Staffs here. Actually, it's an excellent job. Again, it's all come down to that 1v3 clutch in the second round of the game. That's really opened this half up for Keele 100%. We thought Staffs would get the ball rolling early with that pistol round victory. They didn't waste any money in that second round. They basically, spent everything they had on the upgraded rifles, the head armor, as much utility as they could get, and Keele just took that away from them. We're seeing them be punished by it now. They've gone for basically a full eco, no upgraded pistols and no body armor.
Keele has a lot of confidence after that, I'm pretty sure, because that play was just mwah. Now we have Trajan checking the ramp area. With a USPS, that's not going to be much of use, however, it does give info. Leon's trying to pick outside. Not sure why he's doing that, probably just getting info as well. MKO edging ever so closer. Smokes are landing, however, they land behind him. Deep Molotov will probably force out Trajan or Simple Leon. Yeah, he has to run away and stuck in a weird spot. News picks one, but does not notice the guy above him.
Well, early 2 opening kills with the AKs again. Pretty much to be expected in a full eco round here. The rest of the Staffs players are kind of isolated from each other, really. They're sort of, I think, trying to hold positions where they can, one and done positions as they're called, you know, try and catch a Keele player off guard, try and maybe take their weapons and save it into the next round. We obviously do have Relic up in this higher up position, so maybe he can get something done from that angle over towards A, but Trajan just down in the vents over towards B as well. Keele taking this nice and slow. They're not making any unnecessary risks. Trajan could actually get something here. He's come up straight through the vents, but it's not to be. Relic will be the only man for Staffs to get a kill in that round, and Keele, they're on 3-1, and things are still looking good for them in this T side.
You can see their economy is absolutely the advantage they have. You can see But Weasley on 4.3k while the other players were on 7k. Now has to buy down virtually to 0 in order to try to pull a round back. Hopefully we see them do that.
Yeah, another must-win round here for Staff, certainly for their economy perspective. They really don't want Keele to sort of get the ball rolling and string those rounds together.
You can see 5 T players just wanting to push into B. But Simply Leon with a 4k actually gets picked by Niels. But that puts Staffs in such a huge advantage.
Yeah, that's a really amazing play from him there in that position, especially with the M4A1S. It's one of the lowest ammo capacity rifles available on the CT side. It did recently get buffed to have those 5 extra bullets, and you can see he's certainly putting them to good use there. He's got 4 kills out of the weapon, and now it's Niels left in a 1 versus 3 situation. His teammate did manage to win one in the second round of the game, but I've got a feeling Staffs may have learned from their mistakes in that round, and they're certainly not going to be giving anything away to Niels here. He's got a minute to work with, and he does have the bomb under his control. Does have a Molotov, which could mean he could force a player out of position on a bomb site, should he actually be able to get there and get the bomb down, but it's certainly looking tight for him in this round.
He also has a lot of money, so he'll probably just either try to get some picks or just save the AK.
Yeah,
and
that's
drop
true.
for his teammate, because as you can see, Staffs plays on 0, virtually no currency at all.
Yeah, it might actually be worth him going for this one, even just to try and get those kills. We've seen, I think it's Relic is currently glass cannon AWPing, so he couldn't even afford armor into this one.
He
So
just might pick one.
yeah,
He's edging ever so closer to the A site. With 27 seconds left. Oh, he's not going to check the angle. He's checking the wrong side. Will he expect the player to be right behind the other vent? He spots one, and that's the info gone. Yeah, all of them are chasing him, and that's it. Relic gets a wallbang to finish the round off.
It's almost looking a little bit tight there. Relic did actually whiff that first AWP shot, which nearly allowed Niels to get back behind the silos and give him some cover to fight those aim duels with. Thankfully, the second shot was on point, and he did manage to secure that frag. So, Staffs proving that the force buy into that one, spending all the money, was definitely worth it. The glass cannon AWP hasn't been lost, still in the hands of Relic. He's now going to bring it over towards that outside position, but it looks like Keele are going to challenge ramp again.
Now Trajan trying to do his best impression, however he gets betrayed immediately with a lovely headshot. What is he doing?
Fortunately there, Leon just missing those couple of shots and doesn't actually manage to eliminate the low Keele player, so he's probably going to have to fall off this angle now due to that Molotov. Keele not looking like they want to give this angle another go. I don't think they're expecting 2 players to be there this time. So they're just going to hold back over towards the inside area and decide where they want to go and attack in this round.
Leon goes a bit more defensive. Obviously, he has been a very aggressive player onto the ramp, which has worked out for him once. I don't think he's about to test his luck again.
Very well, that will be the case. So Leon still watching over towards this ramp. Keele haven't yet committed to a particular bomb site that they're looking for. Looks like they are going to actually start shifting around, taking the bomb outside at this point, so they really haven't committed. Bot Weasley here, though, he's in a dangerous position with this UMP, potentially. That flashbang, it's not caught him off guard. He's got 2 lined up here. Can he get the second one? He can indeed. Simply Leon, meanwhile, is going to get another kill. And once again, it's Niels left in a 1 versus 3. Whips the first AK spray down, and Bot Weasley, he's going to make it a triple kill from him in that round, bringing Staffs to 3-3.
That was too scary and too close to both sides. Bot Weasley whiffed an awful spray, essentially. Caught off completely off guard by the player. But fortunately was able to find a kill somewhat, and now their economy is going up as well. You can see Staffs was definitely getting more confident with their pushes, probably capitalizing from the 4k. I'm pretty sure they are pumped right now.
Yeah, I'm sure that they're thinking the momentum's with their favour, at least as Relic does get that initial AWP pick towards outside. Keele at the moment, looking like they might be attempting a B execute. They've got 3 players towards its outside position at the minute, and an excellent HE grenade is actually going to eliminate the Staff's AWPer now, leaving us in a 4 versus 4.
This does even things out. However, there is at least 2 players outside for Staffs as well. But Weasley with a crouch angle. Now you see they're a bit hesitant going across mid because the smokes have disappeared. Player spotted. Trajan, not quite sure we did that, but Weasley capitalizes and he gets a second kill. Now that's Trajan who gets another headshot. And last remaining player. Never mind, I can't even speak today. Sorry.
Excellent
I'm just
outside
too
play
slow.
from Staffs. I'm sure it's fine. There were a lot of kills being traded back and forth there. A lot of high-paced action, but Staffs really showing dominant outside control. They only initially really put Relic outside there with that AWP, but I think he just got all the information he needed. He got that opening pick, saw the other people coming in, and as soon as they committed so much utility towards outside, they used those HE grenades to force him out of his position. Staffs call for the rotate there. They call for the 2 players to go outside, call for it well, and Keele this time, they're on a pistol rush and they're going back towards that ramp.
And Trajan and Simply Leon are going to defend that bomb site pretty well. That's team kill from AKL as well, denying any ace possibilities from any of the players. And Niels is going to get his head blasted from behind.
Yeah, well, an attempted rush there from Keele. Not much they can really do with those pistols. Again, they went outside with a full weapon and armor buy in that last one and didn't manage to get anything available. Let's have a look at the scores on the doors here. So it is Simply Leon and the IGL bot. Weasley 8-4-8 in terms of kills, and it's Scarlecci leading the way for Keele on 8 as well. So all the top fraggers in the server, all on 8 kills apiece at the moment. We'll have to see how that changes going into this round. Keele are going to be able to afford some rifles into this one, and Relic does have himself a Zeus as well, so potentially some shenanigans going on there.
Trajan might find all of the players again. No, can only pick up 1. Relic's going to clean up the action before it gets taken out by Niels. But Weasley returns the kill, leaving on a 1 and 3. It's a team damage. Definitely caught him off guard, and Hizzy's going to capitalize on that. A wallbang headshot, but Weasley 1 and 2.
Yes, well, it's Hizzy. Keele have won quite a fair few clutches in the few rounds that they have actually had victories. They've certainly done well in these 1vx positions, and there are only 2 Staffs players left alive at the moment. He's only got to find 2 headshots with that AK, and he does have a Molotov as well. First player is going to be immediately challenging him outside with the AWP, though, and he's just not going to be able to manage to find that AK kill as Relic takes his body away with the AWP instead. And I think something we can certainly commend from Staffs at the minute is their crossfire setups on this CT side. It seems that almost immediately when they have one player facing contact from a Keele push, there's always somebody else there following it up, getting 2 kills, 1 or 2 kills at least in those positions, and they're really putting those trade kills to effective use. And that's what I'd say currently is their reason that they're so successful so far in this CT half.
Kawhi does take some damage from falling. He misses the ramp. Now you can obviously tell that Staffs have found their angles, what they're good at. Simply Leon loves ramp right now because of the 4K spray. Relic tries to pre-fire, however misses the shot, allowing 3-4 players to cross. I say that as 2 of them go back. No, all of them are crossing towards Secret and ramp now. Trajan's going to get the info, and so Leon going to have to defend the bomb site alone. Now players are obviously going out already, but Trajan gets the upper hand, and Relic gets a easy kill on Brian, and then hits it up on Hizzy.
Yeah, excellent rotations there. Relic almost did everything that he needed to. He didn't get, we'd obviously like to see him get a few more picks in that situation against the players, but he called the right information. He called that the B attack was coming in through Secret, so Staffs just did the excellent thing. They rotated through. The B bomb site was already stacked before Keele had even decided to push there. They put 1 player on the site, and there were already about 3 Staffs players watching the angle, so then they're just trapped in the tunnels underground, and Staffs just managed to clean them up from those angles now. And Keele, well, 3 rounds probably isn't quite enough, I'd say. Well, it's not. It's certainly doable if they fail to gain any more on this half, but they're certainly going to be wanting to get at least 5 or 6 on this T half if they want a real chance of bringing it home on the CT side.
MKO does find a kill in middle. Now Kawhi's on A site, trying to see if any of the players do actually come across. Relic misses the shot on mid. We've rarely seen him miss those.
As well, I think for the first time in a while now, Keele are actually in the advantage in these rounds. It's been 6 rounds strung together so far from Staffs, and now there's only 2 players left alive to try and keep that streak going. Simply Leon's the first one to be challenged, though. Does find the first kill, looking for another, and he does land that one as well. HE going out over towards Connector. Niels is going to eliminate his teammate now. He's left in the 1 versus 3 situation. This would be an ace play from him, but he's only got 25 HP, and now that the rest of Keele are rotating off over towards that B bomb site, his job just got a lot more difficult.
He might just go for the safe. He did pick up an AK. Obviously, he does prefer to play with the M4A1S, as we've seen, but he'll probably drop it to someone who prefers the AK.
He's in two minds about going for this by the looks of things. I don't think he knows quite where he wants to save at the moment. Doesn't know where's safe, but he does look like he is going to take his weapon over towards connector, looking for as much utility as possible to pick up there. So that's clear signs that he is going to save into this one. 25 HP in a 1 versus 3 post-plant situation, especially on Nuke when those retakes are so difficult. You know, it makes perfect sense for him to just run away with that AK, try and save it into the next one, drop it to his team and just keep their economy going quite well. Hopefully Keele will get out with as many players as possible, but Leon actually does get the double exit there. He's going to be looking for Niels as well, but that timing, that was excellent passive play from Niels there. Just hit at the stairs, waited for a while, made Leon think that he was perfectly safe and then popped up and eliminated him after time.
It was a nice try, however. Niels cannot pick up the AWP because it was after time. But the economy for Staffs is quite good still.
Yeah, he did well to get those 2 exit frags from that position. Despite dying, I'd certainly say it was a worthwhile trade.
We do see an auto sniper and Treasure doing all the work he needs. The last 2 players are gonna... No, but Willis is gonna wrap behind them. Essentially, Pizzy's getting pinned set. However, he does find Weasley. But Leon shuts him down. 8-4.
Yes, Leon has been such an incredible player so far. From that position, he's been defending it like an absolute madman. We saw him get a quad kill in one of the earlier rounds. You know, he had a double kill just then defending the A site, and then another 2 kills in the post-round situation. And once again, it was Trajan this time that was using that auto sniper to get the triple kill. Rarely see auto snipers coming out on many maps, but that is one of the angles that they can be successful and worth the investment. Hopefully, it will have been saved into this round. Otherwise, it would be quite a lot of money
I can
gone
hear
to waste.
That's going on already.
Yeah,
we do have an AWP as well, however. It will be interesting to see the 2 long-range weapons. We have 2 AWPs actually. Again, Relic trying to pick the angle, however he does let all the players past.
Hopefully we'll have those sound cues though, and it does look like the rest of the staffs are rotating over towards B. Weasley is going to get caught off guard there by Scarletchi and his Deagle. No armor on Scarletchi though, so that M4 is going to be prone to aim punch, but NKL eliminates Trajan, and Relic does get 1 P250 kill though, so it is in a 3 versus 3 situation now. Still all to play for, but Keele have got a serious decision to make as to what bomb site they want to actually go to.
Relic is wrapping behind players, however there's one right behind him. Kawhi making most of his up. Niels is now wrapping behind a player that was wrapping behind him. This is going to be interesting.
The flank of the flank. He does only have a Mach 10 though, and this B-bomb site has got quite a few long-range angles being watched, and Kawhi's AWP is going to eliminate him, and that gives Staffs their 9th round so far this half.
The AWP is saved at the end of the round as well. It was unfortunate to see it dropped, however, we do see simply Leon shaking his aim.
As well.
And again, we have double AWP set up. I think they've proven if it works, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Appears to be the motto from Staffs at the minute. Once again, you know, these CT side trades are coming in incredibly effectively. Kawhi going to try and hold higher up A position this time instead. Going to try and rain the death from above with that AWP. And Relic is going to be the man to actually get the first kill towards the outside angle. So he's been missing a couple of the shots recently, but he does land that one now that he's not being flashbanged off. He's holding a new angle, trying to see if he can eliminate the Keele AWPer, but Hizzy is going to get the better of him as Trajan now is actually going to get that AWP. Does spot the head out. Somehow misses that shot. That could be incredibly detrimental to him. Somehow MKL's allowed to get out of that situation with his life, and that's a complete blunder there from Trajan.
Pretty sure he's not an AWP player, so it must have been hard for him as well. He did try to save the AWP. Kawhi just misses an opportunity. That's a huge mistake to scope out. He does take his CZ out, puts it up to 5 HP, however he's not going to be able to capitalize on that. And simply Leon has to clutch the round again.
Well, he gave it his best effort, but unfortunately he was Molotov'd out at the angle, and then Niels is just watching it like a hawk, so he's really not going to escape from that one with his life, to be honest with you. 9-5 at the moment as we head into the last round of this first half, so regardless of the economy on both sides, all of the stops are going to be pulled out in terms of those full buys occurring. Niels just having a little bit of a break in spawn there, probably using the time to talk to his teammates and discuss strategy before he does purchase his weapons. A 9-6 scoreline on the T side of Nuke really isn't that bad. The CT side of this map has been so much more dominant historically. It's obviously been slightly easier since the map was remastered a couple of years ago, but still, it's not bad. It's certainly doable. If they manage to win this round, a comeback is certainly on the cards, and Staffs are going to have to put up an impressive T-side of their own if they're going to want to close this map out. But before we get to the second half, we do have this round to go through. Relic gets the opening kill. Weasley looking for another one, but Brian Munching not quite going to give him the satisfaction just yet. A little bit of the delayed push, capitalising. The bomb is now down over towards the A bomb site. Could it be a triple note? The dink does come through, but Scarlet Sheet does actually manage to eliminate Bot Weasley there, leaving us in a 3 versus 2 situation.
Simply Leon back on the Info 1S. Kawhi with the upshot. Obviously the play was low already, however that was still a pretty nice flick. MKL, a 1v3 on the last round. He's going to have to do something here.
Yes, indeed. Well, he's going to have to win a 1v3, as you've just mentioned. He does have an AK and full armor. Only one flashbang to work with, though, and he doesn't have the bomb under his control, so he doesn't have that freedom of movement. He's got to push into enemy territory at the moment. That, you know, the battle is certainly on Staff's terms at the moment. They've got their defensive positions set up, and MKL essentially is just going to have to hit some very clean headshots in quick succession, I think, if he wants any chance of winning this, or pray that the Staff's players line up in a lucky spray down for him.
With only 15 seconds left as well, he's going to have to pretty much hope that all 3 players are in the same spot, which they do seem to be very nearby, except for Simply Leon, who's down below. And, well, Kawhi's going to make it 10-5 for Team Staffs.
He's going to make it 10-5 with a jumping AWP shot as well, so giving us something to look at on the broadcast there. 10-5. Quite a typical CT side nuke scoreline that we do see quite frequently, as the halves are now going to be switched. Keele will get their attempt at playing these more defensive angles this time. Simply Leon has really pulled ahead from Staffs now. 17 kills for him in the first half. Absolutely dominant performance. The rest of his team trailing behind the nearest player on 12. And the most successful player for Keele is also on 12 kills apiece for himself as well. So a little bit more fragging power going to be required from the Keele side, I think. Now that they're on the CT side, it is certainly possible. We saw how those inner plays were being utilised by Staffs quite successfully on their version of the CT side, as we're just going in for some technical difficulties at the moment, which will allow us to have some time to discuss that first half. So dominant performance from Staff so far. What do you think Keele need to do now in order to bring it back in the second half?
I think that Keele just needs to rework the strategies, really. They've been relying on the same things over and over again, falling into, obviously, Leon's hands every time with the 3Ks, 4Ks, you know, 2Ks ever so often. They need to be a bit more confident and communicate a bit more, because from what we've seen, it's just run and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Just, you know, their strategy is hope that Leon is not on the site.
Yes.
You know, it does work out in their favour sometimes when they catch a player off guard. However, that's not been often. Very often they have been found first, or just, you know, they've been spotted with sound, or Relic just let them past and said, hey, all 5 of them are going to go B. Can you just stay there for a bit?
Yeah, positions being given away. Something else we did see Staffs utilise a lot on their CT side was a double AWP setup. Not quite sure how viable that's going to be going into the T side, but potentially that is also something Keele could try and pick up. I think it's Kawhi and Relic holding outside, and then Kawhi holding from heaven on that A bomb site. So Keele could attempt to pick something up of that regard. Again, we also saw that auto sniper being implemented by Staffs as a little bit of a variety is the spice of life, as they were using on that ramp to B site defense. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of thing Keele do decide to come out with. This pistol round is going to be incredibly important for them. If they don't manage to win this one and they let Staffs get 2-3 rounds on the board early, they're really going to have their backs up against it. They're only going to have a couple more chances to pull their way back into this game. So it'll be interesting to see what the pistol strategy is that's going to come in from Keele as well.
Yeah. Obviously, Staffs is very confident now. They are on the winning spree.
Yeah.
Essentially, they are pumped and ready to win the first map, which is surprising because I believe Nuke was actually Keele's pick. And Staffs wanted to play Vertigo for some reason. So,
well, there is still every chance we are going to get there. Only the first half of the first map has gone away so far. As we said, this was Keele's pick, so obviously Staff starting on that CT side, and if this is Keele's map pick, which it is, that does suggest to me that they're going to have something in their back pocket with regards to a CT side defense setup. That's the key component in this map. You want to try and essentially rack up as many rounds as possible on that T side, and then it's all about CT dominance, right? It's all about doing exactly what Staffs were doing in the first half in the majority of cases, using those crossfires perfectly, denying access to those bomb sites. So I've got a feeling Keele are going to have something quite impressive to show us on that CT side, provided that this is their map pick.
Hopefully we do see a good team fight. Obviously you've seen the Shimzu, not so tactical anymore, trying to resolve the issues.
Yeah.
I do believe that players got fairly confused because usually when they half and a CS game finishes, you would go straight into the next half. They were expecting a cooldown time. not sure, to be honest, what happened.
Yes, well, obviously that just gives us more time to talk about everything that is going on in the game. So something else that I'd actually quite like to mention from the side of staffs, actually from both sides, thinking about it, is high frag and in-game leaders. We've seen Bot Weasley for staffs. He's had some incredible individual plays at certain points. You know, we saw initially he got that triple kill that started off with a double with a UMP and then wrapped up that last one with the AK. And Niels is the in-game leader for Keele as well, and he's currently the highest fragging player on the scoreboard for them as well. So both sides actually using a high fragging IGL strategy, not electing to potentially perhaps elect a strategy in which they allow the IGL to take a back step. He diminishes his fragging power, develop more strategies and gives more space to the star players. But it is something that we've seen in the current meta, especially at top tier players, is that teams with high fragging in-game leaders, you know, you're thinking of vintage SK Gaming with Fallen on that AWP, and you know, certainly other players. Trying to think tactically now. FaZe at the moment with Nico, although they are currently floundering, having less trouble. We are seeing the high frag and in-game leader strategy be something that is implemented more and more in the current game.
Fun bit about Simply Leon, actually. He has been considered to be kicked out of the team as well.
Oh,
they
right.
have considered to replace him with someone else. However, I think he's now proving why you shouldn't do that, especially, 17 kills, M31S back in the game.
Yeah, true. He's definitely using the buffs to that weapon to his full advantage on that CT side. We'll have to see how he does perform with an AK.
We should be back shortly. I can see the screen is displaying a game now. However, it is 0-0. So Shims will have to resolve that issue.
Yes, well, certainly are going to. Right, so we are just going to begin another half, I believe, without scorelines on the board. So you're going to have to remember it, ladies and gentlemen. It was 10-5 in favour of staffs in that last one. So keep that in your minds as we progress into the second half of this game. It's all on Keele now. Keele are the team that have got something to prove. They've got to be good on this CT side defence. And it's got to start with this pistol round for me. It's going to be interesting to see what they do, because it's completely important that they either win this one or the next one and get a few rounds on the board in quick succession.
Now we see Staffs doing that B push. Actually, they have decided to split 2 players away. MKL with a good Molotov. However, Trajan is going to find the first pick onto Hizzy. And essentially going to force MKO down. Hughes does find Butt Weasley, but Kawaii responds. And MKO shuts down Trajan in the process. Oh, headshots as well. Obviously, the USPS have the accuracy advantage, as Kawaii proves, picking up himself.
Yes, well, 3 versus 2 situation now as the bomb is going to go down on that A bomb site. Staffs initially pushing over towards the B ramp, but decided that there was just the defense there was too heavy. Relic could actually get caught off guard here. It does look like he is actually going to catch the Keele player off guard himself, because it's a 3v1 now, as he does actually manage to clean up NKL. So pistol round going away of Staffs. That will put them on a total of 11 rounds now. Only 5 more needed to close out this first game. They are going to be buying into the next one. It'll be very interesting to see what Keele's decision is, to be honest with you. If I'm them, I'm thinking save, and they've got to go for a really long streak of T-side, or CT-side victories, rather. They can't really afford to force buy into this one, lose, and then they've got kind of a shaky buy into the next one. You're putting Staffs at that point too close to victory, so potentially seeing an eco, but no, they have instead decided to pull all the stops out, and they've gone for the Eagle Armor buys and purchase as much as they can on their side.
Nice headshot there from Butt Weasley. Caught off guard as well. That could have ended very wrong for him. MKO trying his best with us. He gets a headshot, however, Simply Leon shuts him down with a UMP. Kawaii with the AK, and, well, this round looks over and done with.
Yes, that round almost fell apart almost immediately there for Keele. As soon as that B-bomb site got attacked, the pistols really just couldn't keep up with the upgraded weaponry from the Ts. Those SMGs using that run and gun potential, just absolutely running over the bomb site. Neil's now left in a 1 versus 4 with a P250 and armor, so not expecting very much from him. Certainly not a defuse. Perhaps he can eliminate Bot Weasley here if he can land a couple of nice headshots. Don't think he's going to expect the positioning though, to be quite honest with you. If he can land that kill, then maybe he can pick up that weapon and save it into the next one, and that, I think that's about all he can really hope for in this position now.
There's about 2 players, so finds the first headshot very easily. Now with the other player expecting me a Kawaii, is he going to check the angle? Yes, he is, but late. Finally finds the headshot. News too long to live.
Yeah, unfortunately not managing to find himself the second kill, and subsequently any other upgraded weapons going into this one now. So it is currently 12-5 for Staffs. Don't let the scoreline deceive you, ladies and gentlemen. There were just some technical difficulties, so it obviously was reset in the half-time situation. Staff's now only 4 rounds away from claiming victory on Keele's map pick. And Kawhi here, he's got a lot to do. There's a lot of players running straight at him, and MKL is going to take his head off with a P250. They're going to take that AK, but they're being flanked now. They've got to find this player, and somehow they've done it. Bomb's gone down, though, but the kills keep coming in for Keele. 4 versus 2 post-plant situation.
MKL finds the shotgun of Buck Weasley. It'll be fun to see what he can do with that. Simply on tries a passive angle. Obviously, he does not want to risk putting Trajan in a 1v4 situation. Trajan gets spotted, however, and, well, simply Leon has to pull another clutch.
Just unfortunately can't do it in that one. Niels completely anticipates his position, lands an excellent couple of headshots with that USPS, and somehow they seem to have stolen that round away. They started it off with a immediate rush over towards the outside angle with those pistols, landed those initial shots, and that was what was really important. If they didn't get that opening kill, they get 2 or 3 players sprayed down by the staff's member who was holding outside, then they're in quite a lot of trouble there. But fortunately, they do manage to pick that round up. They've got another one on the board. 12-6 now is the scoreline, and hopefully they'll have something to work with as they continue on this CT side.
You can see MKO being fairly aggressive with the shotgun, hoping that Stabs players will have pistols, getting even picked up with an AK of Trajan. And that the M4A1S has joined the server. We'll see if the players can better utilize it over the M4A4. Relic trying to pick outside with his AK, hoping to find at least 1 or 2 kills.
Certainly, well, it is still a 4v5 situation at the moment. I think MKL using the shotgun, as he did have to save it over from that last one, as the economy for the CT still isn't looking great. It's looking a little bit ropey for both sides, actually. Whoever wins this round, I think, is certainly going to have the economic advantage. A little bit of a whiffed AWP shot there is going to be, well, it does actually get reclaimed by Kawhi. He's going to eliminate Scarlet Sheet inevitably, but Hizzy is going to trade him out in the end. So 3 versus 3 situation. Bomb not yet planted on any bomb site, and there's quite a heavy A presence from Keele here, as the bomb now does go down on B. The retake is on.
Charger finds 1. Can he find the other? Yes, he can. Will he expect the 3rd player? Yes, he will. Nice 3K. Very,
very clean passage of play there from Trajan. 4 kills for him in total in that round, 3 of them just at the end now. So we are now on 13-6 scoreline, and it does almost look like the economy isn't fully reset after the loss bonus changes. They are only going to lose 1 tier of what they had benefited, but still I don't think it's quite enough. I think they're only going to be on a 2-round loss bonus at the moment, so it is going to be SMGs and stuff coming out. They really don't want staffs to claim this next round and put them on a 14-6 scoreline, but Trajan opening it up very well, continuing his impressive aim from that next round as he gets the opening pick in this one.
See Trajan saying nice nade. But Weasley just cannot find a kill. Relic avenges him, and then MKL finds Leon in all of it.
So actually things are starting to look like they're going the way of Keele in this round, as Niels does manage to pick up Kawhi, bringing it into a 3 versus 2 situation. Staffs do still have the bomb though, so they have that ability to decide what bomb site they inevitably want to attack, but Relic knows one position at least. He does land that dink there with the Galil, but that's why you tend to purchase the AKs. That's the lack of money showing coming in through that last round. That Galil just not good enough to be able to get the kills done. So a couple of players slightly low for the side of Keele, potentially winnable for Trajan maybe. He's only on 41 HP himself though. I don't really know what else he can sort of expect to be able to get out of this round. Only 40 seconds left remaining. He's going to be under a lot of time pressure if he does want to go for anything in the remainder of this round. And as we see the 30-second mark hit, we're going to have to see what he decides to do.
He does have full utility. He does find 1 player as well. And now that he has been spotted, he has to run all the way to B bomb site. Now you can see a player already ready to meet him. Misses his shot. Ooh.
The fade away there from Scarlecci, getting that UMP dink is going to go the way of Keele. So Keele, they're fighting to stay in this one. These scrappy buys that they seem to be throwing together with the pistols, sometimes with the shotguns, with the SMGs, somehow it's working out for them. They're proving that they're staying in the game just about. So 13-7 now is a scoreline, still in favour of Staffs, but we're really going to need to see a long streak of rounds come together from Keele if they're going to want to win this one out, right? MKL's got a lot to do here, certainly, if he wants to keep his team in it. The pistols are coming out. He's not getting eliminated just yet. Excellent positioning as Niels has now rotated around to assist him. And it does look like this will be all said and done for Staffs.
Trajan does find 2, however, he's about to get traded out, surely. Or maybe not. Both players missing all their shots. What is happening? Trajan with a 3rd. I have absolutely no clue what has happened.
That was certainly dangerous passage of play, and Trajan has been absolutely dominant on this T side so far. I even said it, everything might have been all done for Staffs in this round, but he just manages to get those 3 kills, and he's really opened everything up for Staffs in this one now in a 2 versus 2 situation. Interesting to see where the bomb does decide to go. It does look like Trajan may be taking it around over to the A-bomb site as his teammate is having a look over towards heaven somewhere, but Brian Munching now, he's on a mad flank, and he's heard Trajan drop down onto the A site, so that's going to be the information given over to Keele. Scarletchi already in a position to deal with this. The Molotov's going to come out. It's definitely going to force Trajan out of his angle at least. He is going to have to stand in the fire and take the punishment from the MP7 in the hands of Brian Munching. And Keele now tied up this half 3-3, and they've put themselves on 13-8 scoreline. We'll have to see how the economy for Staffs recovers and how they can handle the next full buy round of the game.
Keele obviously has a lot of money after these rounds wins. With the new economy out there as well, it's good to see how the players have to adapt, obviously. Yeah. You know, you can't just say, oh, they have surely lost the loss bonus, because I'm pretty sure that the Staffs players just simply did not expect the force buys to keep coming in.
Yeah.
I say that as Relic picks up a op shot, Kawaii picks up a scout for himself as well. Not sure where that purchase decision has come from, seeing that you already have a powerful rifle. However, Hizzy defending Garage with the M4A1S. Scarletchi does find Butt Weasley, making a 4-on-4.
Does find him, but does also go down onto quite low HP, so he's going to have to fall off that angle. Is he holding from a Garage here, just peeking the outside, looking for something. Niels, his teammate, is going to find Kawhi, the man with the scout, instead, though. Trajan going to trade him out. He's really got to land these shots. He does manage to land it just about. Only 17 HP left to his name, though. That's 2 players now from Keele that are incredibly low, but one of the 2 Staffs players is an AWPer, so it doesn't really matter if he's the man that is going to be peeking you, as Relic does eliminate Hizzy there. Back into a 2 versus 2 situation now, as the bomb once again does look like it's going to be planted over on this A-bomb site.
Scarletchi is fairly close to the site. Now that nade will give us his position away, however Trajan not able to connect the shot. Going in for a long road, however, has to go back and closes the round out.
Excellent
Actually,
play
that
there.
was Relic.
Yeah, excellent play there from Relic. He spots out the player over towards heaven, which is MKL, eliminates him, and then turns around and decides he wants to deal with Scarletchi as well. So Trajan, 12 kills to his name in this half alone. Remember, all these scores were reset at half-time. The scoreline would now be 14-8 in favour of the Staffs side on Keele's map pick of Nuke. We will be heading over to Mirage next, and should Keele, or should whoever wins the next one, tie it into a 1 versus 1, then it'll be Vertigo
just
out to the
simply
side.
not expecting the MP9 behind him. MKO almost finding Trajan. Trajan's playing off of his mind.
Absolute monstrous plays from Trajan on this T-half so far. He's been so good with those entries consistently. Only on 9 HP though, so that, well, he almost could have been eliminated by Brian Munching there, but his teammate Kawhi is going to trade him out as Staffs put themselves onto map point now, 15-8 being the scoreline for them. They only need 1 more to win this one, and Keele, they need to string 7 rounds together in a row just to force overtime.
Now, obviously, you say that Trajan is very good on T side, unlike Simply Leon, who has dropped off considerably. You know, the ramp push is no longer favourable for him. Brian taking the high ground. Will he spot Trajan? He does spot the nade going through. He's not been spotted yet. Spots 2 players. That's already huge in for. Why did he fire? Simply Leon just not looking. Not sure what happened there.
It's a very interesting passage of play there. Brian gets flashbanged off and sprays his UMP, which you would assume would give his position away, but you can only assume that the Staffs player was firing at somebody else who was already in an aim duel, so didn't expect his positioning, and Keele just using that, you know, positioning that A site defense, locking it down, making sure Staffs don't get in, and, well, Brian does actually manage to get away with it this time. I'm sure that Staffs aren't going to make that mistake again, and they are going to be checking that position in future. But Keele aren't out of it yet. 15-9 is the scoreline. They only need 6 more. Well, I say only, it's 6 more in a row that they need with basically no mistakes just to try and force overtime. So we'll have to see what Keele can pull out of the bag in this one.
Lovely headshot from Relic on Silo. I'm pretty sure Hizzy is going to be mad about that one.
Yep. Well, a bit of a flank there coming out from Scarlecci. I'm assuming that his position just wasn't quite noted out, but the trade's going straight back and forth here, going to land in favour of Staffs. 3-2 now is the player advantage. Niels really needs to get a frag here if his team want to stay into this round. If he gets eliminated, then you have to say that MKL's chances of holding this one out alone really aren't looking good.
He does get the advantage. Will he get the knife? Well, that's going to be BM for the rest of the day. He's not going to shut up about that.
He's absolutely done it as well.
Huge Bowls play for him for trusting his teammates to make a distraction.
Oh, he's done it as well. He's got that knife kill, and MKL now is left in the 1v3 situation. Only a FAMAS to his name. One flashbang. That flashbang is going to have to be timed and positioned perfectly. He's going to decide to run through the flames here, and is actually going to burn alive with the assistance of some bullets from a staff player. So Relic finishing this one out 16-9 as the final scoreline on Keele's pick of Nuke, as we are going to be heading over to Mirage next. So excellent performance from Staffs there.
Yeah, they did actually, struggle in some rounds. However, they did manage to pick the game up again. I'm pretty sure it's just finding the new player that's the most confident, which in this case just had to be Trajan. His plays were absolutely balls to the wall, just finding the players that no one else could have. Simply Leon did not drop as many frags as we hoped he would have, especially after the previous round. However, maybe T-side's just not his side.
Yeah, it was certainly it was a two-man effort from the Staff side, with Simply Leon being the chief carry on that CT side, and then Trajan just being absolutely dominant with those opening frags on that T side themselves. So as we discussed, Mirage will be the next map. This is Staff's pick, so Keele are going to have to fight hard if they want to push us to Vertigo, which could be the decider should they actually manage to take that one.
Now, obviously, Mirage is a fairly neutral map. It's fairly odd as well. People know how to play it, and from these two teams, we've seen how close Nuke was in some rounds. I'm pretty sure that Mirage will be even closer.
Yes, well, we're just going to have to see exactly what both sides do inevitably decide to come out with. So I do believe it is going to be Keele beginning on the CT side of Mirage, so they're going to have to obviously show a better CT side than they showed on Nuke. It did look quite shaky at times. They were winning rounds, especially they were doing well to win rounds when they didn't have much utility or weaponry available to them. They won that pistol round that started with the outside rush, and then they also won a couple of rounds where they only had shotguns and UMPs available. So a couple of commendations there for them, but they really couldn't string anything together. That was the main downfall of the CT side from Keele. I think they didn't string they definitely didn't string more than 2 rounds together in a row in that entire half. I don't think there was a situation where they got 2 rounds consecutively. So every round they were getting, Staffs were just answering them back, and not much. They weren't looking that competitive, so they're going to have to look into some potentially team cohesion and strategies on Mirage that are going to allow them to string those CT rounds together.
Yeah, it'll also be fun to see how Simply Leon and Trajan perform in Mirage. Obviously, they have been the top fraggers of the game so far. However, it'll be also nice to see top fraggers from Keele, what they can string together. Maybe, someone else is better IGLing on Mirage. Obviously, they're 2 very different maps. Mirage is more, equal in terms of CT and T side wins. So it's no longer getting an advantage on one side. It's more equal now.
Yeah, certainly. And also, I'd say individual aim is quite a more significant component on that map of Mirage, especially towards the mid position. It is going to be a battle of the AWPers. I think it was it's Hizzy and Relic, that's it. I knew the name. Relic and Kawhi were quite frequently going for those double AWP setups on the CT side, and even starting to bring them over using the scout and things like that on that T side as well. So it is going to be those double AWP setups that can be very helpful on the B side of Mirage. You put one on the CT side, you put an AWPer over towards Van watching the apartments, and then have somebody else in window who can rotate over towards A quickly, or even holding from connector to watch those mid pushes. So very important map for AWPers, especially towards that mid angle, and it is going to be potentially battle of the AWPers on that position.
It's also fairly interesting to see. We have not seen a fake round except for, I believe, one where it was 3 Staffs members going into B side and then 2 of them rotating back up to A. So I think this will be interesting to see if the teams do actually pick up on that. They are way too aggressive.
Yeah, they're also direct onto the bomb sites as well. So I think there's, with regards to faking, it's quite limited in terms of what you can do on Nuke, especially with the sound giveaways. You can obviously hear people when they're underground and things like that, so the timings of the rotations are a lot easier to deal with a fake on Nuke than they would be on a map like Mirage, especially just because the distances of the bomb sites are a lot further apart. It takes so much longer for you to rotate around from a position. If you're anchored in on the A bomb site, you've got to go all the way through CT or up through B short or something like that in order to actually get onto that B bomb site. So we are still waiting for all of the players to get into the server, so that just gives us more time to talk about these two rosters.
What do you think on Brian's performance as well, actually? Because he is a substitute for Keele, which I'm pretty sure, as the hosts have said, it might be a disadvantage to them because you never know how the sub will perform.
Yes, that is true. Well, he seems to be performing all right. He was certainly, he was holding his own. I wouldn't say he was a huge detriment to the team in any way. I wouldn't say it's one of those substitutions like, for example, when you see teams having to play with a coach and obviously the individual skill just isn't there. He's certainly keeping up with them. He's managing to put those frags on the boards. We saw a couple of misplays, particularly the one that comes to mind is when he's firing despite being flashbanged and giving his position away from the upper rafters on the A site. But that round still worked out. It wasn't a terrible mistake. They did actually win that one. It wasn't a round losing mistake or anything like that. So I wouldn't say they're at such a huge disadvantage here. Obviously, the main thing would be they just don't have that core team cohesion that they would with their full roster being fielded present at this LAN.
See, speaking of team cohesion, actually, because Staff's team is fairly new as well. They have been changing their rosters quite frequently, as we said with, Trajan but Weasley, for example, they had only joined the team halfway throughout the year. So they must have had some time, obviously, to practice with him. But Weasley is the now IGL as well, which is fairly surprising, knowing as he has only joined the team so recently. Simply Leon, again, he was expected to leave the team, and now he's showing why you really should consider keeping him. And if you really need to replace a player, replace someone else.
Showing a high level of individual skill, at least on the CT side of Nuke there. So things are just about to get underway for this second map. We're just waiting for everything just to get sorted out. To remind you, ladies and gentlemen, of the scoreline, as you can see above our heads here, Staffs were the team to take that first map of Nuke in dominant fashion. I believe it was a 16-9 victory for them, and that was Keele's map pick. Staffs have now chosen to take the battle to Mirage, where Keele will be starting on the CT side and Staffs will be starting on the T side. And should Keele win this one, we'll be on Vertigo. I know everyone wants to see it, I think, other than us, because casting Vertigo is something that hasn't been done very frequently. It's only been in the competitive map pool for about a week, so it'll be certainly interesting to see if we do end up there, what kind of strategies and positioning are going to be used from both teams.
Seen throughout the week, the map has been changed several times, with players giving constant feedback about how the map has been developed, mostly negative because no one wants to play Vertigo. Except for Simple. Simple really likes Vertigo, but...
There are also some issues on Vert as well with regards to Molotovs landing. I've seen a couple of clips where you can throw Molotovs from like the lower portions of the maps on top of boxes, and they actually leak through the walkways onto the top, so you can potentially be Molotoving the T mid angles from an under position on lower down on Vertigo, which is something that might need to be looked at. I'm not quite sure if that has been patched out of the map yet, so it will have to be something to look out for should we head there. But let's talk a little bit about Mirage then before we get into it properly. We've discussed it a little bit more with how important those mid positions are, certainly, and I think with regards to force buys and economy, the CT side economy is what's really important to have control of on this map, right? When you haven't got very much in terms of upgraded weaponry and utility as a CT on Mirage, one of your only real options is either rushing the A ramp or rushing up mid and hoping you catch the players off guard before they get their utility out. So controlling that economy is going to be key, and something that we didn't see Keele do in the first one was string CT rounds together. And stringing CT rounds together is certainly something that needs to be done if you want a successful CT half on Mirage.
Obviously, not the fact with the team aggression, Mirage is mostly known for the fact that usually as a TT, especially if you only have one or two players on site, you would want to play it passive.
Yeah.
However, from these players, we will definitely see A-ramp pushers from both sides, probably even on the pistol.
Potentially.
I mean, if they really want to push the edge off, they'll go mid.
Yeah.
You never know.
I wouldn't put anything off the cards, to be honest with you, for Staffs. They looked incredibly confident on their T side of Nuke there. They weren't really playing that conservative. They were going straight in. They were using Trajan basically as just that entry machine, getting those opening kills time and time again, and he was never failing them. And there were very few rounds I was looking at where Trajan wasn't getting at least 3 kills, so really great T-side performance from him. I'm certain they're going to be implementing him on Mirage to try and crack open those bomb sites, and it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to go with. I wouldn't be surprised in this pistol round if we saw something like, even something crazy like a B split or something. They put, you know, it's something rare. You usually just see a straight up bomb site rush on the pistol round of Mirage, but I can quite conceivably see like either an A or B mid split coming in.
Possibly, obviously the players are fairly crafty, and now it's the question of, do we want to just straight up 5-man hit a bomb site, or do we want to, you know, do some sort of strategies? With Bob Weasley's leadership, I do believe he would probably want to be passive for now to test, obviously, you know, how deep the water is with Keels. It is obviously Staff's pick, however, you cannot be overconfident, especially after you've won a map. Because the first thing that will happen when Keels starts winning around is you tilt off the face of the earth, and then we will have to go to Vertigo.
Yes, which is certainly, it will be interesting to see if we do go there. I think on the casting desk, as we've mentioned, we're hoping it doesn't, but nevertheless, that's not biased in any way. That's, well, it is biased, but against the map, not against the teams that are playing. Obviously, we're looking for a competitive series as possible. So we'll keep on rolling, keep the conversations going with we've already talked about the AWPing being pivotal. We've already talked about Trajan, and his entry fragging is going to be incredibly important on the T side as we head into Mirage. And I think somebody that has been potentially needing to have a little bit more impact, for me at least, would be MKL for the Keele side. I think there's been time and time again where we've seen him in those 1vx situations where he's the last player left alive and not really being able to find much. Now Niels, on the other hand, he's been doing rather well in those clutches. Admittedly, not winning too many clutches, but we saw him, there was that round where he just had the P250 and simply Leon was holding the 1v3 for the exit frags, and he just played it perfectly, used that intelligence for his timing, stayed really passive below the stairs, made Leon think that there wasn't actually anyone there, and then just pushed straight up and did manage to take him out. Several rounds as well where he's been holding heaven in those retake situations and actually been able to earn himself a couple of kills. So how important do you think potentially the ability of each side to sort of win these clutches? We did see obviously the big clutch right at the start of the game come out in favour of Keele, and do you think that might be a significant factor into carrying either side through this game?
It could be, possibly. You know, you have clutch potential for both teams, as you said. It really depends on the rest of you, obviously. If you do, if Butt Weasley does get his team back together, you know, calm it down a little bit. They did have a lot of, you know, time to obviously cool off. They have just won a map. They might want to carry on the spirit of fighting to the next map. However, as you said, MKL, he is a good player. However, he did miss one too many shots essentially.
Yeah.
So it would be good to see him, essentially, you know, peak up a little bit. Niels, again, he's actually really good on 1vx situations, but nothing compared to simply Leon Trajan. I just have to. It's not biased. However, it's just what it is.
Well, obviously both teams have had quite a long time between these two maps to have a discussion with each other about strategy and what they might do going into this one. What kind of things do you think the in-game leader Niels for Keele is going to be saying to his team? Bit of advice that he might be giving them as we head into this next map. What keys do you think he might be telling them to do to guarantee that they try and take victory here?
He would definitely tell them to calm down a little bit. You know, essentially, if you're a map down, you need to kind of, you know, confront your players, say it's alright, we'll definitely win this one. Team composition, again, they rely on Brian sometimes a bit too much, as you said, again, with the upper position on A side, on Nuke. He had the perfect opportunity and he just missed it. You know, it was an easy shot. He got flashed, he got scared potentially. Gave up his position, and unfortunately, simply Leon just wasn't looking that way. But any other day, that round would have been lost.
Yeah.
So he'll probably have a word with Brian to cool it off a little bit.
Yeah, we'll flip it over now to the staff side. So obviously they have just won this map. They're going into their own map pick, which is somewhere they're probably going to be feeling quite comfortable. What do you think Bot Weasley is going to be saying to his team in order to guarantee that they take this one and bring the series home 2-0?
He'll probably start a bit of BM because, you know, especially with Relic getting the knife kill, he will definitely bring that up. You know, well done, you've done it. He'll probably tell the team to calm down as well. You know, they have just one around. You don't want to be too overconfident, especially on a map like Mirage, where it really can go, you know, anyone's way. If you play too aggressive, you get picked off. If you play too passive, you'll just get pushed straight away. So he'll have to compose some sort of a good plan of where to split. We will go in a bit of a break, as we've just pointed out, apparently. Technical difficulty a bit too much for us right now, so we'll see you after the break. Yes? No?
Yes, I believe so.
longevity in the game, they got no stripes. No longer social in person, they live on social media. So social skills are not working because they live for likes. It's all a make-believe world, but they love living in a bubble. Stay scrolling and reading all the BS you tell in a couple shares or a mention. It's meaningless, but it's like nobody wanna deal with real life. I spit that real life, say what's on my mind. I will not pander to the climate of the deaf, dumb and blind. Never dumbing down my bars, only realness in the lines. You will only hear the honesty and passion in my rhymes. I'm staying connected, was I perfected? My art form, this show I directed. Calm and collected, rated, respected. Stayed on course and never deflected. Flow like electric, I'm gonna set this off. No apology, I move metric. Yeah, man, I still moving imperial. My techers are moving hectic.
Hi guys, so we are back live after some slight technical issues. I say slight. We did have a problem with connecting Niels from Keele back onto his Steam account. So he is playing on a different one, but we have been told that his tag is changed and it's still the same. So just to let you guys know basically what happened there. Yeah, but we did get over that. We are setting up the game again. And just to remind everyone, Staffs is 1 round up on Keele currently in the CSGO competition. And I think it's pretty actually fun to watch. It's what we said.
It was absolutely. I tell you, my favourite moment is every time. This has happened a couple of times. We've had Nuke, and in the middle bit, it's just a massacre. They're painting the upstairs walls red, floors red, clean-up crews getting in there every time after. It's just an absolute. I love the clash brawls when it's just like back and forth every time, and you don't know who's going to take it. That's the best moment, is when it can go either way. To be fair, we had a bit of fan service at the end of the game with the cheeky knife that you knew was going to win.
Yeah.
Backstab behind.
Okay, so I think we will take you back to the casters, everyone, as the games are being set up and almost ready. So yeah, hopefully soon we will transition back to that.
No skins on Niels, by the way.
No
skins.
No skins.
No flex.
Because he's not Niels anymore. He's Cashy now, but pretending to be Niels. Because we switched account. You look confused, you're like, I don't know what to do now.
Like the numbers are coming in front of my face.
Yeah, well, so we are ready to switch, take you back to the casters now and get you back into CSGO.
And it is us again. We have milked enough of Mirage already. I think people will start getting bored of it now.
Yes.
We are seeing players connecting to the lobby now, calling each other toxic, as expected.
There we are.
CS:GO.
Then. Just a little bit of casual BM in CSGO. It is all par for the course in it. So as we have just mentioned, it is going to be Mirage up next as the second map of this series. Vertigo will be the decider should we actually end up getting there. This is Staff's map pick, and as mentioned on the analyst desk, Staffs are already 1 point ahead in this series. They only need to close out this map to win the series. Otherwise, we are heading over to that dreaded map of Vertigo.
Yeah, hopefully we won't see that. Hopefully Staffs can actually manage to put a convincing win, as they have done on Nuke. Obviously, the hosts have mentioned that Nuke was just a bloodbath.
Yeah.
You know, battles going left, right, and centre. With Mirage, it's going to be slightly different. Obviously, mid is very open. You know, even the bomb side, some of them are fairly open. There's multiple angles of attack. But hopefully, they'll have some strategies behind the corner.
Yeah, I certainly think, as we mentioned before the technical break, which was caused by actually the EU servers of Steam just going down for everyone, which was causing a lot of problems with us trying to connect to our private servers within the game and get everyone set into their accounts. But everybody's technical issues should now be resolved, and we are in the final stages of getting everything together for the matches. So, players to watch for this game. I'm certainly saying if Staffs are starting on the T side, which I believe they are, then the player to watch would be Trajan. He was absolutely incredible on that T side of Nuke. Absolutely amazing getting those opening kills for his team. And then in terms of the Keele side, I'd probably have to say Niels, to be honest with you. He seemed like the most standout player from an aim perspective. What do you think?
I totally agree. Again, you know, Trajan on the T side just completely went off. You know, Simply Leon had a good CT side, however, T side just wasn't for him. Maybe it's the weapon. Obviously, he does prefer the Info 1S to the AK, maybe because of the, you know, obviously first bullet accuracy. And Trajan just prefers the damage. And Niels is just, you know, I think is the star player for Keele when it comes to T side and just playing in general. We have seen him win, you know, 1vx clashes, and I believe he is the IGL. So
yeah, high ranking in-game leader for the side of Keele, as we've obviously been discussing, is quite important. Something interesting, I think, we haven't actually noted about the CT sides of both teams is that we haven't seen very many orgs come out since the org was changed in the latest patch notes. It was obviously the price was increased again back to what it was previously. Now, a lot of teams have decided to keep using that weapon. They've discovered its potential and what it can be used in those long angles, so they do keep using it. But it's a weapon we've seen rarely picked up on the CT sides of Nuke. Maybe it's just the map in particular. Maybe we'll see it more on Mirage here. But I was personally surprised that we were seeing more M4A1Ss picked up than orgs on the previous map of Nuke.
I think that, you know, Nuke obviously is a bit, you know, more close angle. You no longer have the long angle accuracy, so that's why they would have picked up the info, and it's obviously cheaper. We had a lot of these rounds, you know, being half buys. We are going to the live game now. Obviously, as you said, Staff starting T side. Why has Bot Weasley got Julie's? No longer has them, as Niels takes him off. Nice headshot from the P2000. Kawhi answers back with a Glock. Bomb plan's got to go Staff's way. Here's he playing from CT, trying to find something. MKO goes down from Kawhi, not sure where that happened. Hizzy does find a headshot onto Trajan.
1v2 situation now left in the hands of Kawhi. He's got 3 kills already, so this would be an ace for him in the pistol round. Bomb is already being defused, though. He's going to have to be quick onto that bomb site. But Niels instead is going to be the man to land the pivotal shot. He is going to, with that kill, secure the round for his team. Opening pistol round, which would be, I believe this is the first pistol round that... Is this the first pistol round that Keele have won so far today?
I believe so, yeah.
I believe it is. So all is looking greater for them on Staff's pick of Mirage, actually. And as we were just talking before the map, Niels has decided to do it in the very second round. He's picked up that AUG as the first purchase for his side. Now, pause has come in. This, assuming, is going to be technical. Yes, there we are. It's just undone there, so probably some audio issue or something like that with one of the players. So, yeah, excellent performance there from Keele on that A-site pistol round defence. Great work from Kawhi, attempting to get all of those kills. He was the only one from Staffs who did actually manage to secure any of those frags in that opening matchup, but unfortunately couldn't handle those last 2 as Staffs now look to be rushing over towards this B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's quite the standard play for an eco round. You just hope that they put 1 or 2 players on B, and that auto shotgun doing its work. That's $900 in the bag, easy for him. Cannot find the second kill, which is quite surprising. Niels with the AUG does find 2, and then gets taken out with the AK. Actually finds 3, making the 1-on-2. Kawhi needs to do something magical here. Both players are in market. They are walking towards B. Playing fairly passive, as he does have the bomb. Will they expect him to push? Yes, they will. Lovely headshot from Hizzy. I am pretty sure Kawhi was just simply not expecting 2 players to be standing in the same spot.
Great crossfire setup there from Keele. I think it's quite interesting to note that they knew the bomb hadn't been planted yet, so they knew Kawhi still had it in his hands, and he decided to go aggressive. Probably he's looking for 1 frag there, then planting the bomb, and then he only has to deal with the 1 versus 1 situation in that retake. Decides instead to push into market and just doesn't expect the passive crossfire to be set up from the Keele Krakens there. So really excellent post-plant play, and all in all, though, from the side of Staffs, it was an eco round push. They did get 3 kills out of it. You know, it's more than you can usually attempt. Obviously, they would have liked a bomb plant, but didn't manage to get that one down, and now it does look like it should be another quick and clean round from the side of Keele as they deal with these pistol players with all their rifles, as we've seen Scarletchi, Niels, and Hizzy now taking out some of the remaining Staffs players. Trajan is going to get one with that Deagle, but MKL is going to clean him up, and we're going to head into the first actual gun versus gun round of this game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Staffs can do. Obviously, 3-0 on a map like Mirage isn't exactly the biggest of advantages. However, it is 3 consecutive rounds. So Staffs will have a pretty high loss bonus, especially after the update, where after losing the pistol round you get double the bonus, so they're pretty much on the maximum loss bonus right now. Another pause coming in, I would assume this time is tactical.
Yes.
Obviously to discuss what went wrong and why. Oh, never mind.
Oh dear, it does look like our spectator server has been eliminated from the server for the moment, so that just gives us a little bit more time to have a discussion and keep talking about the potential strategies. And this is what we were talking about in the pre-game with issues with the Steam service at the moment, causing us some technical problems. So this gives us a little bit of chance to discuss the opening of Keele's start on this map. It's been incredibly strong. They won those pistols and admittedly only had to go up against 2 eco rounds to win the 3 that they did actually manage to take. Good attempt from Kawhi in actually both of the opening rounds. He got 3 kills in the first pistol round, and then in that second round when they rushed B as well, he was the man left alive in that 1 versus 2. If there's any player, certainly so far at the start of this game, you want left alive, I'd certainly say it would be between him and Trajan as the 2 players on the T side you want left alive in that 1 versus X situation for Staffs. Unfortunately, didn't manage to find it because of that crossfire. It'll be interesting to see what kind of setup they go with that gun round. They didn't elect to go for the force buy in the second round. They've saved all their money and they've saved it for this round in particular. I'm almost certain we're going to see at least 1 AWP coming out from the side. You'd have to imagine that's going to be positioned towards mid, right? Either it's going to be positioned towards mid, and they're going to use it otherwise they're going to use it in Palace. Apologies for tripping over my words there. Try and crack into that A bomb site. I can't imagine it would go any other way than that one.
Yeah, we are going back into the game soon-ish. The server is back and running. Will the scores be yet? It's still 3-0. Never mind, we're going to just loop in and out of the game. Hi again. Yes, well, Keele are on a row, essentially. You know, 3 rounds in a row out of almost nothing. Again, the auto shotgun on the second round is just tremendous damage. Although it only finds 1 kill, but it's still $900
Yeah.
dollars in the bag. That's already utility pistol.
Yeah, the latest update to those shotguns has made them so much more viable, as not only do they get the higher amount of kill reward, as even higher than you see on certain SMGs as well. $900 is a lot of money to be gaining per individual kill, and they've also reduced the prices of those shotguns as well. So teams certainly use them in those closer angles. That angle below the exit to B apartments is certainly one place on Mirage where you can utilize it. The other one, to me, there are probably 2 on the A-bomb site, and either say you use it from underwood, or under balcony, however what call out you'd like to look for on the A-bomb site, or actually quite aggressively into Palace on that CT side, try and catch the players off on those short angles. There are quite a few places on this map that those shotguns can be used. You want that high kill reward so you can invest into more utility in the further rounds, because that's another thing that's really important on Mirage and Molotovs, especially on that A-bomb site on the retakes. Molotovs are so helpful in clearing those angles when you go in for those CT retakes.
Yeah, obviously, they are very important. For example, you can molly on the balcony and then flash it out, essentially forcing the player with the shotgun to pull himself out, and then you essentially get an easy kill. Easy open onto the site as well, although it does give your position away and possibly the strategy away, as it will often be combined with A smokes, which means that the CTs will essentially have a quick rotate. We haven't seen any, again, fakes or really strategies. Really, it's been B rush,
Yeah.
pistol. So.
It's been a little bit hard, obviously, for staffs to try and execute some fakes so far due to the lack of weaponry that they have available and that lack of utility as well, especially when you're only on those pistol rounds. So trying to get up close and personal with those pistols has been their strategy of choice so far. It hasn't quite worked out for them just yet. They have managed to garner a few kills in at least the first 2 rounds. The second one was a little bit more of a dominant performance for Keele in that one. Certainly looking at continuing their dominant streak of form into this. I'm not sure whether they're actually going to elect to keep going with the weapons that they have, so try and keeping some of those shotguns out and saving those SMGs through and going for a little bit more of a bonus round there, or whether they're actually going to show that level of respect. They're going to throw away those lesser equipped weapons, pick up the AWPs, pick up upgraded rifles and full utility sets, and really try and shut down staffs before they can get anything rolling.
Yeah, obviously we have seen the AUG being used twice already, so it's essentially, it's a longer map. You have more angles to look after, and it's been, put to great use, essentially stopping the mid and even A apps. Although missing quite a few shots, but it definitely, surprises the player and it stops him, and the M4 from a different angle just wipes him out.
Yeah, certainly. And saying about those AUGs as well being used, Keele have actually decided to favour them on the CT side of this map, so it was a map-based decision, not a weapon-based decision by the looks of things. They're definitely going to need to putting them to even better use, I'd say. Using them up on the van on the B apartments area, an AUG spray down through smoke or something could be incredibly devastating if the B push is read correctly. Something you'd probably like to see staffs utilising in terms of their T-side attacks so far are split pushes, right? We've just seen sort of all-in attacks on different bomb sites at the moment, and that is obviously partly because they've only had pistols available, but still, no underpass control been taken as of yet. Haven't really seen the staffs player go up mid. I don't think Keele have been committing too many resources to mid either. So that is a current action area in the map that is certainly being underutilised at the moment. That could be potentially somewhere for either side to capitalise on and use it either for CT rotates, creeping through and denying those slower potential pushes, or taking it early and aggressively as the T side and opening up another angle of attack on different bomb sites.
Yeah, obviously it'll be exciting to see Relic on the up as well, guarding over mid, hoping that he'll keep his performance and get the picks. Obviously he has been missing quite a few shots on Nuke, but that might be due to obviously stress or just the sheer amount of players on, outside B. It would also be nice to see the AWPer for Keele, because it is such, mid is just whoever gets the first pick essentially wins mid.
Yeah.
Unless they did something clever about it. In matchmaking especially, in Go Nova's Master Guidance, mid is just heaven for AWPers, and then players who just take advantage of AWP versus AWP and just sneak in behind them.
Well, something I've certainly been seeing when casting a lot of the University Esports League games at the higher levels is mid presence on Mirage is actually quite heavily drilled now. The players are putting a lot of grenades down there on that T side really early. Quite regularly I'm seeing 3-4 HE grenades get put down to just deal with the AWPer before they even have to peek him. They're putting an early smoke down in that window, stopping the AWPer from really being able to see anyone, and then dropping all those HE grenades onto the position and just eliminating him without actually having to fire a bullet. So that's where the upgraded economy situations come in. That's where getting bomb plants in rounds that you might be losing come in, so you can afford that HE and give yourself the early advantage. Said it's going to be Scarletchi that is going to throw that opening HE, and they're going to try and hold it with this AUG, but Bot Weasley is going to take his head off with an AK, and Niels is just about going to escape with 13 HP.
And here's Relic with his up as well. Niels 13 HP still has to back away. Good Molotov into connector, essentially stopping Staffs from pushing onto A. And now the stack on mid. There's nowhere they can go really. Yeah. Niels watching the short angle. Will he expect the peak? And the boost. Surely the sound Q will give it away, but Kawaii takes advantage of the higher HP. And a 2 versus 5, so Stas takes A. Brian gets the kill, missing a few shots, giving his position away. Not check in, and Leon will capitalize on it immediately.
Yeah, so the first gun round of this game does, well, the first full gun round, I should say, where both sides have got fully equipped weapons, does actually go the way of Staffs, in part due to some excellent mid-picking, right? That opening headshot dealing with the AUG player in window. I believe it was Scarletchi just getting absolutely having his head taken off by Bot Weasley there with the AK. And then following up, Kawhi almost does get eliminated from that boost angle, but, you know, unfortunately, the player watching him was just too low HP. I believe it was Niels, couldn't really take him out, couldn't deal with it. Just, you know, not enough health on him to really be able to survive. It does look like, as we've just seen in the upper left corner, that the Steam network is back online. So there should no longer be any connectivity problems of that. And there has been another pause that's just ended now, actually, thankfully. So we are going to get straight back into the game. I would imagine, due to winning the first 3 rounds, that Keele will still have enough money. They'll probably go for another buy in this one. We can see the AWP still in the hands of Relic for Staffs as well, as they look to be heading over towards A and mid. Oh no, they haven't gone for a full buy at all. They've got to get the Deagle out, and Bot Weasley, once again, that's the second round in a row he's opened the round with a headshot with an AK, and he's given his team the early advantage.
Is he, as you can see, not taking the mid fight at all. He knows that Relic will be watching there. He will prefer the AWP to watch into connector. Gets picked out by Walt Weasley, jumping shot. Nice for AK from him so far. Another headshot. Will Niels see for that smoke? No, he won't. However, he does hear the AK, so he knows where the player is. Scarletchi on the flank. Gets taken out immediately by Relic, who's still watching mid. Kawhi trying to pre-fire the angle. There's 2. Yep, well, Leon takes his head clean off.
Yeah, it was all on, all left on Niels with a FAMAS there in a 1 versus 5. Really not much you can hope to do. I think he was hoping for somebody to just come out of the smoke and get aggressive and make a mistake. That unfortunately didn't go his way, so Staff's starting to show why they actually did pick this map now, as we're seeing in the gun rounds. They are bringing a lot to the table. They won that last round without any single player falling from the side, so that's going to be a huge boon to their economy, with Bot Weasley once again. The IGL 4 Staff just really showing up with those entry kills on the T side this time. It has been across the series so far. It does look like almost every individual player from Staffs is turning up in a big way.
Oh, well, we had 2 players just drop connection, so about that.
That is unfortunate. It does look like, you know, once again encountering some more technical difficulties, but nonetheless, I'm not sure as to what will happen with the rest of this round. I imagine the round will be replayed from the start, right? Although it's kind of difficult to suggest because everyone has to remember all of the utility that they bought. Utility had just been expended when the players had sort of disconnected. Thankfully, no players had been eliminated, so it's quite easy to recreate the game from that scoreline. The players have now reconnected to the server, as it's 3-3, so we'll have to see what the official decision from tournament admins is with regards to what is going to occur as a result of those disconnections. Thankfully for Keele, they were only on an eco round, so if the call to reset isn't called in, then they can essentially expect that it was a round they were going to lose anyway. But nonetheless, we are going to have to see what happens with that one. So interesting decisions coming out from Trajan's keeping that FAMAS. He's quite confident with his own aim. He hasn't decided to purchase himself an AK. He's just going to keep the lower tier CT weapon, in fact, because he must just be confident that he can run all over these players.
No, it's been 3 rounds going to 8 of Staffs now, so obviously we had to, you know, stomp and then taking over again. Now, which team will take the advantage, do you think?
Well, showing what Staffs have done so far in these opening gun rounds, they have been incredibly dominant. Especially for me, it's that last round that they won. Now, admittedly, Keele's economy really hasn't been there. They won the first gun round. It was slightly closer than the 4 spy that they had extra, so there is going to be an extra round played, right? Yes, so that is correct. That is the formal decision, so there is going to be an extra round, and we are going to continue into this one now, as it is another full eco from Keele by the looks of things. Another issue with those disconnects is probably going to be quite frankly, the money situation, right? When you disconnect and reconnect to a server, your money's going to get reset to that baseline $800. So we'll have to hope that they had less than that in their accounts when
MKO
all
does
said and
find
done.
the opening kill. Scarlecci follows up, and then Kawaii takes revenge. Ace out now open. Simply Leon with a headshot on News, however he is on very low HP. MKO is going to throw a deep smoke, try to block some of the Staffs players away. And Brian on the AUG, not finding anything, trying to spray the weapon. Obviously, as it is with any weapon, it's better to tap it, however, not quite able to find the opportunity. Kawhi with a nice op shot, and it is, well, Kawhi to find the last player.
Yeah, excellent play from him. Kawhi is actually showing that he's got quite a lot of skill with this AWP. He was picking it up as a secondary AWP on the CT side of Nuke previously, and he is more than comfortable using it so far in this game, and he's certainly been racking up multiple kills a time with it. Keele's economy now is starting to look incredibly dangerous. You know, they did have to force into that last one, and they now have lost it as well, so it's going to be yet another pistol buy from them. And you'd have to be expecting Staff to come out with something bigger. Here's what we were talking about in the pre-game. What you can do in the pistol rounds, you either got to rush a bomb site or rush up that mid position. Unfortunately, though, they just haven't got there in time, and it does look like Staffs are just going to clean up the remaining players and force them to retreat onto the A bomb site.
Double up setup coming from Kawhi and Relic as well, with Bot Weasley getting a Molotov kill onto News, and then an AK onto Brian, making it a 1v5. Now, the players cannot find the remaining CT player. Surely they'll just plant the bomb and get the extra money. You can see Relic watching over the connector angle with the op. But Weasley trying to push throughout CT, hoping to cast a pair of guard. Nice headshot from Scarlecci onto Relic. Obviously Relic was on low HP, but the P250 is showing its power.
It's excellent headshot there.
They still don't know where he is. Now that he will be found now, however, surely Trajan puts a bullet through his head, ending the man's rampage.
No, Scarlecci's certainly done a great job in that last one to eliminate those two players. You have to imagine there is enough time left over for Staffs to retrieve the AWP that was lost. Over towards Connector, we can just see the barrel of the weapon there on the left hand of Tarjan's screen. So it's going to be maintained by Kawhi, and it does look like a full buy has come out from Keele now. So we are going to see an effective full buy round, lots of armor, lots of utility, and it's going to start off by Brian Munching getting shot in the back of the head by one of his teammates.
I guess they really don't like the sub player, especially with the AUG. Is he going to boost himself up to? Yes, he is. Now that's a very powerful angle if you have an AUG and you have players that are not expecting it, like Relic. On just 37 HP, Kawhi finds News. I would assume that's down middle. No. Is that a double up setup or a triple up setup? But Weasley picking up the AWP as well. Trajan falling down to the AUG. However, Kawhi finding Hizzy. And Relic just about stealing that kill away.
Well,
but
I mean,
Weasley retaliates by killing MKO.
Things are looking absolutely dominant from the side of Staffs at the moment. They're really showing comfort on this map. Despite the 3-0 loss at the start, you know, they were 3 rounds down, hadn't put one on the board, but they've come straight back into it. Auto Sniper has just been purchased and dropped over to Kawhi, I believe, or it's either Kawhi or Tarjan. There is definitely an Auto Sniper in play, though. So Staffs, with the purchase of that weapon, that almost says everything you need to know, essentially.
And we have another team damage done. However, now it's on Staff side. So we have double up and an Auto Sniper, which will be interesting to see, as there is 2 players on the CT side watching over A. Small gap in the smoke, but Willis is trying to find anything he could possibly see. Kawhi trying to pre-fire the smoke, expecting a player to be there. It's interesting to see, there's 3 Stars players on A, and 2 of them have an AWP and an AUG. And Bolt Weasley just running to his death, essentially. The MP9 doing enough damage with a headshot. Kawhi's going to fall back a little bit, do a flashbang. Hope to find a player that's aggressive, but they're going to just stay passive. Trajan, with the Auto Sniper headshot, he would have been enough to just hit a body shot like he's done now. Just likes to show off his aim a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. That Auto Sniper play is going to allow Staff's entry into that B bomb site, but one of the more dangerous things is no one's quite arrived to defend it just yet, and Kawhi's doing an excellent job of really distracting the defense from Keele at the moment. Unfortunately, he is going to fall and drop that up. He is going to have to try and use this now in the retake. It is now a 2 versus 2 situation. Leon, though, is in such a good position here. I don't think Keele are going to go for this. They're going to take the weapons and run away. Auto Sniper will still be saved by Staffs, presuming that nobody gets eliminated on the exits. And well, the economy is really good for Staffs right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they did actually decide to hunt these players down. Keele really don't have the money to afford to lose these weapons after losing this round, so Staffs may try and get aggressive, but by their positioning up the top of mid, it doesn't look like they are going to find anybody in time, and that's going to be the 7th round on the board for Staffs.
That's been 7 rounds now as well, so Keele are still on the maximum loss bonus, and you can see some of the weapons saved are now purchase, utility, and Kevlar. No helmet coming from Hizzy yet. He's on 5k. Not sure why that is. Probably just knows that he's going to get cut clean off by the AK. Obviously, you do not need to spend the money if you know that all players are full buying on the T side, unless they decide to DM and do an eco round for some reason.
Yes, well, said
Scarlecci gets a nice shot on But Weasley. It was quite quick. The auto sniper still in play from Relic. And Pizzy takes Trajan as well, so there was a double auto sniper actually. No, Staff showing the dominance, the 5-round lead, or 4-round lead, should I say. Double nade coming out. Scarlecci with the Yorp taking out Kawaii as well. And, well, I guess he shouldn't have shot that shot.
That was a kill and a half, and his 2 auto snipers left alive for the members of Staffs to win this round. They're certainly weapons that you might actually want to use in these positions. Going to get slightly more dangerous, though, considering that Leon now has to run all the way back over towards T-spawn to get that bomb. Relic is actually going to make his way into the smoke. He might just creep up here with this CZ. Hizzy really couldn't expect this. The Molotov's going to come in and force him back over towards a little bit deeper in window room, and Relic is just having a little look, having a little go on the jump peak, but isn't going to go for it instead now, as both players for Staffs are likely going to have to go and put the bomb down over on the B bomb site. It is open, but obviously they don't know that, so they're going to have to spend their time cleaning it out and putting the bomb down as we head into a 2 versus 2 retake situation.
Okay, we're still trying to check the A side just in case. You can see they're still not sure. Now they know for sure that the bomb has to be B, and they're going to regroup into market. Potentially run the same strategy that won them the first round, which is just sit in market and await 2 players to push you.
Yeah, I think
they're trying to push into the site.
Yeah.
M4 nearly gained the job done, so now it's a orb versus 2 auto snipers, and you can see he's just so hesitant to peek. He knows that they'll be watching both angles and just about gets away with his life.
Yeah, Keele made the right decision there. They obviously couldn't hold the same crossfire that they did passively in market, as the bomb was actually planted this time, so they were under
Relic
time
drops
pressure.
his auto sniper. I'm not sure why he did that. Guess he tried to fake flash, but he fake flashed with the wrong weapon.
Well, I mean, it's just another sign of the amount of confidence that Staffs are showing, right? They're just throwing auto snipers out of doors to try and distract the aim of the Keele players at the moment. They're currently on an 8-round win streak on the T side of Mirage.
And you can see another auto sniper. They have just so much money and so little respect for the Keele players, I have to say. You know, running a single auto sniper is already enough of an insult, but running 2 and just getting all the kills they need is just, you don't see that every day.
Well, you did see it in between matches when we were talking about what Bot Weasley might be saying to his team. You said he might bring the BM, and well, those auto snipers are certainly one way of doing it, as Trajan is going to trade out Hizzy over towards mid with it as well. Smoke's already currently down on the A bomb site, which is going to delay the push for the Staffs players. That Molotov is going to further that sentiment, as the players are just holding at the moment. Oh, they are dropping out of Palace, actually. The auto sniper just going absolutely aggressive. Scarlecci's position really not expected, though. Relic only has a Molotov to use to try and force him out of position. He doesn't have any body armor, despite the fact that he has $2,700 in his bank account. Perhaps he just forgot to purchase it in this round. You've got to think. He's got a peek now. Oh, he does land that headshot. That's absolutely superb now, as the rotates do come in for Keele, and we're potentially looking at a 3v3 A-site fight.
Bran does find Relic with a UMP. I would assume Relic was on low HP, obviously, from the fight. So now it's a 2-on-3 from Staffs. Well, it's a 1-on-3. Hopefully the last player can do something magical again.
Well, you've got to assume, right, yes, it is Trajan. He has got that auto sniper, and he does have the bomb as well. So here's something really interesting as well, actually, when you look at it, is another player. I think all of the players almost from Keele aren't actively defending this A bomb site. There's only one man over towards stairs that Trajan has to find if he wants to put the bomb down safely. And the UMPs are going to have to fight against. At close range, it's going to be an absolute nightmare, which does look at the range this is going to fight. It's going to happen. He's gone for the no-scopes. Attempts to land it, but unfortunately doesn't manage to get enough damage out. And Keele find their first round in a while, and we'll have to see whether they decide to pick up these auto snipers themselves.
They did save an AUG. Kawhi with 13 kills, and Simply Leon with 7, Trajan with 9, and Bolt Weasley with 10. So again, Kawhi and Bolt Weasley, the highest fragging on the T side, with Hizzy and Scarlet taking 9 each. I can see across both these maps we had changing top fraggers, with obviously Trajan and Simply Leon being the top fraggers on Nuke, now Kawhi stepping in for the team.
I believe what we're actually witnessing right now is a 5-man P90 rush out towards the B bomb site at the moment. So
yeah, I think that will be the BM strat then. There we go. That was
my
a lovely
word.
team kill by Bolt Weasley, nading Simply Leon down to 0 HP. The auto sniper was saved, but Bolt Weasley's having none of that. They're just going to rush all in. They have nothing to lose. Hizzy, again, barely making it out alive, trying to flick, but Bolt Weasley just does not care.
No, not at all. Scarletchi now is going to be left in the B apartment on his own. A couple of players from Staffs are low, but the P90 sprays are just coming through the window. A hailstorm of bullets going his way at the minute. He does actually manage to land that dink on the jumping player, but Kawhi will nonetheless land that jumping Glock shot, and then his captain will reward him for his efforts with a nice Zeus kill to his own face. So Staffs are really showing a high level of disrespect right now. 2 team kills occurred. I think both of them were for Brock Weasley.
They were indeed.
At the
So
start.
let's hope that the server's running a custom command, otherwise he will just get banned.
Oh yeah, that's true. You'll have to look out for that one if he continues to damage his teammates. And once again, P90 is still being implemented. Instead, it looks like it's going to be an all-out A rush this time. Scarletchi's got an MP9 to try and defend it with, and it does look like Niels is going to be the man to try and hold the passive apps or Palace position rather. The MP9 is
Scarletchi
doing
does
work.
And it is the P90 that gets all the kills on A. I'm not sure how that happened.
As well. Simply Leon once again showing that, just as we were saying, he may have dropped off between maps. He comes back at it and he gets us a double kill with those P90s, leaves us in the 3 versus 2 post plant situation now. Hizzy is going to be AWPing over towards this CT position. What's he going to be able to find through the smoke? That's the question. Player is actually going to run through it behind him though, and he somehow misses that shot. But Weasley now is the man who has control over CT, looking for the player on stairs, does find that kill as well, left in a 2 versus 1.
Now, if I'm Brian with a action and then now going swapped for an M4, I'm still scared of the P90 just running across my screen. But Weasley just stealing the kill away. If I'm Simply Leon, I'm pissed.
Yeah,
I
mean,
wanted that 4K.
that round surely is all but Keele's at that point, right? They do an excellent job. They get the 3 kills on the players coming out of Palace. They leave only 2 members from Staffs left alive in a 3 versus 2 situation, and somehow Staffs just managed to pull it back. Bot Weasley with the AK plays, securing himself a few kills, and actually I think it's Hizzy there, almost whiffing an AWP shot. I think he sort of was questioning himself in his own mind, hesitating as to whether to go for the no scope or scope in, and that all it took was about 1 second for the spray down to come in from the Staffs player, and unfortunately he did suffer from it. And now
Kawhi and
there are a lot
Trajan
of sawn-offs in the
running
server at the moment.
sawn-offs. MKO on the farmhouse. Oh, Trajan finding one. It jumps down to almost get the other one. What is happening right now? Keele are just not on the server.
Oh.
Kawhi returning the favour towards Relic. I'm pretty sure he was looking towards Weasley, but, well, too far away. Sorry, you're going to kill the wrong player. We do hear a Negev, and we just love to hear the laser pointer being utilised. No, barely gets away, but Weasley will lose that fight.
This
Over
is almost like
MKO.
a game of strat roulette, right? It's one guy pick up
was
Negevs
about
and
to run into a shotgun. Oh, not like this. Not like this. Kawhi, he knows his aim is godlike. Brian, however, nice pick. It's just over for him.
There's an absolute amount of disrespect coming out from the Staff side at the moment.
There is just no better way to end the half.
It looks like Bot Weasley is just looking at his buy menu at the moment and telling his team what weapon everyone must pick up. You know what I mean? The first.
It's surprising to see Relic on 7 kills. I'm pretty sure all he's going to buy this round is an auto sniper and Negev.
It's incredible as we head into the pistol round of this one. We've had several rounds. Well, we've just had that round that was all sawn-offs, a couple of rounds which was all P90s, and it does sort of resemble a strat roulette video on YouTube at the minute in terms of what buys are actually going the way of each side, as a pause has come in most likely from the side of Keele, as they don't really want to be eliminated 2-0 in this series in this manner as well, being eliminated by this kind of weapon.
If I'm Keele, I have no idea what's happening. You lose rounds that you just quite simply should not lose. I mean, four sawn-offs and a Negev. You win that every day with an AK, but no. Trajan just rushing all in, boasted well. He just knows that his aim is godlike at the moment. You can see Bot Weasley trying to watch for drop, finds no one as of yet. Nice headshot, one tap. Will he find the other one? No, he will get taken out. However, Kawaii takes down KL. It's quite chaotic. Hizzy now making it only 2-on-2. Kawaii will take him out, and now it's a 1-on-2. With Scarlet being so far away from the bomb, he'll have to go quickly and find the player. Both players have similar HP. Kawaii trying to jump shot.
Yeah, Scarlet is in the perfect position here, right? If perhaps if Kawhi had started defusing just a couple of seconds earlier, Scarlet, you wouldn't have heard him. He would have been kept in that duel in the back apps. But instead, as soon as those jump shots start coming through, Scarlet knows he's completely in control. The time's running down. He just has to be passive, wait until he hears the next defuse come through and eliminate that player. So Keele are going to get themselves another round on the board, 11-5 being the scoreline at the minute. They've still got a lot of work to do to try and make everything work for them. They are going to go for the full buy of everything possible into this one, and it does look like the Staffs have done the exact same thing. 5-7 on armor coming out from Bot Weasley. Such an incredible pistol, actually, the 5-7 at close range. Just has incredible spam potential.
It has a lot of damage as well. It has been utilised quite a lot. Relic just going so aggressive but not finding anything. News will just take his head clean off. Simply Leon running the shotgun strategy again. How little respect must you have? Bot Weasley finding the headshot on 2 HP, avoiding the Molotov as well. What is happening?
This could be quite an interesting round, actually. Bot Weasley position may not get spotted out by the attacking players here, as he has managed to retrieve.
That position from Trajan as well, that is so ballsy. Bot Weasley finding 1 kill, and then Trajan gets killed. Now it's a 1-3 from Simply Leon, who has the auto shotgun now. It has a great spam potential, and you just click the head twice, or once even, if you're up close.
Yeah, Keele aren't taking any chances. They haven't attempted to plant the bomb just yet. They are looking for him and clearing the angles.
Lovely headshot, long range. I have no idea how he hits that. Will he hear the player above him? No, he will not.
Fortunately for him, that player was on low HP, so it would have only taken 1 shot to eliminate him. But having the shotguns in that post-plant situation, I think Keele read that quite perfectly. They knew they wanted to keep the long-range angles in that situation, and they are going to fall off, bringing it to 11-6 now. So you have to assume that Staffs are going to go for an eco at some point, unless they're going for a full disrespect strategy.
I'm expecting negatives, to be honest. Negatives are so cheap as well, so there'll be essentially no detriment. However, no, they are going to play it safe for now. They've decided to keep pistols.
Yeah, well, they have gone for that full eco. They don't want to throw the entire game away just yet, of course. But Weasley is actually going to go down towards the A slope, and his push is going to get expected, but somehow he's going to get out with his life. The double peek's coming in. Surely someone gets punished for this, but it doesn't happen. Keele don't manage to find these kills, and both players are allowed to retreat back onto the A bomb site. They're still alive somehow. Only now have the frags actually come through. Simply we aren't getting one, but Bot Weasley's in such a great position. He's found himself 2 kills, leaving us in a 2 versus 2 situation with the bomb. Oh, nevertheless, though, Scarlecci just finding that 1 kill over towards A slope, and it's only on Relic with the P250 to try and salvage this round for Staffs.
Now Relic is not performing as good as he is with an AWP, obviously. However, let's see what he can do with a pistol. Not a lot. The AK just finding the straight headshot, making it 11-7.
Well, pretty decent recovery there from the side of Staffs, considering that they lost those 2 opening kills quite early in quick succession. Bot Weasley did a good job to get himself a double kill on the site. If he'd have found 1 more there, I'm almost saying that that round definitely goes the way of Staffs, but unfortunately he does get eliminated, and then Relic's left in the 1 versus 2. No armor and a P250, really not much you can do in that scenario. Probably expecting Staffs now, though, especially with those 3 kills being garnered, to go for that full buy. Yep, but Weasley instead, actually, he's feeling good on this map. He's going to take the AWP. He's trying for the shots through smoke. Hasn't managed to land the first one yet. Waiting for someone to get aggro on short. Does find the player, but doesn't find the kill, though. And the spray down's going to come through. Kawhi with the absolutely intense 3-man spray down over towards B
now
short.
Now Trajan knows where the last player is as well. Surely he's going to get it, and he does. The AUG finding the long angle, and there's just nowhere to run.
Yeah, that was an absolutely great round there from Staffs. They've gone for the full buy, and we saw what they can do with weapons that aren't the most effective ones in the game, and when they do get those AUGs, AWPs and M4s out, we are seeing the level of damage that can actually be dealt on the side. So Keele, they could be in trouble here. If Staffs get a couple of rounds strung together on the board, then
I'm pretty sure they're going to go for the BM strat.
Yeah.
I think what they're doing now is just making sure that the lead stays in their favour. Obviously 12-7 on Mirage is not huge of an advantage. Obviously it is close to the 16 or now 17 due to the additional round. However, we'll just have to see as Kawhi finds the first shot. However, Scarlecci finding the wall bang and another headshot onto Trajan and Kawhi. But Weasley still watching mid as the bomb is dropped on short. How long will he hold this angle for?
Some incredible play from Scarlecci, but Weasley is inevitably going to deal with him though. But that shot through smoke, just spamming the, tapping through the smoke, gets that headshot, and the bomb's in an awkward position here. Relic hasn't actually seen it, or has he? I can't quite tell.
He did indeed. He is watching for the players pushing, but he's not able to find one. Simply Leon with the M4A1S, however, you know how good he is with that weapon. Switching over to the AK. Now it's a 1 versus 2. He wants to do as much damage as he can. He almost does it, but Neil's putting a bullet through his head.
Yeah.
Good night it is, 12-8.
That Molotov was perfectly placed there. They absolutely read the positioning of Simply Leon incredibly well. They knew he had to be in the ladder room if he hadn't retreated through that smoke. And why would you retreat through a smoke when you have potentially, the option of keeping bomb control over towards mid? So excellent Molotov being utilised there, really forcing him out of position. Scores on the doors now. Kawhi taking the lead for Staffs with 22 kills, but Scarlecci, he's keeping up. He's got 20 kills of his own and making sure that his team remain competitive on this map.
We do have confirmation now. As Trajan gets 3 kills on Molotov and Bot Weasley the 4th one, we do have confirmation that there will be no extra round, as Keele were on an eco round. They have agreed to keep it as it is. So it is still 16 rounds as Trajan essentially just wipes them all out.
I almost didn't see what happened in that one. It was such
He just torched.
It was such a fast play, right? The torching alive with the fire, the damage coming through, the spray downs, just an excellent A-side defense. That's what happens when Keele try to rush a CT side that's so well drilled as Staffs. I think if they're looking on this T side, their recipe for success at the moment are Scarlecci and his mid picks. If they can deal with the AWPer towards mid and really give Scarlecci those options to try and eliminate the players holding connector and B short, that's how they're going to win these T side rounds. And I think we're seeing them try just that, but it's only a Deagle play, so they are actually going to have to try and make something work for them here, as potentially we're looking at Staffs taking 14 rounds here, unless someone goes big with a pistol.
Simply on pushing in, he loves his M4A1S and he trusts that his aim will outperform everything that is thrown at him. We do have 4 players slowly going into B, but will they expect Leon to be so aggressive on the site? Now Relic, is he going to flash in? Yes, no, he's going to smoke in for him, blocking some of his vision over Kawhi with the flank. I'm not sure if Leon is communicating very well because he just got smoked and flashed. Kawhi does find the kill from behind. Now he's going to have to face 2 players and, well, just gets mowed down with a Glock. News finding Bot Weasley with an AK as well. Now the players will retreat to T side. No, they're trying to make some noise. Brian not even looking, and Scarlecci responding with the 1 dig. Still at 2-on-3.
Scarlecci has been so strong in the past few rounds. He's really sort of dragging his team into these ones at the moment. Staff's going to be playing relatively together at the minute. They haven't committed an individual player to each bomb site, as they're more likely to succeed in that 2 versus 3 retake situation. That is going to be the rotate called over from the B site now, but Trajan's the man that's got all the work to do. They almost line up. He does actually land the second dink on the player, who is now going to have to defend the bomb plant. A bomb's going to go down on A, and all of a sudden, with these last scraps of utility from Keele being
Trajan
expended,
gets the hit as well, so now it's a 1-on-2, but News on full HP and gets spammed for the smoke. Trajan just knows exactly how to play.
Yeah, I think Trajan on top of Ticket Booth there absolutely saw his position, could just about see maybe the top of his head or something over the smoke from the elevated angle that he was on, and he's on 20 kills himself now as well. And let's not forget that that was a full eco round from Keele. They weren't probably expecting to win that one. They didn't have the highest chances in the world, but they did still manage to get 3 kills and a bomb plant, so their economy is going to be in a much better position heading into this round. But if Staffs win it, it's map and a series point for both the sides. So Keele are going to have to do something big and impressive, and it's likely going to come out of the hands of Scarlecci if they want a decent chance at winning this round.
And as you can see, Staffs is not taking any risk anymore. They're just going for standard by Scarlecci, glass cannoning the AWP, hoping to find a shot with no money whatsoever. So he is really hoping to do at least some damage to the enemy team. Brian trying to force out any utility he can on B, and he's doing it really well. Trying to spam the smoke over Simply Leon is just too passive now.
Well, he's going to be holding those B apps with his M4A1S. One of the advantages with when the position is smoked off is that you can't see the tracers through it when he is having a spam.
Trajan. picks the angle and simply does not respect his position. Now, will Hizzy pick up the AK? Yes, he will. Will behind a fetch shot? No, but he will still kill Trajan. But Weasley returns the favour. Now, who will win that fight? But Weasley again. Scarletti just could not flick hard enough.
Yeah, and the regrettable thing now is that the bomb control is completely gone the way of Staffs. Brian has somehow not got himself a main primary weapon.
But
He's
Weasley just
got full
taking
armor
no
and Glock.
damage as well. I'm not sure how that happened. And he gets the Zeus kill, the absolute BM from the man. News that straight him out. Makes a 2v1. He needs to pick up the bomb. He has absolutely... There's no point saving because his economy is going to be so low anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Despite the fact that they do have quite a large amount of loss bonus potentially coming in, they really don't want to be gifting their...
And, well, never mind. There was an auto sniper on Kawhi. We just didn't see it. Well,
yeah. So an
59.
auto sniper kill and a Zeus kill in what could potentially be the penultimate round of this series. 15-8 now.
What will Stabs buy on the final round?
It's got to
We
be
do
something
see
juicy, right?
An M4 dropped, so maybe they're trying to take it careful again. Kawhi with the auto sniper obviously has the most kills, so he's feeling the most confident with it. See if we can find some natty shots with it.
Yes, I'm quite interested.
We do see an AWP and an auto sniper, possibly both of them going mid as well, yeah.
Yeah, if both of those weapons do actually go towards mid, I really don't think Keele expect that at all. They're coming off quite a broken series of rounds, so their money's not going to be the finest. They're all on Deagles and SMGs left
But
in this
Wizzy
one.
has
So
pushed in close, so he's on low HP. MKL, notice it, but Wizzy's on 13 HP. Will he win that fight? No, he will not. However, Kawhi with the auto sniper at range just finds him, deals with him immediately. That auto sniper is just doing all the work for them. Again, Trajan doing the damage. What were they? Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Relic, you stole a man's knife kill.
Oh,
He's
dear.
gonna hate you for life.
Oh dear. Well, a knife kill for a
Not
Zeus
even
kill.
GG's.
That's certainly the trades you want to see. So another really dominant performance from Staffs on their map pick. It will be 2-0 in favour of Staffordshire Stampede against Keele Krakens in this varsity series, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen quite an interesting map of Mirage here. Interesting buys going each way. A couple of Zeus kills actually. Pot Weasley getting one, and I think Relic getting the second one at the end there. So interesting map all round.
No vertigo.
No
which is
vertigo, thank the Lord.
fairly sad for some players. Fairly happy for ourselves, actually. We will head over to our host now, who possibly do some analysis and interview, so we will see you with them.
Hello, yes. So we are ready now, kind of, I think, to analyse what we just witnessed. I will say personally, I'm quite glad Staffs did win that, because at some points it was a lot closer than maybe I would have wanted it to be, especially in some rounds where you are definitely kind of, oh, Staffs is definitely over this one, but then kind of Keele doesn't really pull off what they wanted to pull off. So we will go to you to try and get some analysis. So what did you think of the games?
Well, I thought the games were actually very good from both sides.
Yeah.
Staffs and Keele both played great CS through both maps. I feel like Staffs definitely should have won, because they did win. They definitely showed more of a performance than Keele. Apart from that, going back to Nuke, that was our first map of the day.
Yeah.
It might seem a while ago because of all the technical difficulties. Staffs on their CT side, they played really solidly. They had really good rotations. Everything was great. But one thing, they played no respect Counter-Strike, which is essentially pushing through smokes, pushing around corners. They're not allowed. Well, they're allowed to, obviously, but realistically, you wouldn't push it in an actual game. But they gave no respect to Keele. They were just like, yeah, we're going to win this outright. Let's get this game finished. And I feel like they did that very well. They executed it perfectly. However, Keele, on their T side of Nuke, I feel like they did quite well. They got a much better T side Nuke than most teams would. They also looked very solid on it. I can't remember the scores. I think it was a 10-5 half.
Yes.
And five rounds on T-side Nuke. Very, very decent. Very good.
Definitely respectable.
Utility usage, amazing. The only plus point I should add is I think they should play a bit more dynamically. Because they were all grouped up in one spot, or they weren't playing together as a unit. So there was a couple of rounds where they just rushed and got mowed down straight away by a couple of the
we did see
Staffs
that
guys.
quite a lot, yeah.
And there was a couple of rounds where one person pushed in, died, another person pushed another place, died. There's no trades going on. So I feel like that would have been a lot more beneficial if they played a bit more like that on their T-side Nuke. Going on to their CT side, and then T side. Obviously, Staffs won it out 16-9. Staffs just outplaying them, out aiming them. Honestly, nothing that to really analyze a lot. Staffs just hit the shots. Keele couldn't.
It did seem there were moments where Keele seemed they had it. Like
Yeah,
there was a bit where
definitely.
they after the P90 classic rush.
Yeah.
I remember, I believe it was Skelechi hiding around the corner and got 2 picks and then just got picked and then
Yeah.
Staffs managed to pull it back over and over again. And so there were moments I thought Keele had it. And
Yeah,
then there's just
definitely.
next
Yeah,
minute, all of a sudden, what happened, boys?
Keele won 3 rounds in a row, I believe.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they went 13-6, 13-7, 13-8. So they definitely looked a lot more solid. That they were playing like they were meant to on their CT side. But it all just. I think Staffs just found their footing. Honestly, I'm not sure it was Keele playing better than Staffs. I think it was Staffs
Excuse me.
just.
Fumbling a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like they both did very well.
Do you think maybe the disconnections had some maybe morale?
Fully.
Yeah, I think it's one of those you just in the mindset,
Yeah,
getting there.
you want to
and
be
also-
consistent, but you can't because there's disconnections, there's technical issues. We had a
Exactly.
spectator problem.
Yeah.
And kind of throws you off pace, really, doesn't it?
True.
Oh, fully.
I think as well. As you said, no respect from Staffs. It was evident. I mean,
Oh,
as I said, I watched a bit of CS:GO now and again, but the P90 rush, they all got in a line singing "Hi ho, hi ho." It's off the B we go with a P90, and they absolutely mowed him down.
Yeah, essentially, they no respect given to Keele. They just did what they want when they wanted, and it was working. Unfortunately for Keele, just mowed straight through them.
I think personally, from Keele's side, Skelechi had my MVP when he was going around, and also it had to be Kawhi with the sword-off shotgun. And one bit I thought Keele had it absolutely was when they were in the smoke, and he just absolutely mowed down.
Yeah.
No give, pray and spray, absolute devastation.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree with
I
you.
blinked and I went, what happened,
It's
boys?
just-
Where'd
it's
they
just
go?
gone.
Where'd they go? And I was like, just no idea.
Yeah, fully.
What about a player that you feel maybe underperformed a little bit? You saw him kind of slumber. Anyone that comes to your mind?
Not really, to be quite honest. I feel like Staffs performed very well. Keele, honestly, I haven't got players noted down on my notes. I've only got singular
Would you like
plays.
Very helpful sheet.
This is amazing.
Down here.
We have the technology.
So this is Keele. So is
Yeah.
it Brian?
Brian
MKL. I feel like I do remember MKL losing. I think it was a clutch, and then there was a couple of others. But I don't think that anyone performed
Yeah.
specifically badly.
Yeah.
Because even if stats show that they perform badly, they might have like 20 less kills. They might be support frags. They might be like helping the team along. They just don't get like a lot of frags. So I don't think anyone performed specifically badly.
Maybe it was just a little bit kind of individual mistakes here and
Yeah.
there that kind of let the rounds down
Yeah,
more
definitely.
than a single player wearing the team
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
I think each player at the moment, because I was saying to Cami earlier, it feels like CS:GO is obviously a team-based game like many we've
Yeah.
had today. Yet you have your potential to pop off. It could be 4 against 1, 5 against 1, and then the person, it was like, I believe it was Scarlecci who was in the corner by himself with a, I can't quite remember the pistol, and he got 2 people on,
Yes.
and he got rushed. And I will admit, he lost, but it was an admirable standoff.
Oh, very, very, very
And you got to
good
imagine
play.
yourself in a situation, and I think it's easy to watch these games yourself, and you think, oh, why didn't he do that? Why didn't but put yourself in the shoes. It is stressful, the
That's true.
mentality, especially after having these disconnection issues.
Exactly.
It ruins morale.
Especially with not playing at your own desk, sat at your home,
Yeah.
with not your own screen, with internet connections, like you say, with Steam going down. It can be very disorientating. So I feel like both teams did very well during
I
the
think
circumstances.
the players do have a lot to be proud of from today. I think that's kind of safe to say because it wasn't a complete stomp, and there were definitely moments where Staffs made mistakes and then Keele made some mistakes, but it was just Staffs in the end that kind of capitalized on that momentum a little bit more.
It's no mistakes, only happy little accidents.
Happy little accidents, that's what we're going to call them. Yeah, so it is actually worth mentioning, if you see on the table right in front of us, the shield. So that actually will be
My
engraved.
headset won't reach.
He's trying to reach for it. That will actually be engraved. So at the end of tomorrow, we're going to obviously decide on a winner because we are currently 4-1-2 Staffs. However, we do have 4 more games tomorrow, which could decide it. I mean, if Keele wins everything, then they win ultimately Varsity, right?
So it's 4-1, did you say?
4-1 right now, yeah.
So what we've got Siege tomorrow. We have what have we got tomorrow?
We've
All I
got
know is
League,
Siege.
Smash, Siege, and Dragon Ball.
Because Siege, I'm not going to say it's a definite win, but it's a pretty solid one. But apart from the other 3, I couldn't tell you.
I heard
where
earlier
they're
that
gonna go.
Siege was Staffs are not even exaggerating, it's undefeated, I've heard.
They're 22-0.
That's a
Yeah.
lot of That's a lot
That's
of
a big
wins.
number.
Yeah, exactly. So if they lose to Keele tomorrow, it's going to be a heartbreak.
Heartbreaking. I wouldn't say so.
Or maybe not for the Keele guys.
It
Yeah,
feels like
yeah,
it feels
depends on
like
who you
Keele.
ask.
I feel like the Kraken has been absolutely suppressed, and we're in the depths. But we'll try to rise from it.
And do you know what I'm most happy about is that while the score overall might obviously at the moment be biased towards Staffs, the competition itself has been actually quite even at some points.
Fully. Yeah.
So this isn't a tournament where it's just gone, yeah, Staffs has obviously won everything. They've obviously been performing amazingly out of the park. I think Keele has definitely stood their ground a lot, and I do quite enjoy seeing that. It's just that the actual end score didn't fully go to them, so obviously we have to have a winner. But I do feel like Keele really did put up a good fight today.
We tried our best, give it all.
Yeah. So just to remind everyone, tomorrow morning we've got coming up, we've got League of Legends, then we're going to have Smash after that, Rainbow Six and Dragon Ball. So yeah, like I said, anything's still on the cards. It's not completely over yet. Keele could win everything tomorrow, reverse sweep completely, and then we all lose, but who knows. Yes, so we did have yes, a very exciting day today. Quite a lot of emotions across the games actually, with the upsets, the kind of letdowns maybe, you know, the team fights and stuff like that. The score right now, 4-1 towards Staffs. Could turn, hopefully will turn.
Yep.
But yeah, all good things must come to an end. So I would thank you both for joining me today on this desk. Carl, it's been awesome presenting with you, and thank you for the analysis. But yeah, we'll see you at 9 AM tomorrow, 9:30 tomorrow, and the first game of the day will be League of Legends. Bye.
Yeah, I'm pale grey, all dust and fade. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must end, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I'll count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from a spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world.
Close my eyes, it's all coming to me. Who said these walls could